Hello once again and welcome to Hollywood, Florida and the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Yesterday we crowned a champion in the Super High Roller. Congrats once again to Jake Schindler. Today we play down to a winner in the $10 million guaranteed main event. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, welcome to the jungle.
An exciting day ahead, a stacked six-handed final table headlined by Dan Coleman, the guy who won the one drop at this summer's World Series of Poker. Also accompanied by a WPT champion, Sean Kunix, John Dolan, a former November Niner, the accomplished tournament player, Mike Leah.
To the 2014 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open main event final table. In seat number one with $5,210,000 in chips, Martin Hanowski from Frankfurt, Germany. In seat number two, from Las Vegas, Nevada, $7,090,000 in chips, Joe Keefer. In seat number three, from Holden, Massachusetts, $10,230,000 in chips, Dan Coleman. In seat number four, from Delaware, Ohio, with $4,970,000 in chips, Sean Kunix. In seat number five, from Las Vegas, Nevada, $15,455,000 in chips. Start off today's chip leader, Mike Leah. In seat number six, from Bonita Springs, Florida, with $2,045,000 in chips, John Dolan.
Our thanks to Dave Grubb from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Room. Let's get the action started with the blinds at 60-120 with a 20K ante.
Oh, I was supposed to use Dave Grubb's catchphrase. We're supposed to say, thanks Dave Grubb, get your grub on.
And already the viewers are tweeting. Remember, use the hashtag SHRPO if you want to get in touch with the booth. Triple Espresso says pizza, wine, and the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open on my telebox, bound to beat the pants off what will surely be an insipid England performance at Wembley. Rob King tunes in. He says, evening from old Blighty guys. Another long night expected tonight because Heads Up goes on forever.
Yes.
Wherever you're watching in the world, we'd love to hear from you. Remember to tag your tweets, SHRPO. So only one non-American player at this final table, Joe. Martin Hanowski, a guy we're familiar with from our work on the European Poker Tour. And obviously, we know Dan Coleman. He won our Super High Roller event in Monaco at the grand final at the conclusion of our historic 10th season. Then went on to win the one drop. Then came second in the first Super High Roller of season 11 of the EPT. And has now made this final table. These are the final six from 1,499 entries.
You may recognize Dan Coleman as the guy who's winning everything ever. Like Mike Leah has kicked things off with a raise.
This is the first hand of the final table. And all in from John Dolan, who comes into this final as the short stack with $2 million. John Dolan made the final of the 2010 World Series main event, finishing sixth for $1.7 million.
So not your first time doing commentary on John Dolan.
No. In fact, the last live stream I hosted from the US of A, he was at that final table.
That's spooky.
Fast forward 4 years, and he's back.
Boy, he's happy to see you, huh?
Now, apologies for the lack of graphics. Let me tell you the hands here. Leah raised it up with ace-7 offsuit. Dolan has ace-king. And is Leah seriously considering the call here with ace-7?
He is the chip leader. It's got to be pretty tempting for him to be able to take out someone. But usually when someone jams from the very next position. They're not like that often. Dolan started the hand with 2 million. Blinds are 20,000. Excuse me, 60,000, 120,000. So this is for just under 20 big blinds. It's kind of a big stack to shove with worse than A7.
Hello to Daryl, who says, sweating John Dolan at this final table, and the all-in gets through. Leah lays it down, and Dolan will chip up on the first hand of six-handed action. Of course, we officially got down to a final table last night when they played down to 10, and then they continued to play down to 6. We decided we'd come back for 6 for the live stream on the final day of the tournament. Very fast-paced action yesterday. 18 down to 6 in no time at all. It took a lot longer to get from 5 to 1 in the super high roller.
And I guess all signs would indicate we were going to have a marathon final table, but also we're used to, you know, the day before the final table day taking a little longer than that too. So maybe these guys are just looking to play big pots early on. We won't know anything about this table dynamic till we at least get through the second hand.
Folded by Dolan and Hanovsky. Joe Keith is out. Dan Coleman has pocket sixes on the button, and he raises. Queen 4 for Sean Kunix in the small blind. That's a pass. Mike Lear gives up his big blind. He had 10-3 offsuit. So once again, apologies for the lack of graphics there. We'll get them reinstated ASAP.
Obviously, 2 6s are well within Dan Coleman's button raising range. I think we're going to see him open 100% of his buttons that are folded to him. He's not the chip leader, but he's got over 10 million in chips now. And with that stack, and I think that he's probably going to feel a little bit more confident and a little bit more experienced than everyone else at this table, given the stages he's been playing on lately. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with today, and other cliches.
Raise the round.
Now it's Hanovsky. Hanovsky. We're not going to pronounce this the American way. We're going to do it the German way. Hanovsky with a small pair, raising under the gun. Raise and take it for him.
Yeah, and I guess to the American audience, he's probably the least known player here. As I said, Joe and I are familiar with him from the European Poker Tour. He's from Frankfurt, 68th on the German all-time money list. Total of 600,000 US dollars in live tournament earnings. And his biggest result to date was a cash in event number 44, one of the no-limit events at the World Series in 2013. He finished 4th in that tournament for 166K. And remember, everyone is now locked up at least $324,000. 7-figure scores for the top 2 in this $10 million guaranteed main event. More than $1 million for second place, and more than $1.4 million for the winner. Coleman gets the action started with King 9. A raise to 260,000. Mike Lear has King Jack suited on the button. And I noticed that he was introduced as being from Las Vegas, Nevada, originally from Canada. Well known online as Go Leafs Go, eh?
Story checks out. Canadian.
I love Mike's tweet yesterday. Very excited to be at the six-handed final table, but very important to focus on his fantasy football draft first.
Look, that takes a whole season, James. That's an investment. This is just hundreds of thousands of dollars, perhaps $1 million.
It looks like we're going three-way to this flop. Hanovsky calls from the big blind with 8-4. Was getting a good price. And flops 2 pair.
Nice.
That is 425.
And interestingly, Hanovsky chooses to lead this flop, 425,000. Coleman missed, as did Leah. They both fold. And more viewers tuning in. Plenty of people watching from Europe, particularly the UK. Francesca Gunn says, England football game or poker? Such a hard choice. No, it isn't. Poker it is. Sophie Thompson is rather excited to see Dan Coleman in action again.
She likes whatever cute boy is on.
Lazy Gamer ready to watch day 2 of our live coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Ready to watch the whole stream, in it from the beginning through to the conclusion, whenever that may be.
That makes one of us.
Mad Cow, who came oh so close in our contest yesterday, says, good afternoon, guys. I'm warming up my prize-winning typing fingers. Going to try not to get pipped at the buzzer today. Once again, we will have a Hard Rock guitar to give away, plus some other spot prizes, so stay listening, friends.
Raise 255.
Kunix raising with ace-jack. Leah with jack-9 suited in the cutoff.
See ya.
Some inside information here from Felix Stone. In case you were wondering, Dan Coleman's pre-game meal for this final table was a burrito from Chipotle.
I believe it.
Dolan shoving here with 10s. And this is for half of Kunix's stack. Ask for a count. We could see they'd be racing, but obviously Kunix has to be slightly concerned about hands like ace-queen, ace-king.
He'll be dominated some of the time, for sure.
And pairs. Jacks upwards.
Really close, I think.
Emily tweets, it's time. Good luck, Sean Kunix. Everyone watch and send good vibes. What's the hashtag? Inspire happiness?
Inspire happiness.
In fact, he's wearing the patch.
You know, I think in order to make the determination whether or not you're supposed to call here, you just think to yourself, how often is Dolan doing this with a hand that I'm doing really well against? Probably not that often, with about 20 big blinds.
We mentioned earlier on that Sean Kunix has a WPT title to his name. He folds to the shove from Dolan. Sean took down the WPT event in Jacksonville in April 2012 for $426,000. He has live tournament earnings of $1.3 million.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was at his first ever WPT final table, which I want to say was probably in 2007 or 2008. At Bellagio, I think it was.
Patrick asks, how long are the blind levels and breaks, and will there be a dinner break? I guess it depends how long this runs, Patrick. Chances are there will be. We'll take a 15-minute break after every level normally, and the levels right now are 90 minutes. And I think we came into play today with about 1 hour 10 left on this level. So first break of the day will be in around 60 minutes time.
Hashtag inspire happiness.
Jason Helwig is happy that we're here. Poker, poker, and more poker, he says. Sean Shah says, excited for another day of the live stream, playing the 50k guarantee at Hard Rock and watching every second of the stream at the table. Multitasking. I like it.
Don't forget, Sean's the guy who won the guitar yesterday.
Button raised from Hanovsky gets through.
We got some fancy guests coming in today, and I think they're going to be the ones to help us give away today's prizes.
Are we allowed to reveal who's going to be joining us on the stream today?
I think so. I don't see why not. You know, we hope to get these people. Things change. Schedules get messed with sometimes, but I think we can announce these two folks.
So our first guest of the day, who'll be joining us during the first level of play today, Miss Shannon Elizabeth.
I think mine is closer to
Machi Machi.
King deuce for Mike Leah, and he raises from under the gun. John Dolan started this final table with 2 million, has got his stack up to 2.8 million. And now has another strong hand. Pocket tens.
Wonder if he does the same move again. It's kind of a safer move to just ship it all in. I mean, I guess it's high variance where someone wakes up with a bigger hand, but you don't have to play post-flop. It is what it is. Either win a decent pot before the flop or get it in with a pretty good pair. He's decided just to 3-bet this time.
Re-raising to 560,000.
His stack is probably too big right now just to reshove.
Folded back around to Leah.
I mean, to me, this looks stronger than just shoving, so I don't see Mike messing around too much with him here.
And Mike folds. Remember to use the hashtag SHRPO in your tweets. Beth Locke says, watching the live stream and crunching numbers for month-end financials. Another multitasker. And she is supporting Sean Kunix at this final table. Whereas George Griffith is railing Martin Hanofsky, who is German but currently living in Barbados. George says our home game at Waterloo should be even better now. Roman says grinding deep anti-cash games while watching the live stream. Let's see how this will work out. Please do not confuse one flop with the other, which is normally what happens to me if I'm watching poker and playing poker.
Really? Have you ever won a hand because of that?
Possibly.
You thought you had like flopped a royal?
What's the expression? I'd rather be lucky than good.
That is the expression. I'd rather be good at remembering expressions than be good.
Yeah, you go as one of our regular viewers. He says, I'm so happy to see this table. Go Dan Coleman.
Raise 275.
And Coleman is going. He's raising the button, making it 275,000. Mike Leah has ace-6 of clubs in the big blind.
Seems like a pretty standard spot to defend. You think you're ahead of Coleman's button range, but maybe you don't want to play a huge pot.
Calls.
Mike does just call.
What's up?
So heads up to the flop. And that flop is 10-8-7.
Check, check.
Gut shot for Leah. Not much for Coleman. Action goes check, check. Queen on the turn. Leah still ahead, an 86% favorite now.
Check, check. Check.
Once again, the action goes check, check. Board pairs on the river.
Ace high, still the best hand.
Well, let's get check to showdown.
Check.
Yes, it will. And ace high will win the pot. And Leah will boost his chip lead at this final table. Let's actually have a quick update on the stacks. Leah close to 15 million in chips now. Coleman the second biggest stack with 9.5 million. Then we got Joe Keither playing 6.7 million. Martin Hanofsky playing 6.3 million. The short stacks are Sean Kunix with 4 million and John Dolan with 3.2 million. We talked about Mike Leah doing his fantasy football draft. Stefan chimes in. He says, I'm done fantasy football researching for today. It's poker time with Stapes and Hartigan. Let's race some cards.
I'm glad you could take some time off from your recreation for some more recreation, Stefan. Thank you.
As we can see, most players pretty deep. Kunix and Dolan, the only guys at this final table with fewer than 50 big blinds. Dolfo asks about the payouts. A reminder that everyone has cash for at least $324,000.
Cool.
424K for fifth, 549,000 for fourth, 748,000 for third, 1,047,000 for the runner-up, and 1.4 million plus to the winner.
So that is two folks who are going to walk away from this final table millionaires if they're not already millionaires. And this is a 5K buy-in. Not bad. Thank you, $10 million guarantee.
And just a quick reminder of how we do things here on PokerStars.tv with our live streams. We talk about this being live coverage. It's kind of an as-live experience for you guys. Bear in mind that we are displaying the whole cards of the 6 players at this final table, so there is a slight delay on what you're watching right now. These hands were actually played around 40 minutes ago, but we're seeing the action the same time you guys are seeing it. So we're commentating live over delayed video picture, and that's how we're able to interact with you guys, chat with you on Twitter, and of course run our competitions. One of which will be coming up during the first level of play. We're going to get Shannon Elizabeth involved in this contest, Joe?
Yeah, we're going to have Shannon determine the winner. I was going to have her give away the guitar, but should we give it away so early in the day?
260.
I feel we need to save the guitar. We may have to give away a pin and hat combo.
Okay.
First hand we've seen Joe Keither play, raising under the gun with ace-9 of diamonds. Quick hello to Gerard, who says, "Hi, you guys from Ireland. I'm new to this tweeting." Well, you seem to have got the hang of it, and you've included the hashtag, so well done. Roman says, "Although I live in Germany, I have to say, go Mr. Greeny."
675.
Debbie tweets her support for Mike Leo. She says, "Go Mike, nothing better than watching poker, especially when it's my cousin who is going to win a milli." Cousin Debbie, watching live.
Love Cousin Debbie. She's one of the good ones.
So Keith has been 3-bet by Coleman. Dan's made it 675,000.
Ullman 3-betting an under-the-gun razor, but he's doing it with a hand that's, you know, has pretty decent equity against most other hands.
Keither folds to the 3-bet. Coleman moves over the 10 million mark. Roughly 45 million chips in play. Johnny Horsley describes this as a pretty sick final table. Rooting for John Dolan. Dan Coleman looks bored out of his mind. I think he looks focused. I think he's got his game face on.
Yeah, he doesn't look bored to me. Too early to be bored on hand 11.
Coleman first to act. He folds. Sean Kunix lets it go. Mike Lear in the cutoff. As pocket fours.
Watch how he does this one-handed with banana in the other hand. Masterful.
240.
Well played.
Oh.
Novsky folds the small blind. Keither in the big blind as a6.
Could see a defend here. We do see a defend.
We're going to see another flop.
Huzzah! Flopsville.
Heads up.
Mike Lear is murdering that banana.
It's pure comedy to watch someone eat a banana. I don't care if it's a guy, if it's a girl. Just funny looking.
A king 10-3 flop. Four still ahead.
Oh, thank you for that.
Action checked to Mike. A pre-flop aggressor.
You got a chewy one.
Bet. 250.
Mike continues. 250,000.
Oh.
Smell you later.
Lear increases that chip lead. Close to 15.5 million chips.
I mean, this could go a little faster than we predicted if it goes Coleman, Leah, Coleman, Leah.
Yeah, if the big stacks continue to bully and accrue chips.
And all I mean is we'll get to heads up faster because, you know, if these guys are 170 big blinds deep each heads up, we're going to be in for what we like to call a barn burner.
Sean Hoy likes what he sees. We've got the 2014 one-drop winner, a World Series of Poker main event finalist, and a WPT champion. What a table, but, he says, go Kunix.
Hashtag inspire happiness.
Wow, Kunix just folded ace-jack under the gun. The
Tight is
six-handed
right.
final table. I'm not sure about that.
I think he folded, right? Didn't he have to fold ace jack a few hands ago when he got shoved on? So maybe he's like, nah, I'm just not going to do that again.
Less likely to get shoved on now that Dolan has eked his stack out of the immediate danger zone.
Danger zone.
So instead, it's Hanovsky who opens the action with a button race with 9-3 offsuit. Keitha calls with ace-7 suited. Coleman in the big blind. We know he has a 6. Haven't caught his other card yet.
Probably not a suited 6.
Heads up.
So heads up to the flop. Which is Queen, Jack, 9. So bottom pair for Hanovsky. And last time we saw Keitha defend his blind with a baby ace. Didn't hit the board, and he folded to a C-bet, but no C-bet from Hanovsky. He checks behind.
It's a board I don't think you would see bet all the time. You've already got showdown value, and it kind of smashes the small blind's calling range. Pretty tough to get him to fold for one bet. Ace-7 is a hand that might have folded, but most of the time someone's going to have some piece of that board that they're going to call you at least one street. Hanovsky opts to not delayed continuation bet either. He's looking for his showdown, it looks like.
Nothing for Keitha, just ace high. And on the subject of Sean Kunix's ace-jack fold, Craig says, you're supposed to be tight under the gun, but that's a bit too far. And you have to remember, this is a 6-handed final table.
Hanovsky finally betting his pair of 9s, hoping to get a haul from ace high. I don't think there's much of a chance he's folding out better.
Keitha clearly thinking there's a chance ace high is good here. But he folds. Hanovsky adds $500,000 to his stack. And Javier asked the classic question, how do you know what the hole cards are? There are no cameras on the table. Correct, Javier. We're using computer scanning technology known as RFID. There are little computer chips in the cards and scanners under those boxes you see in front of each player. So as the cards are dealt to the players and they put them in those boxes, the scanners can read the cards, and that information then goes into our graphics system, and that's how we're able to tell you what cards these guys are holding. Poker Fanatic says it would be nice to see all hole cards, including those folded, such as the ace-jack that was folded pre-flop under the gun. Obviously, sometimes the action moves faster than you can necessarily get the information on the screen. Where it's a significant laydown, I think we'd comment on that.
I mean, do we really need to see all the 9 trays and 9 5s?
Exactly.
I mean, this time we're going to see 9 5, but you know what I mean.
Well, that's because Dan Coleman is playing the 9-5. Just calls in the small blind.
Heads up.
Sean Kunix checks his option in the big blind.
Check.
Queen 6-3, so 10 high still ahead.
Check.
Robert Brewer, by the way, loved the value bet from Hanovsky on that last hand with 9-3.
Check. Check.
Well, Coleman doesn't take a stab on the turn either.
Oh, and regarding
Gets there in the river, though.
that fold from Sean Kunix on the previous hand, Emily says never question Sean. He plays with heart and will follow it to victory. Hashtag inspire happiness.
Hashtag inspire happiness. Coleman
Colm-
bets river, gets a fold.
Samuel Barber asks, why is this final table six-handed? Has this been a six-max tourney? No, Samuel, it hasn't, but obviously we were aware that it was going to take a while for this final table to play out, so it was decided to play it in 2 stages. Once they got to 10, they continued last night to get down to 6 to ensure that we weren't still here until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
We'll only be here until 7 a.m. Thank you.
Christina Kunix says, we are watching and we are so proud of you. Keep inspiring happiness. We love you, Sean.
Hashtag inspire happiness. Martin, show the bluff.
Fold.
Wrong Martin. Peter Blow says, good to see Dan Coleman expressing his support for vintage motorcycles.
260.
Controversial.
Keitha raising from the cutoff with King 10 offsuit. Round to Mike Lear in the big blind. He's got 7-5 of hearts.
Ooh, pretty. And he's got all the chips. Don't forget that. Mike opts to just call. Doesn't want to make this pot any bigger. I think some folks will 3-bet there if they're feeling a little frisky, or the chip leader. Out of position, though.
So Joe Keitha won the 9th annual Arizona State Poker Championship in August 2013 for $246,000. Total career earnings, $2.2 million.
Wow.
And he's already cashed in 2 events during the series here at the Seminole Hard Rock.
That's how it goes sometimes. Streaky game.
King 10 still ahead. Keitha has c-bet. And Mike Lear has folded. Diego Thomas liked your Olashemian reference. Martin, show the bluff.
Wow, I can't believe anyone actually got that.
I still like to think that even when he's won his 100th poker tournament, Olashemian will still be best remembered as being a drunken railbird cheering Martin Schleich to victory.
He was the best. I actually, you know, we've told that story a bunch of times, but I don't know how often I've told that. Olashemian legitimately did not know Martin Schleich. He just also happened to be German. And after Martin won, I had no idea who these 2 guys were, but they were really invested in it emotionally, and they were hanging out and waiting for Martin afterward. And I was really afraid that they were going to try to hit him up for money, like they do online. You know, when someone goes deep in an online tournament and there's someone on the rail being like, "Hey man, if you win, can I get a piece? Can I get?" And I thought they were going to harass him, so I made sure that security escorted him all the way to the cage by himself.
260. Fold.
Well, talking of Martins, Dave says rooting for Martin Hanovsky, but pretty sure Dan Coleman will win this one too. Why? Because it is the year of the greenie.
Actually, I think you'll find it's the year of Romania. But Dan Coleman also having a pretty good year.
Joe Keitha is raised with Jack 9 suited. It's John Dolan's big blind, and he calls with Ace 10.
Heads up.
John, Joe, Mark, Mike, welcome back to America.
King 9-6 flop. So second pair for Keitha. Sean Shah appreciated that anecdote, Joe. He says, love me some Martin Schleich references. Hashtag adorable. So check on the flop, 3 on the turn. Dolan checks for a second time.
Bet. 275.
So the delayed continuation bet from Keither gets the fold from Dolan.
Stephen Bittner says, has anyone had a run like Coleman? Great player plus running like God. I mean, I can think if you go back in time over the course of the last 15, 20 years, there have been other players who've just had amazing runs in tournaments. It's his time. It's his turn.
This is our time. Our time down here.
I love this observation from Dana. She says, the chips look bigger than usual. And then Peter Blow responds, Dana, the chips aren't bigger. The players are smaller.
Oh, don't say that. That's just rude. These players are huge. And you know where they're the hugest, James? Right here. Right here. Where am I pointing?
Raise to 240.
At your hairy chest?
At my heart.
Oh, your
pointing
heart.
at my
Yeah, your
heart. Because they're
Oh.
real big in here, James.
They are massive chips, we have to concede. It's the big final table. You bring out the big chips for the big final table.
The big boy chips.
Hold on.
Leah raises the button with ace-queen suited. Dolan shoves from the small blind with pocket nines. Arnovsky folds the big, and Mike Leah calls with the ace-queen, and there is a classic race underway at this final table.
Like the guitar versus a piano. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. We're doing musical race situations today.
Caden shows ace queen punch. Has a pair of rounds.
John Dolan, the slight favorite. Flipping for his tournament life. Queen on the flop. Mike Leah jumps way out in front.
John Dolan looking for a 9.
Oh!
And there it is!
Turn card is a 9.
The miracle on the turn.
And that will lock it up. So John Dolan
There's a jack of diamonds.
gets a big double up on hand number 16 of this final table. Dolan now playing 5.7 million, and that's put a bit of a dent in Mike Leah's chip lead. He's down to 12 million, still in command of the table, but Dan Coleman is now not that far behind him. Coleman playing 10 million.
I guess that's one benefit to getting it all in before the flop. You get to see all 5 cards. Maybe if he had just seen a flop, then he would have folded that.
Rob King wants to point out that Dan Coleman's run is extraordinary because of the size and quality of the fields that he's beaten on this streak. And this is a rare thing to see Dan Coleman going deep in a big field, because most of the events we've seen him play have been massive buy-in events, super high rollers that cost like 100,000 euros, or the one drop which costs $1 million US. Generally we're talking like around 50 player fields, and here we're talking about around 1,000 players and 1,499 total entries.
What's that, 500 times that size? That's too many.
Well, Ray says Dan Coleman's run is reminding me of the run that Phil Ivey had years back, where he final tabled all of those World Series of Poker events. So here's how the chips have moved since the start of play. We say the start of level 1, we mean the start of the first level we've seen today. Mike Leah has lost 3 million. Dolan obviously has had that double up. Slight losses for Coleman and Keither. Kunix down $1 million, and that is significant. Hanovsky up by about the same amount. So Sean Kunix is now the low man at the table with 3.7 million. But Mark Snyder says, good things happen to good people. Pulling for you, Sean Kunix. Patricia Ryan says, Sean, we believe in you. You definitely inspire much happiness. That's from his mother-in-law. Even
Wow.
his mother-in-law
If you
likes
get
him.
along with the mother-in-law, Jesus must be a hell of a guy. Although I would probably all of a sudden be a lot closer to my in-laws if one of them was about to win $1.4 million. Just saying.
Well, Natasha Barber made it into the top 12 in this tournament. She tweets to say, God, I wish I'd made it to the top 6. This is so much fun to watch. But if you've made it into the top 6, you wouldn't be able to watch it.
I don't really think that's
I'm trying to create a
accurate
silver cloud. I'm trying to accentuate the
No,
positive.
I would just pat her on the back and say, it sucks, bro.
Okay. I tried. I failed. Jordan Young tweets boom after that double up at 9 on the turn. Great card for John Dolan.
Yes, it was. Well spotted.
Arik actually says, my money would be on Dolan to win it all.
He's going to put his dough on Dolan.
James Lambert tweets to say how awesome it is that you can watch the Twitter box while watching the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open live stream. You're welcome. So, guest commentator update. This just in. Sadly, Shannon Elizabeth will not be joining us during the first level of the day, but Shannon will be joining us later on. So we will be running that contest with Shannon, and maybe we will make it a contest worthy of the guitar.
I told you guys not to tell her that the webcast was with me until right before she was coming on the air. That was a mistake. Heads up to the flop.
With identical hands, ace-10 against ace-10. Manovsky makes it 425,000 and gets the fold.
Dominic Nietzsche here on the rail. Go Leafs, go A. Mike Leah fan.
And when we talk about players who've had amazing runs, Rich points out that Sam Trickett had 3 7-figure scores in 2011 and was then second in the one drop in 2012. He describes that as a nice heater, which I'd say is wonderful understatement.
Mm-hmm. Manovsky out.
Folded around to Dan Coleman in the small blind.
Goes limp check.
Coleman with King Jack. Sean Kunix with 4-3. Top pair for Coleman.
Not low for Kunix.
Check, check on the flop. A bet from Coleman on the turn, and a fold from Kunix. Scott Adamson is nailing his colours to the mast. He says, go, Canada, go. Another person supporting Mike Leah. And while we're on the subject of sick runs, Robert Brewer says, don't forget that Mike McDonald had 3 7-figure scores in less than a month to begin 2014.
Was one of them online?
Possibly.
No, it must have been. It must be some other tour.
Brought my dad's here. Brought my dad's here.
Really?
What's it gonna be, Mr. Greeny? Ace-7 suited on the button. Oh hell yeah!
275,000. Both blinds fold. Now, Mark Stocko has a theory, Joe, that you are a robot. He says, Joe Stapleton, please give me a shout-out to prove that you are not a robot.
Mark Stocko.
Mark Stocko would like a shout-out to prove that you're not a robot.
And just forgive me, I hope this doesn't make me look like a robot, but what is a shout-out again?
That's where you would be saying, hi, Mark Stocko.
So like this? Hey,
Yeah,
Mark Stocko! Like
that would be a kind of shout-out to Mark Stocko.
No, I don't do shout-outs, sorry. Boy, this, thank you, McCool, for sending in this picture of a trophy that Joe Keither has won before. That thing is badass.
It's an eagle on a mountain?
It's an eagle doing like a handstand, a one-winged wing stand on a rock with the winning cards at the bottom.
That is possibly the best poker trophy ever. If anyone has a photograph of a better poker trophy than that, I would like to see it. Make sure you tag it, SHRPO. Or 644 on the flop. We've only seen one of Mike Lear's hole cards, but we know he's ahead.
James, Kevin wants to know, why is everyone forgetting Daniel Negreanu's run in the last year? Why? Why are you forgetting it?
Sorry, who's Daniel Negreanu?
Never heard of him. Matt says he was watching me deep in a tournament on Full Tilt Poker the other day. Hope I shipped it. Sorry, Matt. Wasn't me.
There's 260.
Keither raising under the gun here with King 9 suited. Mordy asks, are you giving any prizes out? Yes, Mordy, we are, but it's early days. Let's settle in. Let's get to experience the early action at this final table. Let's get to know the dynamic between these 6 players.
What he means is we don't have that many prizes to give away, and we need to space them out.
That's true. We do have a guitar. We do have some Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open baseball caps and a couple of Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open pins with plastic protectors to ensure you don't accidentally skewer yourself.
You do have to win the plastic protectors separately, though.
This is true.
There's 240,000.
Mike Lear with ace-9. Min raises. Hold it around to Joe Keither in the big blind.
Who Kurt Peters says there's not enough people giving love to. Hometown represent. Big sigh at the table. Easy, guys. You're just playing for $1.5 million. Nothing to stress out about.
Just to recap where we are right now, Mike Lear leads with 12.7 million. Dan Coleman second on the leaderboard with 10.5 million. The shortest stack belongs to Sean Kunix with 3.1 million. What is that?
That's a wrestling belt, I believe.
This is a poker trophy tweeted by Steve O'Dwyer. Is that Govert Metal holding it?
Sure is. I didn't know he was the Intercontinental Champion. Did you get that from Shawn Michaels or Bret the Hitman Hart? We got another trophy in from Victor C.
Oh, wow. Horse Series main event champion. And it is a multicolored glass horse. It actually looks like it's made of candy. It looks like kind of a
It does look
Haribo
delicious.
horse.
I don't know. That's the kind of trophy that should come with a free bowl of soup.
Raises to 240,000.
I mean, it looks good with you, though. Remco says that was the WPT Montreal High Roller Belt.
That is a pretty special trophy to receive. But I have to say, the Eagle on the Mountain is still winning for me. Oh, we've got action here. Mike Leah raising under the gun with Jack 7 suited. Joe Keither calling in position on the button with Ace 10. Decision now on Sean Kunix, who's in the big blind with King Queen suited.
Seems like a spot, a very standard calling spot.
Raises to 920,000.
And he's decided to 3-bet.
920.
You're kind of turning your hand into a bluff a little bit, I think, when you do this.
Kunix raising to 920,000. Leah has folded. Keither could conceivably call, considering he has the advantage of position on all future betting streets.
I mean, Kunix is just going to have less than a pot-sized bet left behind, though, if this bet gets called.
Finally.
Keither folds, and Kunix celebrates winning a hand at the final table.
Inspire, hashtag inspire applause.
Yeah, it's fine. But I had such freaking garbage the whole time. But it was just a good spot. It was.
According to Matthew, Joe Keither's the pride of Brookfield, Wisconsin.
Matthew also predicts that he's about to ship it and says, go, go, go.
Gotta stay afloat somehow.
Yeah. You're ready to, right, man?
Now, Victor's horse trophy is actually making me hungry. I really want to I want to suck on it.
Sorry?
It looks kind of like lime flavored.
Snozberries taste like snozberries.
Novsky with Queen 5 suited raises.
He's going to open this pot wide, not give Dan Coleman the chance to. Actions folded around to Mike Leah in the big blind, King Jack.
Waving at each other, that's really sweet.
Hello down there. Hi, how are you? Thought we'd played some poker today. Great idea.
It's a call from Leah. Has the best hand. Still has the best hand. Not much for Hanovsky outside of backdoor draws.
I think Hanofsky still has the continuation bet here most of the time when you miss this hard. He doesn't. Picks up a flush draw on the turn.
It's all about the backdoors, but that is top 2 for Mike Leah. Might want to lead this.
Yeah, he do. He want to lead this.
Use some of those big chips. Talking about the denominations, talking about the actual physical size of the chips. $475,000. Mordy says, if I were to choose between a World Series of Poker bracelet and that rainbow-colored horse trophy, I'm choosing the trophy, hands down. Victor's just tweeted another one. This is for tomorrow's event.
These are from Asia, though. They don't count. Everything's weirder in Asia.
I have to say, that horse, not as appetizing. That actually looks like a bottle of cheap aftershave.
That looks like a horse-chicken hybrid.
But doesn't it look like it's containing some liquid that you actually wouldn't want to splash on your face?
Definitely. There's not many liquids I do like splashing on my face.
We move swiftly on as Hanovsky calls the 475k and bricks the river.
The flopped flush draw did come in, though. I wonder how Mike Leah approaches this. I think you still have to bet it. And he is going to bet it. It'll be interesting to see what Hanovsky does with very little showdown value. Might be tough for him to rep the flush, considering he did not continuation bet the flop. Most players with a couple of diamonds in their hand would have c-bet the flop. He decides not to rep anything except for a piece of cheese. Sends them to the muck. Mike Leah breaks a pot worth $1 million.
Yeah, back up to around 13.5 million. Hanovsky drops below the 6 million mark. Sean Kunix still the low man at the table, 3.6 million. Blinds still 60-120, and they'll stay that way for another 10 or 15 minutes. The next blind level, 80-160.
Hate that level.
Thank you for all your trophy photos, but right now nothing is beating Joe Keither's Eagle on a Mountain.
Raises to 275.
Jonathan Gilchrist says, I hope Sean Kunix wins. By far one of the nicest people on this planet. You got this, brother. Play with your heart.
Hashtag inspire happiness.
Raise from Coleman with Jack 7. Gets folds from everyone else. Coleman up to 11 million. So a reminder of what's at stake here.
Reset the stakes.
First player out of the final table, 324 grand. 7-figure scores for the top two. More than $1 million for the runner-up and more than 1.4 million for the winner. Plus the title and trophy that go with it.
Again, I repeat myself, that is just incredible. Two players are going to walk, at least two players are going to walk away from this with $1 million and a $5,000 buy-in tournament.
240? Raises to 240.
Y'all are starting to send in the same trophies, by the way, so let's just put an end to that.
You know that the trophy that started the conversation, when that starts getting tweeted again, you know
Exactly.
this bit's run its course, right? Mike Lee's button raised with Jack 7, called by Martin Hanovsky with Ace 3 in the big blind.
You know what I would do if I won that giant eagle trophy? I would make it the hood ornament on my monster truck. America.
Hanovsky with a gut shot. Mike Leah with just Jack high. Couple of backdoors. There's his Jack on the turn, takes the lead.
Backdoor pair draw, huh? Gets there.
Phil Cooper tweets to say, first day tuning into this event. Phil, you missed the super high roller yesterday. No surprise to see Dan Coleman make the final table. Good to have you with us, Phil. Going to see this thing through to its conclusion. Lay down to a champion today.
That's 240.
Leah betting 250,000 with the best of it.
Hanovsky calls with his draw. Does not get there.
But once again, the flop flush draw does get there. Hanovsky giving it a longer think this time as to whether or not he might want to try to rep something on this board.
One of our colleagues from the European Poker Tour, Matt Harper, actually tweeted earlier on commenting that she's very sad to see that Martin Hanovsky has cut his hair. He used to have long flowing golden locks, modeling the new look for 2014. Or the action, no, Hanovsky leads. Hanovsky bets 550,000.
So he is trying to rep a strong hand on this board, maybe a flush draw all along.
Leah only has second pair weak kicker. And obviously in addition to the flush draw coming in, Joe, a couple of flopped straight draws get there as well.
Yep, the open ender with 6-7 also got there. The weird backdoor 9-10 got there. And Hanovsky's in the big blind, so he can really rep a pretty wide range. Mike Leah right now trying to figure out if this is a credible line for a value hand. Hanovsky just called before the flop. Checked back. Excuse me, checked the flop to the aggressor. Leah did not continue. Check called the turn. Then leads river.
It's a half pot sized bet on the river.
And I think Hanovsky can pretty effectively rep a lot of hands that Leah's beating right now. Excuse me, not beating. That Leah is losing to. But he makes the call anyway, and it's a good one.
Makes the correct call. And wins the hand against Hanovsky.
Something just didn't seem right.
And Mike Leah is back up to 14.5 million. Hanovsky down to 4.7 million. I know we closed the whole trophies conversation, but this is a good one. Ashley's just tweeted what looks like a crocodile head trophy. I don't know which tournament this was presented in, but...
I know.
James, I think you'll find that's an alligator.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you tell the difference?
Crocodiles are the ones with the long, thin snouts.
Ah, and the alligators have the kind of square,
Yeah.
square heads.
I know.
Jose makes an early prediction that Dan Coleman, aka Mr. Run Good, will be one of the last two remaining. He is a beast.
What do you think about Chris here, who says, how come nobody's called out Kunix on the fact that he makes forward action with his chips every time he folds? It's a call.
Not gonna lie, I hadn't actually spotted that. We'll keep an eye on it.
And James incorrect in assuming that it's not any forward motion that can be ruled as a call, right? I mean,
It's clear forward motion. And that's at the discretion of the dealer and the tournament staff. Looks like it'll be Leah and Hanovsky round two. Leah opening from the cutoff with King 9 suited. And this is a 3-bet from Hanovsky with 5-3. It's a fold from Keitha in the big blind. Action back on the original razor.
100K stack.
3.8 or so.
What's that?
Nothing, just 5K.
5Ks.
Hanovsky getting a little weird with the suited one gapper.
So 2.8 behind.
3.9, 3.9.
Not a bad move out of position. Sometimes you get fold, sometimes you get called to make a weird little hand, can win a big pot. You just kind of have to be prepared to follow it up with more aggression if you miss, though.
There's another picture of the alligator head. I mean, if you were awarded that as a poker trophy, that would be going nowhere near your mantelpiece. That is the stuff of children's nightmares.
Some people like it.
Actually, never mind children's nightmares. That's the stuff of adults' nightmares.
What do you think? We want your fancy, shiny, weird European trophy with all the angles? It doesn't even stand up straight? Give me a good old gator head any day. Put my beer in there.
I'm sure this guy's happier to see that it's filled with money rather than beer.
Leah makes the fold, so the 3-bet bluff gets through.
And we're fast heading towards the first break of the day. Around 10 minutes left on this level. Jake Schwartz says, shout out to the days Joe Keither used to deal at the Commerce, one of the most efficient dealers I have ever seen. Plenty of players started their careers as dealers before actually turning pro or becoming regular tournament players.
Some of them even poker dealers.
Thanks to the Poker Mutant, by the way, for pointing out that alligator head is from the World Series of Poker Cert event in New Orleans. Some of the heroes are watching, Joe. Juan Lu tweets to say, let's go.
Stop.
Mike Leah,
Stop looking at me, Schwan.
bring home the bacon.
Check.
Button versus Big Blind. Coleman ahead with King High.
Action goes check, check. 10 on the turn. That's the nut straight for Coleman. This would not be a good time for Martin Hanovsky to bluff. He's not to know that.
Actually, might not be such a bad time. I mean, Coleman has the best hand, but it's just King High.
It's got a straight. It turns out.
Oh, excuse me. Just looking at what's on the screen. I agree with James, by the way. Not a good time to bluff.
Coleman
Good check.
calls the delayed c-bet of 350, and Hanovsky waves the white flag of surrender on the river. Hanovsky not having a good time right now. Down to around 4.5 million. Coleman up to 10.3 million.
I do like this picture of Alan Chainsaw Kessler posing with his gator head win because he's making a fist and it looks like he killed it with his own hands.
I think Chainsaw would actually win if he had a bare knuckle fight with an alligator.
Well, I don't know about a bare knuckle fight, but if it was like on Twitter, he would definitely kill an alligator. Can you kill an animal with complaints? Is that something? Is that a thing? Because if that's possible, I would also take Kessler.
Under the gun raised from Mike Leah with King 3. And he's found a customer in Martin Hanovsky, who flats in the cutoff. Leah still ahead.
Janowski flops a pretty interesting draw. I think the 5 makes him a nice disguised hand.
Max Allen has just tuned in. Says Coleman is at the final table again. Jesus. That's what he does. He bosses. Janowski wins that one with a bet on the flop. Mark Stocko says, how do I win the guitar, guys? We will be running a competition a bit later on today. And Shannon Elizabeth, who'll be joining us on the live stream, will be a part of that competition. We'll explain all a bit later on. But yep, keep watching, because there will be the chance to win a hard rock guitar. As we see the stacks of the final 6, we now have 4 out of the 6 players with sub 50 big blind stacks. Kunix, the low man, with 28 bigs. Leah and Coleman still in command. Janowski with a genuine hand here, ace-king suited. Raises to 300,000. Folded around to the blinds. It's Mike Leah in the big blind. And he folds as well. Hand 33 of the final table. Dan Coleman has king 6 and raises. Sean Kunix on the button has pocket 7s.
Not a hand you're gonna fold. Usually not a hand you don't want to play too big a pot with either.
Coleman with the betting lead, Kunix with the advantage of position and the best hand.
Coleman flops a hand that's going to be the best hand on this board most of the time. And bets it.
C-bet of 250,000. Kunix calls.
Oh boy.
Kunix now with a lock on the hand. Full house.
Dan may slow down a lot once he gets called on that flop.
Coleman has checked.
There's the bet from Kunix. Oh, he's gonna get a call from Coleman.
Check.
3 on the river. Coleman checks.
I think Kunix bets again here. Coleman finds a fold a lot of the time. Oh, especially when he jams.
Oh, just gotta see both hands.
Wow, Coleman called.
Wow.
Why do you have to show both hands? All in a call, you have to show both hands. You have to show both hands when you call.
And Sean had 7.
Pretty standard tournament poker rule. In the event of an all-in and a call, both hands are displayed.
Snap called, too.
And we were on a
Coleman heroes and is wrong. And Kunix doubles up to nearly 7 million. And Kunix is now third in chips behind Coleman, who's playing 8.3 million, and Mike Lear, who's playing 13.7 million.
He must have seen Kunix do something like that before, where the total airball, I think, is the only way you can call there. He has to be capable of that.
I guess the shove was polarizing, but Coleman didn't even think about it. He snapped him off. So there's the chip movement from the beginning of the first level of the day. When we come back from the first break of the day, the blinds will be up to 80,000 and 160,000. We're going to have some more guests later on, hopefully joined by Jason Mercier. Shannon Elizabeth along later on as well, and a chance for you to win a Hard Rock guitar, courtesy of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open and PokerStars.tv.
Not since Torquemada and the Inquisition has this kind of cruelty been inflicted upon a small Jewish man.
I've done well in poker. I don't like to brag, but you could look it up.
But now all that kind of goes out the window. It's pretty crazy, actually, especially with the first prize like this.
It's all or nothing. $1 million. Who couldn't use $1 million?
Millie ball, ka-ching.
Finally, we get to do something new and exciting. I'm looking forward to putting Scotty Nguyen and Jennifer Tilly in the cage, and I'll be mocking them while they're there.
The Prince of Poker, baby. Scotty Nguyen.
Armageddon's coming.
It feels good to do the light stuff, you know?
Give me loads of time.
Oh, I don't want to go in the shark cage.
I can't fold this to the toilet.
God damn, don't do it!
Was that a bluff?
Oh, in the cage.
It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
That's called a needle!
We have that cage. We should have like a dominatrix with a whip come out. Like all the in there.
I will fly across this table and beat you with my chip. It's not just a dislike, I hate you.
Such an idiot! I'm more concerned about how I get Mr. Grissom over in that cage.
I don't like to do that, Theodore.
All poker should be like this.
They don't even give you a chair in there.
Before the break, we saw Ryan Reese, the self-proclaimed best player in the world, lose a sizable pot to Bryn Kenny here at the PokerStars.net PCA Super High Roller. We asked Ryan and some of the other Super High Rollers what makes the perfect player.
The perfect poker player has,
well, I guess skill, money.
Tremendous intelligence.
Natural talent.
Incredible confidence in her own game.
Wisdom.
knowledge and patience.
Focus. Experience.
Alligator blood.
And discipline.
He'd be good.
I'm surprised Ryan Reese wasn't like, he should have blonde hair. His name should be Ryan.
Blinds are up to 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante. Paul Newey's just taken a seat at our feature table.
Huey, Dewey, and Newey.
Deuce 4 suited. That gets mucked. 7-6 suited for Donnie Stern.
Donnie Stern. It's not always a man's last name matches his face. Thank God it's Donnie Stern and not Don Johnson.
Stern raises to 7,000. King 10 for Martin Finger. He folds. Deuces for Ryan Reese on the button. He calls. Donnie Stern folds the small blind. Jesse Chinney in the big blind with 10-4 of clubs.
Come on, Jesse, we really want you to be part of the show. Duh. We're gonna work in, I promise.
Heads up to the flop, and because Paul Newey folded a deuce, Donnie Stern is a 60% favorite. While he flops top pair in a straight draw, Reese with an underpair and a useless gut shot.
There's a very strong argument for a bet here. It's a great flop for Donnie's hand. Plenty he can get value from, and he's got a strong redraw.
He checks.
Well, Donnie knows what he's doing, so he must think there's more value in inducing bluffs, maybe?
Ryan bets 8,000.
Donnie's inducement has worked, and I know inducement's a word because when I wrote it, there was no red line under it. I checked it 3 times.
Donnie calls.
Inducement.
The turn card is a 3.
Well, that's kind of Ryan's gin card, so I'd expect things to get a little weird here.
Once again, he finds himself with the baby end of the straight against a player with the high end of the straight.
And things got weird by not getting weird. Check, check.
Ace on the river.
This is indeed a strange universe.
Stern checks again. Another example of inducement.
It's a trap.
17,500 from Reese.
Oh, yeah, Donnie. Time for some sexy check raise action. Get in there, boy. Get all up in them chips.
$62,000.
62,000.
Stern goes big, 62K, and Reese calls.
Whoops.
Yes, sir.
Ryan shows the deuce, shows he was the victim of yet another cooler. A stack of more than 300K now for Donnie Stern. Ryan Reese on 150K.
Listen.
Ryan's made more expensive second-best hands than that medical droid at the end of Empire.
He has a name, Joseph, 21B.
Wow. Nerd alert.
3-way action at the secondary feature table. Phil Gruesom's bet the flop. Both Jason Mercier and Guy Laliberté have called.
I like Phil's hand.
He's got top 2. But there's a flush on the turn for Guy. We've only seen one of Jason's cards.
I like Guy's hand. And Guy's flush ain't so hot, but it's still going to be the best hand a lot.
Now he's turned a flush, he comes out betting. 31,000.
I don't think Phil's ever folding this. He'll be behind sometimes, but he'll reevaluate on the river. Too easy to do this with a flush draw or a pair and a flush draw.
Gruesome has called. Jason Mercier calls as well with something.
Ace 10 or ace king with the king of spades?
9 on the river, full house for Gruesome. Now Guy may fear the double paired board.
Yeah, not such a great board to bet a flush now.
Action's been checked to him. And looks like Guy will bet again.
I think this bet will work more often as a bluff than it will for value.
46,000.
All in.
Gruesome shoves. He's got both players covered. Jason Mercier folds.
8 high flush on a double paired board.
And Guy folds as well.
A good fold from a good Guy.
Ship the pot to Gruesome.
Should both of his cards what?
Now up over 650,000.
Aw, sad clown. It's funny because he's sad and he is a trained clown.
Well, that win takes Phil Gruesome to the top of the leaderboard. Siva and Bonomo still up near the top. Well, we just saw the one-drop founder suffer a significant loss. Now the one-drop's first winner is in action. Antonio Esfandiari bets the flop.
Call.
Shaq shoves. Esfandiari calls. Aces against queens.
How's that 2 hands?
Dan Shaq getting unlucky here. He runs good at life.
Queen on the river.
I was just kidding.
Sometimes you just know it's coming.
Looks like Shaq has busted Esfandiari in that hand.
He may have also busted his headphones.
Just checking the stacks.
I've never seen you both.
Yes, Shaq's got him covered. Yes, he is out.
And yes, he has a bit of a drinking problem.
Question is, will he reload? We'll wait to see if Antonio Esfandiari pays another $100,000 to re-enter this tournament.
Till then, him and his gorgeous girlfriend are just gonna have to go to the beach. I'm sorry.
Over to the secondary feature table where 4 players have gone to the flop. It's Daniel Negreanu who bets, gets a fold from Phil Gruesome. Timothy Adams with second pair.
It's the best hand. It's tough to fold second pair to a bet from Daniel. He plays a lot of cheese, even if he does refuse to eat it.
Adams calls. An underpair for Guy Laliberté. He folds. 6 of hearts on the turn. Negreanu picks up a gut shot. Action goes check, check. The river is a 3. Daniel gets there somehow.
Gets there like the weird guy from The Office who somehow found out about your house party.
The better part of 60,000 in the pot. Daniel bets a little more than half that. 32,000.
Daniel is lucky to have gotten there, but my guess is he had a plan to bet most rivers. It's not the greatest board for Tim's hand.
He folds.
Gets away from it, even though Daniel's hand was more disguised than the saint. Nice fold, Tim Zero Thee.
Who does stupid joke like that? I don't know, just me, I think. It's fun.
Daniel was recently declared Player of the Decade. So how's he feeling about the next 10 years?
The thing about poker is interesting when you talk about who's the best player in the world. A lot of it has to do with a little bit of luck and whatnot. Having said that, if you base it on results, I'd feel safe in saying that yes, I've certainly put the results together, not just this year, but over the last decade, to put me up there as one of the best. Based on the fact that I plan to be playing for another 10 plus years, I see no reason why I should slow down. I don't think there's anything so innovative that's gonna come out that's gonna, blow me out of the water where I can no longer be successful. So I'm gonna say it's just gonna be me. So I'm definitely on that top 300 list.
He ranks himself in the top 300. Oh my God, the ego on that guy.
Blinds are now 1,500 and 3,000 with a 400 ante. At the main feature table, Ryan Reese is facing a raise from Tobias Reinkemeyer. King-Queen suited for Ryan. And he calls. Round to Mike McDonald in the small blind. He passes. Paul Newey in the big blind. There's ace-deuce of spades.
Oh yeah, nut flush draw. Get in it. Certainly getting the right price.
Newey calls as well. This is a 3-way party. Reinkemeyer ahead for now with pocket tens. Wow, it's all spades. Nut flush for Newey, second nut flush for Reese, an overpair, and a flush draw of his own for Reinkemeyer.
I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Siberia.
Action checked around to Reese.
Ryan Reese is going to get a lot of hate if he goes broke here, but honestly, there is nothing this kid can do. Cabs are here.
He bets 11,000. Not much for Newey to worry about. Yes, there's a potential straight flush out there, but still. He just calls.
I forgot all about Tobias. Big pair, big spade, little chips. He could be in some real trouble here.
All in.
Reinkemeyer shoves. All in for 69,200.
Here we go.
And Ryan cannot fold.
60.
That's 20s.
That's 22.
Boy, this is just a silly cooler. I haven't seen a cooler this silly since Carrot Top's lunchbox.
It's 45. 45 22 is 67, 68, 69, 69,200 total.
Michael.
Ryan Reese calls for most of his chips. Paul Newey's got him well covered.
Give him a second to disregard that he could be losing the 4-7 of spades. And... okay, maybe 3 seconds. No more than 5, though.
He puts Reese all in.
Michael.
And Reese calls.
Not only is Reese going broke, but he's going to get lambasted over social media. And fairly unjustly, too, I would say.
Good luck, guys.
Reese drawing dead. Reinkemeyer needing running cards. There's a slim chance of a split pot.
Let's do this. Come on.
7 of spades is okay. Give us a sweat.
I take both. Like, just...
The turn card is the Queen of Diamonds. It's over.
A good card.
Double elimination.
Ryan Reese, we hardly knew ye.
See you guys.
Paul Newey takes out 2 players and moves up over 500,000 chips on day 1 of the PCA Super High Roller. We lose Tobias Reinkemeyer and Ryan Reese.
Maybe not the best player in the world, but he was on the business end of more coolers than a fertility clinic.
I believe that when you're spoiled or blessed by life, it's important to give back. One Drop is a foundation I put in place in 2007, helped to bring water to people in need.
Hello and welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open from Hollywood, Florida, where 6 players remain in the $10 million guaranteed main event. Moving on to the second level of this final table. Blinds now 80,000 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Mike Lear leads. John Dolan is the shortest stack with 29 big blinds. And just before the break, Joe Stapleton, we saw the big double up for Sean Kunix through Dan Coleman. Mixed reaction on Twitter. All of Sean's fans and family delighted at that double up. The rest of the world slightly disturbed by the motion that he made to the crowd after winning that hand.
It seemed to be born of pure passion in the moment. I don't know that it probably looked a little worse than he intended it to. We like people to celebrate. It's a little tough when you do a big fish reeling in motion next to the guy that you just doubled through, though.
Well, Emily is among the people delighted at the result of that hand. Came from behind to move into the 3 spot of the first break. So proud of you, Sean. Hashtag Inspire Happiness. The hashtag you should be using on Twitter, by the way, is SHRPO. The next couple of minutes, we'll have Jason Mercier with us in the booth. So if you've got a question for Jason, that is the hashtag to use if you'd like us to put that question to the Merce Dog.
By the way, guys, we're going to be selecting 2 of your questions. Whichever 2 of you ask Jason's favorite questions of this session, we're going to play a little game later on with Jason, and one of you will win a prize.
We're going 3-way to this flop. Coleman opened with ace-king. Lear calls on the button with 6s. Hanofsky calls in the big blind with 9-6. Lear still ahead.
Check. Check. Check.
Action check to Mike, who's on the button.
I think with 2 6s you like this board.
475,000.
Can bet it for a little value, but also semi-bluff. Hanofsky's got the same gut shot. Does not get any value. 2 folds.
So Mike Lear extends his chip lead, still hovering around the 14.5 million mark. Dan Coleman, the second biggest stack, with 7.8 million. Sean Kunix not that far behind him now with 7.2 million. So let's bring Jason Mercier into the mix. Jason, here we are in your hometown.
And I can't believe I'm not at the final table.
The Merce Dog. Merce Dog, not at the final table. Did you make the final 2 tables?
I made the final 209 players.
Okay, well that's pretty good in a 1,000-player tournament. That's a cash.
We made the money, yeah.
Good.
They paid 300 spots, so.
Good. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Cash
Cash
you're
is
all
a
set
cash.
for the next year, right? With a cash like that. Free rolling, as they say.
Free rolling food for the next couple months.
Well, food is
probably.
good. We need food. It's one of the 5 needs.
What are the other 4?
I don't know. I was just making that up.
Oh, okay. Thought you had a list.
Get your questions in for Jason Mercier, the Merce Dog. Hashtag SHRPO.
Questions that aren't for Jason Mercier coming in as well. Danny Sear says, what is the prize structure for the final table? Remember, these are the last 6 players from nearly 1,500 entries. Next player out, $324,000. More than $1 million for the top 2, $1,047,000 for the runner-up, $1.4 million for the winner. A lion's share of the $10 million guaranteed prize pool.
So do we think Dan Coleman's going to win the $1 million or the $1.4 million?
Is he? Can he only get first or second? Is that?
I assume that's the only 2 possibilities for him.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get second here.
He's gonna get the $1 million.
Yeah.
First question for Jason Mercier from Matthew says, what is the worst bad beat you have ever received?
Worst bad beat I've ever received. Probably running kings into aces in one drop in 2012.
That sounds pretty terrible.
For
Okay.
For the
yeah.
chip lead pot, 19 left against Antonio, and he won for 15 million.
I think that might be one of the worst beats that anyone has ever received in the history of the universe.
Maybe in the history of poker, but
at least you didn't run aces into aces and still lose.
I know that made me feel, you know, like it wasn't that bad.
Puts everything in perspective.
Yeah.
Coleman's flop best here. Proves to a better 2-pair on the turn. Not much for Keitha.
Got the old 10-ball Getty.
That's 150. 160.
Well, this is blind on blind, unraised pre-flop. Keitha now bets 160,000 with that gut shot.
This is probably going to get a lot of folds in general, huh? Just not now?
Yeah, I like the way that Kuthar played the hand for sure. So far, it's yeah. I don't know if I like the raise here by Coleman, but trying to get extra value.
Raises to 450,000.
Would you prefer a flat call there?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Kuthar's got to have like a 7 in his hand for this to like get more value. I think he just makes more money if he calls because Kuthar might bet the river again with his bluffs.
So Coleman wins that one. Some more questions for Jason, and one of them is about the hand that we saw just before the break. And Jason, I know you heard about it during the break. You didn't actually see the hand play out. But Joe Rodriguez says, what do you think of Dan's snap call there with a 6?
I didn't know that he snapped, but I mean, I assume that he must have thought he had some sort of physical read on
it's got to be
Koenig,
history-based,
that
yeah.
he was bluffing, you know, on the turn, and he just decided he wasn't going to fold on the river, maybe. So, yeah, obviously it probably looked worse, or looked pretty bad, but you know, Coleman's not exactly a fish here.
Well, here's Danny's question. Remember, we need to remember the good ones, okay? So we need you to pick out a couple of people to play in the competition, Jason. Danny says, what's your favorite part of owning a non-poker related business?
My favorite part.
Can you still get rivered in owning a non-poker related business?
I don't, not exactly. Can't get rivered. I mean, you could get
turned.
Or a bad beated, I guess. But I don't know about.
So you still can't even
specifically
avoid bad
rivered.
beats, even in the business world.
No, bad beats are all around us.
So if no bad beats isn't a plus, what is the biggest plus?
I would just say that, you know, having something to do outside of poker, you know, to keep my mind occupied, and also, you know, it's a potential to have another income stream, which is important for, you know, someone like me who isn't necessarily guaranteed to be making money. I could be losing money.
Does it take some of the stress off?
It hasn't exactly yet because I haven't really, you know, made a lot of money from it. But you know, if I had a bunch of money coming in, it would probably take some stress away from playing poker.
So we've got three-way action here. Mike Lear was the original raiser, called by Hanovsky and Kunex. Hanovsky, flop top pair. Still has the best hand. Kunex now has a gut shot. He checks. Lear's drawing dead. He checks.
What do you do here when you're Hanovsky, Jason? You just check behind here, or do you keep going for value and
he
some
checked back
protection?
the flop, right?
He did check the flop, yes.
Yeah, I would probably bet now here. Try to get some value and value / protection. You know, try to get called by a king or a 9 or whatever. You could even possibly bet here and bet the river, depending on what the river card brings.
Well, his bet of 550,000 is greeted with a couple of folds. Diego Thomas has a question. Jason, how much money would it take to not play poker ever again? There's a second part to the question. How much money would it take to not play basketball ever again?
Oh, man. I like that question. To never play poker again, it's less than you'd think.
$10?
No. I'm willing to double that.
I'd say I'd probably walk away from poker for maybe 8 or 9 million.
That's actually not less than I would think.
Really?
That was more than I would think.
Yeah, maybe I would do it for less. I don't know. It's so difficult though, because it's like, then I really have to figure out what to do with my time and. So
you're not really getting paid to quit poker. You're getting paid to actually grow up.
Yeah, sort of. But yeah, I mean, to never play basketball again. Man, that is tough.
How old are you right now?
I'm 27.
You're 27? I mean, there's a good chance that every time you play basketball is going to be the last time you ever play basketball. You're becoming an old man.
That is true. Not like a good chance, but obviously, I could sustain an injury, so I guess like a couple million, maybe. And no, I would never play basketball again. I mean, I play basketball a few times a week, almost as much as I play poker. Not as far as hours, but, days of the week that I do. So, and I actually enjoy playing basketball more than playing poker, but, I don't exactly make money playing basketball, so.
That hand, by the way, was raise and take it for Coleman from the button. We've got some poker-related questions for you. This one from Mordy. Have you ever hero called with Jack High?
Yeah, I think so. I don't specifically remember any instances of it, probably because I've never done it correctly. But definitely on some double paired boards and stuff like that, where it's like 9-9, 7-7 or whatever, and you can call the guy with Jack 10. Where he could have 10-8 or 8-6 or a lower pair. I'm sure that I've done it a few times, but I'm not exactly sure that I've ever done it and won the hand.
What about this question from Dre? Jason Mercier, what is the worst bluff you have ever pulled off?
Well, that's kind of a weird question, because if it's...
Well, it could be a bad bluff, which in retrospect you shouldn't have made, but somehow you got away with. Maybe that's what he's asking.
Let's go with that interpretation.
But that's hard to know that it was a bad bluff if it worked. You know what I mean?
Have you ever made a bluff where as soon as you've actually made the bet, you're thinking, I really shouldn't have done that?
Yeah, a lot of times. I mean,
that's good
to know. Pretty much as soon as the guy starts to tank or like he reaches for chips, you start to think, man, I shouldn't have made this bluff. But yeah, I can't think of like one particular instance where it then worked, But when the person puts you in the tank for a while, for like 6 minutes, you definitely are regretting making the bluff for sure.
Coleman wins another hand, up to 9.3 million now. I like this question from Craig. What puts you on tilt more than anything at the poker table? Maybe not necessarily affects your game, but just irritates you and annoys you.
At the poker table?
Yeah.
The first card off the deck rule.
That doesn't tilt me too much anymore.
Now we are more interested in other players' behavior, I think.
Yeah. Let me think. What tilts me?
I'm going to rattle some things off. Over celebration?
No, that doesn't really tilt me too much.
Too much table talk.
If it's somebody that I don't really like and they're just like constantly talking to me, that's very tilting. But sometimes when I have somebody there and we're having a good conversation, it can really help the day go by. Yeah, it just depends on the person.
Slow players.
Yeah, slow players really tilt me. Especially when it's like, you're wanting like a lot of hands to go by. Let's say there's a couple bad players and your table might break soon and it's a good table and like the good players at the table are just taking forever. And it's just very, very tilting.
How about a smelly player?
I don't really have that great of a sense of smell, so most of the time I don't really smell other people when they smell bad. Does that make sense?
Sure. What about a bad player getting lucky?
No, I actually like that, unless it's against me. But yeah, you have to be okay with that and understand that it's part of the game. And that's part of being a professional. So that doesn't tilt me at all.
Another win for Coleman there, closing in on the 10 million mark. As Brandon Temple asks a good question, on a scale of Kessler to drunk D-Negs, how tight would you recommend a recreational player who made it to this final table play the game? So at one end of the spectrum, you got Chainsaw, Alan Kessler. At the other end of the spectrum,
Kessler.
a drunk Daniel Negreanu. So that's our spectrum. So where are we at that spectrum and how we should play this final table?
An amateur.
Yes.
Probably about a 2.5 to a 3 towards.
Is that 2.5 Kesslers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like not 2.5 or 3x. I mean on like a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being Kessler, 10 being drunk Daniel. I would go with about 2.5 or 3. You don't want to be like so tight to where you're blinding off, but you definitely want to be trying to pick your spots well and you know, waiting for hands, because this is obviously a very talented field. Final table.
Nathan's question to Jason Mercier: which is more annoying, Stapes or having to discuss poker strategy on a live stream?
They're not. Neither one is annoying. I love Stapes, and
thank you, Jason.
And I actually do enjoy talking a little strategy every now and then. Now, I used to not like it at all, but I've learned some things over the last, years. Grown up, like Stapes said.
We like the new Jason.
Raise 275,000.
No huge hands, no big pots in this level. I mean, we did observe during the break that they're still pretty deep. Blinds 8160 with an average stack of 7.5 million.
Well,
check.
That's a big hand for Coleman.
Yeah, but once again, like when he had the kings against Manovsky's rag hand, it's like his opponent hasn't flopped anything.
Yeah, you want him to have the king of diamonds here.
Yeah, but he may. This is a good spot for Coleman to just, check call and pretty much hope that he hangs himself. A diamond on the turn might actually be a good thing here for Coleman, because he has nothing. Hanowski.
Oh.
The king of diamonds though is not good, because now he has a pair. So he's not gonna just fire it off, because he's gonna hope that he has the best hand.
Doesn't need to bluff anymore.
Correct. Oh no. Why is he leading?
Explain yourself, Jason. Why are you surprised at the lead?
Well, I mean, I guess knowing that he has king 4, it's a good lead, but yeah, I mean, it's just like I wouldn't expect him to really lead here with ace 4 of diamonds. You check call the flop and the turn brings another diamond, like, yeah.
Well,
But
the unorthodox bet's working.
This is why he did it, I guess.
And
how happy are you, by the way, when you make that bet and get called somehow?
Yeah, you're happy because you expect to get called on the river too. You expect the guy to have like the jack 10 or 9 of diamonds. Is that the jack of diamonds?
Jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts.
So 2.8 million in the middle. Hanowski with 3.6 million behind.
Yeah, I think Coleman's gonna bet probably like 1.5-ish on the river. I would expect Hanowski to fold.
750.
Oh wow, he bet real small.
Sure did.
Most people watching in the US, Jason, Martin Hanowski is kind of the unknown face at this final table. We know him from the European circuit. You spend a lot of time playing in Europe. Have you ever come across this guy before?
I played against him in the World Series, actually. He was deep in the 3K, not this year, but last year, that I got 16th in. I don't know what he finished, but
think that may be the event where he finished 4th.
Yeah, I think so.
Makes the right fold.
That's the only time that I played against him.
He makes the laydown, and Coleman is up to 11.4 million, behind chip leader Mike Lear, who's got 14 million. Hanovsky the shortest stack with 3.6 million. And some more questions for Jason Mercier. Rob King needs your fancy football knowledge. He says, who do you think I should start in a 2-quarterback league? Kaepernick, Peyton Manning, or Rivers?
Probably Manning. I'm not exactly a fantasy football genius, but Manning put up some huge numbers last year, and you know, expect the same thing from this year.
Aaron says, how tall is Alan Barry?
Alan's probably about 5'4", 5'5", maybe. Maybe 5'3". I don't know exactly. He'd probably get mad if I said that he's any shorter.
Action here folded around to the blinds. Dan Coleman in the small blind with 6-7. Just calls.
Check.
And Sean Kunix checks his option with King 4 suited. Queen, Queen 4 on the flop. So Kunix flops best. But it's Coleman who bets 200,000.
Raise 400,000.
Oh, and he raises. Thoughts?
I actually don't mind this raise at all because you do protect your hand a little bit, and you can get some value from flush draws or, you know, worse 4s. But yeah, I mean, Coleman's gonna have a hand like he does and have 6 outs, where it's just, you know, you get some value and you protect your hand by raising there. You do leave yourself a little vulnerable to get bluffed if Coleman were to put in a big raise or to call and then, you know, bet or something. But you know, if you don't based on game flow, if you expect the guy to just muck when he doesn't have it and like call when, you know, he may have some sort of equity, then I think it's fine.
Joe, you can pick out some of your favorite questions in a moment. I'll just finish with this one from Mad Cow because I think this is a good one. Jason, what's your favorite thing to do during breaks to refresh? Because I find myself just sitting and waiting most of the time. In that 15 to 20 minutes, okay, you get to use the bathroom, but what else is a good use of that time? I am one of those people who finds myself just hovering by the table waiting for the action to restart.
Same.
Yeah, I do that a lot too. Usually it depends on the tournament or like who else is around. If I have like some close friends that are in the same tournament, then I'll usually spend the break talking to them about, you know, hands that they played, hands that I played, or, you know, like how they're doing in the tournament. But besides that, yeah, most of the time I just go to the bathroom, and then, you know, if I don't need to like get a drink or get food, it's kind of like, okay.
Do you have
what
any?
do I do now?
Do you have any friends in your circle, in your group, Jason, who seem like they act like they want to talk to you about a hand during a break, but really they just want to tell you a bad beat story?
No.
Everyone's beyond that at this point.
Yeah.
It's good. You got a tight inner circle, buddy.
Well, it's just if they do that, they usually
out of the circle.
Yeah, they usually don't get in if they're if they have that characteristic.
Jason, Andra wants to know, what is your favorite Taylor Swift song?
I don't have one.
That's ridiculous. That's a lie. By
I mean,
the
I'm
way.
sure.
Jason,
I'm sure I do. If you played like her 10 best songs, then I'm sure I could pick a favorite. But like, I don't know that I could name one.
So what you're saying is that you like so many of her songs that you'd have a hard time naming just one favorite.
I don't know the names of any of her songs, but if you played the song, I could probably sing every lyric.
So he doesn't know the names because he loves them so much that he just hears pure joy in his ears. It's just oral orgasm.
You're twisting some things here.
Raise and take it here for Joe Keither. As we move on to hand 46 of this final table. Actually, Nicholas has an interesting question about Dan Coleman. Jason, how much do you think Olivier Bousquet has influenced Coleman's success, and do you yourself have someone you consider to be a mentor?
Well, to answer the second part, I don't have someone that I consider to be my mentor as far as from a poker standpoint. Maybe you know, I have like people that I look up to as far as like life decisions and whatnot. But yeah, as far as a poker mentor, I don't have one. I think that Olivier definitely had a very big impact on Dan. Kind of. My understanding of Dan is that he, you know, had all the talent, but kind of had some problems with maybe bankroll management or tilting and whatnot. And I think that Olivier probably really helped him, you know, fine-tune his skills and become a very dominant player.
QNX is raised here from the cutoff with jacks. John Dolan with 8-5 suited in the small blind.
Haven't seen much from Dolan since he had those few shoves, those few reshoves in the beginning that won him the blinds and antes.
Well, it looks like he's going to lose some chips here. Just trying to figure out how much. Looks like 950.
1,050,000.
Oh,
more.
There's an extra 100,000 down the drain. Kunix is 100% shoving. Dolan is 100% folding.
All in.
There's the 100% shove. And the 100% fold.
Nailed it.
Nice job, Jason. The Merce Dog. Michael wants to know, does Jason have a new lucky shirt, or is it still the striped one?
I haven't actually worn the striped one in a while. Maybe I should. But no, I don't have a new lucky shirt.
But he doesn't even want to call when he has ace-king.
Kazler wants to know, do you regret the bluff against Ivy in high-stakes poker or the fold against Trickett in the Aussie Millions cash game when you had aces?
I do not regret the bluff against Ivy. I still think that it was good. You know, considering that he almost folded and I had good equity based on how much money I had already put into the pot. I do regret folding against Trickett, though, because something smelled funny, and I just ended up not going with my read.
And you already said you don't have a very good sense of smell, so it must have smelled really funny.
Yeah, really funky almost.
Raise 320,000.
I laid down aces, if you guys were curious.
Pre-flop?
No, on the river.
Did you just lay down aces in the clip we showed too in the break?
Yeah, it's just, you know, sometimes aces just
When will it end?
Aren't the best hand.
But it's aces.
Ace-9 for Mike Lear. He's raised. Joe Keefe in the big blind has Queen-8. And he defends. Ace-high still ahead.
Check, bet, fold. Wasn't that a movie?
Check, bet, fold?
Raise, bet, fold, wasn't
Oh.
it?
Bet, raise, fold?
That, there's definitely those three words.
Some of
Can't
those
remember the
things.
order.
It was one or two of those things.
Of course, Lear has actually paired his 9.
I'd be very surprised if Kuther calls here.
Facing a continuation bet of 330,000. Sure enough, Joe folds. John the Book has a very simple question. Jason, has it ended yet?
No. It has not ended.
In which case, his second part of his question, when will it end?
I wish I knew, but you know, no one can know.
We actually have a meeting every other Thursday to decide if it's going to end the following week, and at the moment there are no plans for it to end.
Well, that's good news for me.
Josh wants to know which poker news genius would win heads up, Donnie Peters or Rich Ryan?
Wow, that is tough, and I'm gonna
It's a race situation.
I'm gonna have to say that, yeah, it could go either way. That's 50-50. Because I don't want to hurt either one of their feelings, and they're both actually pretty decent players from what I understand.
David Baker wants to know, how many people do I speak for when I say we don't give two flyings about Alan Berry's height or Taylor Swift when 1 million is on the line? I'd say you speak for 4 or 5 people in the audience.
Which David Baker is that?
This is DM Bakes.
Okay.
I'd say you speak for a very small minority of people in the audience, as you can tell by looking at the hundreds of questions that are coming in for Jason Mercier. But thanks for weighing in, Bakes.
I'm all in. All in.
I wish I had a better answer, more definitive answers for those questions. Maybe he wouldn't have been so upset.
Coleman putting the pressure there on Hanovsky. Martin open on the button with Queen 4. Coleman shoves it in from the big blind with 6s, gets the fold. Here's a toughie from Ashley. Jason, would you rather play high stakes super stud with Jungle Man or high stakes pineapple open face with Jean-Robert Ballande?
Oh, that's a very easy one. High stakes pineapple open face with Jean-Robert. For sure. Although I would like to play both of them. If I could just get a spinning chair and spin back and forth in the two tables.
We can do that. We can get you a spinning chair.
That sounds like a sweet money-making opportunity.
Here's how the players stack up. We've got 2 guys with sub-20 big blind stacks, Dolan and Hanovsky. 19 and 18 big blinds respectively. Mike Lear still leads with more than 14 million and 88 big blind stack. So how close are we to deciding which 2 questioners, which 2 interrogators are going to play our competition?
I've taken the liberty of writing down 3 names that I thought asked pretty good questions. Diego asked the question about the first one that Jason said he liked. Not really sure.
It was the one about how much to stop playing poker and how much to stop playing basketball.
Yes, there was that one. Then there was Kazra, who asked a pretty good question. I have to bring it up, though, because I can't remember. Do you regret the bluff against Ivy in high-stakes poker? I thought that was a decent question from Kazra. And I like John the Book's question of when will it end? Or has it ended?
Has it ended? If not, when will it end?
Do I decide?
Yeah, so of those 3, you get to pick 2 of them.
I would take the first 2.
All right, so he wants Diego and Kazra. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to play a little game that I have created for Jason Mercier. Sorry, everyone who isn't interested in the game, but you can follow what's happening on the screen.
By the way, there is a prize on the line here, and it's a prize package. It is a Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open baseball cap, and much talked about, much tweeted about, Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open pin with plastic protectors to save your fingers from being accidentally skewered.
Now, there are 7 questions. The name of the game is called Mercenaries. And remember, all questions have to be answered in the form of a merce, okay? The word merce, like merce dog, appears in all of the answers. All right?
Do you think you should give an example just to explain?
Well, it's a really easy first question.
Okay.
So here's how it's going to work. There's 7 questions. If you get 4 or more correct, Diego is going to win the prize package. If you get fewer than 4 correct, Kazra is going to win the prize package.
I'm playing the game?
You're playing the game.
Oh, okay.
And if you win or lose, that affects who wins the prize.
The pressure. Can you deal with it? Can you handle it?
Mercenaries, remember, all questions
it's a win-win,
have to be answered in the form of a merce. This is another name for a soldier for hire.
Soldier?
A soldier for hire.
For hire.
Is commonly known as a
mercenary.
Mercenary, correct. You're 1 for 1. That's how the game works, right? Always merce in the answer.
Are you keeping score here? Do you need me to write something down?
No, that's all right. I can keep score.
Okay.
I do need my pen, though. All right, question
I thought I got
2.
away with it.
By the way, if any significant action develops, we'll pause the game, go back to the poker. But guys, there's a reason why a 10-hour final table gets cut down into a 1-hour TV show, okay? We'll follow this hand because it looks like we may have some action. Coleman raises the button, Queen 10.
I think he just called.
Oh, he did just call.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jason.
He limped the button.
Now, is Kunix going to do something funky with the King 5 or just
Nah,
call?
He's just going to call.
And we get a check out of the big blind.
Mike Lear playing 5 deuce of spades. 3-way action. King 3-3 on the flop. That's top pair for Kunix to go with the threes on board.
Checks around.
Jack on the turn. Coleman now open-ended. And once again, action is checked around. Four on the river.
Anything
Still
out of the
that.
ordinary here, Jason?
Kind of surprised that Kunix checked all 3 streets.
King's good.
Kind of surprised. I would have probably bet the turn there.
He says he was worried about his kicker.
Okay,
Well,
not a great kicker.
But Jack is playing. I wasn't sure if that was a joke or if he actually said that.
Question 2 for Mercegaries. A luxury car that can often be found on the Autobahn.
A Mercury?
Oh, unfortunately,
No.
Mercury incorrect. We were looking for James.
Mercedes-Benz.
A Mercedes-Benz. 1-1. Tie game between
What is
Diego
wrong
and
with you?
Kazra.
Mercury doesn't even work.
Sometimes we do stretch a little bit, though.
I thought
we do
that
stretch.
that was one of those instances.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those instances, but I would say that Merc is not out of the realm of possibilities, by the way.
Oh, great.
Here we go, Jason. The patron saint of Cesarano, Italy, Saint John the blank. Saint John the what?
Man, I don't even know what you're saying.
Just think of something that. What would you say? A saint is often
merciful.
Yes, correct. The patron saint of Casarano, Italy, Saint John the Merciful.
Jason
Back
Mercier,
on top.
currently 2-1, and that's good for Diego, right?
That's right. That's 2 for Diego, 1 for Kazra. Looks like a raise and take it for Mike Lee in the small blind.
Correct.
All right, here we go. Question number 4. This type of therapy is a psychological technique which allows a patient to overcome fears or phobias. And I'll say this, the MERS doesn't always have to start the answer. It could be hidden within the answer somewhere.
Can you say the question again?
Sure, it's a type of therapy that is a psychological technique which allows a patient to overcome fears and or phobias. Somewhat extreme, this type of therapy.
Really?
Gonna have to put you on the clock, Jason. I'm sorry. We are gonna need an answer.
This is tough. I feel like I'm definitely gonna know it once you say it, but I don't know.
James, help him out.
Immersion.
Immersion therapy.
Did not even know that was a type of therapy.
We got a tied game in our hands.
Tied game.
And I, for one, am excited.
We got to keep it competitive. That's why, Jason, I had to make some of them hard. Otherwise, you know, if it's too easy, then
Yeah, of
it's not
course. You
competitive.
don't want me to just run the table.
Raise and take it for Kunix there.
Okay, number 5. Question number 5. This is a Shakespearean play featuring a character named Shylock. Shakespearean play featuring a character named Shylock.
Not just Shakespearean, it's a play by
Shakespeare. And I'll say this one, the Merce does not appear specifically. It's more of a mer sound. We're looking for a mer sound than Merce.
Oh, okay. Mer. This is really bringing me back. A mer sound.
Gonna give you this one hand to think about it. As Mike Lear raises with Queen Jack.
I just don't know.
John Dolan on the button with Jack 10 suited.
Jason's tapping out. We'll give the answer at the end of the hand.
John Dolan is shoved. All in for 2.7 million. King 9 for Martin Hanovsky in the small blind. That's a fold. 5 deuce for Joe Keitha in the big blind. He passes. Back on Lear.
Leah's gonna fold. despite having dominated.
Dolan's picked a pretty good spot, I guess. See ya.
Time's up, Jason. I need the answer of a Shakespeare play.
I don't know.
We were looking for The Merchant of Venice. The Merchant of Venice. So Kazra's up on top now, 3-2. Two questions to go.
If Jason gets another one wrong, Kazra's won, right?
Correct.
The Merchant. Venice. Okay.
This is an Urban Dictionary approved item to describe a man's carry bag or purse.
That's a merce.
A merce is correct.
Wow, we have a tied game, 3-3.
You guys are sleeping. You're making us sleep.
Final question. This is a doozy too, Jason. Do you have a medical background?
No. What do you mean a medical background?
Have you been to medical school? Are you in fact a doctor?
No.
This may be a tough question for you. Do you have any nurses or doctors in your family?
No.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Now you've gone and woke Sean up.
This is a methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus infection. Is sometimes referred to as this.
What?
James, Jason, it's a very simple question.
Okay.
A
sorry.
methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus infection is sometimes known as this.
You know.
Actually, that's half the answer. Is half the answer.
Our producer wants to know, are you aware of this disease because you have it, Joe?
I do not have this disease.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Immersion.
Really, really close. Unfortunately, MRSA. MRSA is what we're looking for. MRSA. People call it MRSA. So that was 4 incorrect, 3 correct. So Kazra, you have won yourself a Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open pin and baseball cap.
Ship the prize package to Kazra.
Rock the Kazra, baby.
Sorry, Diego. I don't know my merces.
You lost at Mercegories.
So Kunix raised under the gun with 8. Sanovsky called on the button, and we've only caught one of Martin's cards. It is a king. He folds to the C-bet from Kunix. Mark Doob says, if you wanted to keep it being Merce, it should have been A Midsummer's Night Dream.
I would have accepted it if he came up with it. I would have given it to him.
Midsummer's.
I think showing one's way more fun.
It is kind of fun to do that.
So I don't know if you guys are multi-screening social media. Interesting fact being tweeted out right now. Facebook's been down for the last 10 minutes. As a result, they've lost $220,000 in advertising revenue.
Wow, that is sickening.
10 minutes down.
I think we've learned something today, Jason. It's that you need to spend more time studying things that sound a bit like your name.
Yeah, I'm going to put that on my list of things to do. Queen Deuce under the gun.
Yeah. I mean, we see that it's under the gun. The fact that it's a six-handed table, though, doesn't...
Yeah, and he's chip leader, so...
That's like really famous in poker.
I've just realized that Mercer is MRSA.
Yeah.
Ah, you see, on the other side of the Atlantic, if we were back home, people refer to it by those initials. They don't turn it into a word.
Okay.
But I'm going to let you get away with that because we are in America. Wow, Steve's having a baller day. Watching the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open live stream while getting my windows tinted. Actions folded around to Dan Coleman on the button. Coleman with Jack-9. Sean Kunix in the small blind. as pocket tens. That just a call?
Yeah.
Mike Lear checks his options. So once again, my mistake. Coleman just limped on the button. No raise from Dan.
What do you think of this button limping strategy, homie?
I don't mind it too much because of Leah's in the big blind. So, you know, he gets to play some smaller putts. But he is having to go three-way a lot instead of heads up.
What about Kunix just electing to limp along with the tens? You surprised to see no raise from him?
I am a little surprised, but I actually don't mind it at all. Just because you're kind of in an awkward spot. He's also third in chips. With, you know, this is against the two guys that could potentially bust him. So bloating the pot out of position is not necessarily the best thing.
So Coleman bet 300,000 on the flop. It went check, check on the turn. Kunix set to bet the river.
He's probably going to get called. So I think he bet very small. Oh, 475. This is a tough spot.
Gets a fold from Coleman. And Sophie Thompson's bizarre obsession with Dan Coleman continues, pointing out that Dan has freakishly long fingers.
I wouldn't say freakishly long, would you, Jason?
No.
I don't think he'd be like sideshow carnival qualified with those fingers.
No, I think he has kind of big hands, but
yeah.
Well, Kunix has joined Coleman with more than 10 million chips. Very little separates them now. They're kind of joint second on the leaderboard behind Mike Lear with 13.9 million. Anofsky and Dolan are the short stacks at the table. And even though we've concluded the competition, still some questions coming in for Jason Mercier.
Sure.
Marshall says, Jason, what are the origins of the Merce dog? Did Stapes make it up?
pretty sure Stapes made it up. Stapes?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's probably something I just said by accident sometime.
And it stuck?
Because sometimes, I don't know if I did it first on the live stream or the first on the TV show, but, you know, I like to be, we got it all in from Hanofsky, King, Queen suited. Let's see if it gets through.
Got as far as Dolan in the big blind, who's got jacks and calls, so we have a race underway, and it's a race that could cost Martin Hanofsky his tournament life if he doesn't hit a king or a queen. Dolan with the pair, Hanofsky with the overcards. We're off to the races.
It's musical race situations today, like wood blocks versus the triangle for percussion instruments. One of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage. Thank you to Kevin Davidson on Twitter for that one, by the way.
Turn card is a 7.
Jack's a huge favorite now. Hanofsky drawing to a king or a queen. 6 out with 1 card to come. The river is a 4. We lose the first player from this final table. Martin Hanofsky exits in 6th place. The German earns himself $324,000.
He seems absolutely disgusted with himself.
As John Dolan chips up to $6 million.
10 million even.
And the 5 remaining players are now all guaranteed at least $424,000.
Ladder up, baby. That is not Martin Hanofsky, by the way.
By nature of the fact that he's still sitting at the table with chips in front
Correct.
of him.
And look at that, he's got a Merce. For the Merce dog.
Who does?
Hanofsky. Anyway, yeah, I probably made that up. Cool story, bro. 5-handed, all right. Practically over.
How much does he have?
Yeah, how much longer? No, I'm just kidding.
You're staying to the end, right, Jason?
Yeah,
You'll still
of
be
course.
with us at like
I'll be
4 a.m.
I'll
when
be here for another 12 hours.
We're entering our 8th hour of Heads Up. So no one's super short right now. Joe Keither, the shortest stack of the final 5, but he's playing 27 big blinds.
And I just broke my...
By taking out Hanovsky, Dolan gets himself out of the danger zone, playing 37 bigs now.
Danger zone.
I was just waiting for that. I was like, isn't that when they say?
Danger zone. There you go. Not bad.
Nathan very impressed with Joe Stapleton. Wow, he made up Merstog and he made up a chip and a chair. What a boss.
That is, that's true.
Made up a chip in a chair.
Yeah, you know that
Is
phrase, like all it takes is a chip in a chair?
Oh, you came up with that?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, wow.
2009.
I think that came out in like 1973 or something.
You'll find that you're mistaken.
Oh.
It's okay, though. Lots of my things get miscredited.
Shouldn't say it without.
Andra points out that Dan Coleman has just become the first human ever to have a $20 million year in live poker tournaments.
Huh. That's like Brad Pitt money. Oh, we're going to have a sweat with hand. Let's do this. Let's play this hand only from Mike Leah's perspective, Jason.
He opened button?
He did indeed.
Yep.
Well, that was quick.
Just out of interest, though, is that a must-continue situation there?
It's not a must-continue situation, but I think that that it's best to continue. Just because, like, when you get called, a lot of times he's going to have a king or a 9, and then you get basically 2 free cards because you're in position to either hit a 2 or a 4 or backdoor spades. And he could also call with worse hands, like ace highs, get some value that way.
I would beat Chase where the always doing squats. Like, he's doing squats every day. But now I just need to get back into it. It's tough. Like, once your routine is great,
Well, it took us a while to lose our first player, but now we are down to 5. Playing down to a champion today. The champion will walk away with $1.4 million. Ace-Jack for Sean Kunix.
It's great. Like, when you're doing squats, it feels so good reading. When you feel like a man.
Right. 350,000.
He raises to 350,000. Folded around to Dan Coleman in the big blind.
What's it going to be, DC?
8 deuce suited.
Yeah. How often are you defending this hand, Jason?
Me, 0%. Coleman defends.
Maybe Coleman feels like he's just got some sort of, he knows Kunix's game really well. Remember he made that snap call?
Well.
Oh boy. This could get pretty ugly for him.
Coleman with the up and down straight draw, but Kunix has flopped.
Especially if Kunix checks back to flop, because Coleman could then either bet or possibly even make a straight. But Kunix betting, I think Coleman may just check fold.
Kunix with the nut flush, but not the nuts. There's a possible straight flush out there, but...
Coleman insta-folds too.
Yeah. And Kunix proudly shows the ace-jack of diamonds.
Thanks for the info. James, I'd like to address Peter's tweet here that he says, Shuffle Up and Deal, copyright Stapes 2011. I did not come up with Shuffle Up and Deal. I actually have my own, which I did the player intros for the final table in Barcelona, and my boss would not let me do the one I wanted. I made up my own version, because everyone says Shuffle Up and Deal. My version is, let's mix up all the cards and hand them out to the players. And for some reason, my boss was like, no, you can't say that, which is ridiculous because I want to put my own stank on it.
Yeah, I'd argue that her judgment was probably good as usual.
Maybe you didn't hear me. Let's mix up all the cards and hand them out to the players.
Yeah, you see Jason's reaction?
It's all, yeah, he's smiling. He's having a good time. He's excited.
Laughing at you, not with you.
The Merce dog.
James Hively has a question for you, Jason. How will the Miami Heat do this year?
Man, I think that they'll do fairly well, better than most people think. But I think that they're going to probably finish in like the 4 seed in the East.
I'm sorry.
And probably
what
not
seed?
The 4 seed.
Was it a gardening question?
Um,
Big on sports.
The seed in sports is like, you know, where you finish.
I know what you're talking about,
You know what I mean?
You have to excuse me. I didn't have sex in high school. I don't know anything about sports.
Leah opening under the gun gets 3-bet by Coleman with ace king, and the 3-bet gets a fold.
Let's mix up all the cards and hand them out to the players.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better over time.
Queen 10 of spades flopping. We could have had a very similar hand if we had
It was oh yeah. I wasn't super.
Which of these guys do you know best, Jason, of the final 5?
As a player or a person?
Both.
As a person, probably know Mike Leah the best. Just have known him the longest, I think, on the circuit. As a player, probably Sean Kunix. I played against him a lot. And I played against Dan. I've played against all these guys, actually, a decent amount. But I played against Sean a lot and Dan recently, a few times now.
Dolan is opened under the gun with ace king. Sean Kunix just calls in the small blind with ace queen suited. They're going to see a flop. Which is 9-6-6. Only one heart.
Jason, are you ever 3-betting ace queen suited there at a position?
I am sometimes, but I like the call in this spot just because of Dolan's stack size. You're going to be in an awkward spot if Dolan either 4-bets or jams. Flatting just seems like the best option.
Cool.
I'm kind of surprised he's betting here. And it might actually work. But it doesn't look like it.
Nope. Dolan calls.
It's either going to go check, check, or it's going to go bet, call, or bet fold.
Is that all of them?
Yep. It's not going to go check, bet.
Check, check.
Is.
Let's chop it. That's a nice little chop for us, John.
Here, Koenig.
So 6s and 5s with an ace kicker. These guys are going to chop the pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Featuring
Yes,
Jason Mercier.
I thought it was everybody. Everyone.
It's okay. It's all right. There's a lot of lyrics.
I heard you guys were arguing about whether or not it was a chopped or a chopped.
The expression is, I appreciate that the pot is chopped, but the expression is it is a chop pot.
Oh, I was actually on the other side of that. I thought it was a chopped
Well,
pot.
you're welcome to any side you wish, as long as you appreciate that you're wrong.
No.
By the way,
like that he got involved.
I think that it's chopped though, like because the pot is chopped. It's not a.
you are a professional poker player. I'm a lyricist. On this occasion, you are going to lose. By the way, Ted from our production team has just tweeted a picture of the red Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open guitar that we're going to be giving away a bit later on today. That's right, another guitar giveaway here on PokerStars.tv. So if you're following along with the Twitter stream, with the hashtag SHRPO, you will see that glorious red guitar.
How do you win that?
Well, we're going to be playing an interesting game with Shannon Elizabeth when she joins us on the stream a bit later on. That's assuming she doesn't bail on us, in which case we'll have to rethink.
But it's going to be similar to the way that someone won the prize for you. We're going to have Shannon on. We're going to pick a couple of listeners that she's going to play for. If she wins the game, one player will win. If she loses, the other will win. She's going to play race situations.
So you give away a hat when I'm in the booth. Give away a guitar.
It would
when
only
Shannon
had to do
Elizabeth.
with how late in the day it is. If you had come on second, you would have given away the guitar.
All right, I thought it might have something to do with her attractiveness.
No, buddy. I find you just as attractive.
All right, there we go.
I mean,
John Dolan's flop trips here went check on the flop. Not much for Sean Kunix to get excited about on this board. Dolan now leads the turn with no continuation bet from Kunix on the flop. And Sean faults.
James, you want to hear my buddy Asterios' fantasy football picks for this year? Number 1 pick, Air Bud. Number 2 pick, the player from The Dark Knight Rises who outruns an exploding football field.
Wasn't that... who was it who played that? Was it Hines Ward, right?
I don't know.
Oh.
Number 3, the Air Buddies. Number 4, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Number 5, the Angel in the End Zone.
Is that a real movie?
Yes. Number 7, that NFL on Fox football robot. Sounds like a pretty good team to me.
I think you'll find that robot is called Cletus.
Cletus the robot, yep. For some reason he throws Monk in there.
Yeah, why?
Enough said. There's the explanation right there. Enough said.
What's Monk's, like, what's the deal with him?
He's OCD.
Yeah.
But he's able to do something, right?
He's a
solve
genius.
crimes.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's real smart and solves the crimes, but doesn't like to touch things
He needs
or get
wet
dirty.
wipes. He needs a lot of wet wipes.
He has anxiety, like social. Like, he doesn't really like being spoken to. He's kind of like you.
Yeah. It's not.
You're like the monk of
Not
poker.
as extreme.
Right. He's a mild version of you. Yeah, Coleman getting a little loose under the gun, raising 4-8 suited. Kunix flats 2-8s from the cutoff. Dolan with a couple of paint cards, flats the small blind. And we lose Keither from the big blind.
Isn't it Kuther?
Keither.
Keither.
By the way, thank you to Aaron Kenny for confirming it was indeed Hines Ward, who coincidentally probably couldn't run a 5-second 40 with an earthquake behind him.
Well, la-dee frickin' da.
5-5-6 on the flop. Kunix is 8, still good.
Coleman with a weird little gut shot.
Bet 550,000.
Coleman decides to peel.
No, Coleman bet.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kunix, who's calling, as he should, with an overpair to the board.
9 of spades on the turn. Coleman slows down. So Dan Coleman is officially playing the board.
Oh. I'm actually surprised he's going to bet here. Yeah. Oh, he might overbet.
2.3 million in the pot.
Yeah, I think he bet 3 million.
And it's not really surprising to me that he's making this move against Sean Kunix. Maybe it's just coincidence, but why are these guys always playing big pots together?
Huge overbet. 3 million from Coleman.
I don't really mind the overbet, but I wouldn't have if he were to just make a normal bet, I would have hated it, but overbet's actually gonna give him a pretty good chance of winning this.
If Kunix calls, and obviously if he does, he wins a huge pot. What kind of celebration are we going to see?
Oh boy.
I don't think Kunix was planning on folding. the river. He checked back the turn, probably hoping for a low card, and this is exactly what he was looking for. But now 3 million's a little more than he was planning on calling.
So with an under the gun raise, what is Coleman repping here? Like mostly over pairs?
Yeah, or a 6 or a 5 even. He could just have aces or kings. But I wouldn't really even expect him to bet that big with aces or kings, but maybe he would.
How often are you making this call, Jason?
I have no idea. I'm 100% calling if I see he's got 4-8 of spades like I do now.
Will cost Sean Kunix a third of his stack to make this call.
Look at Dan Coleman, too, just keeping it together.
Yep.
While running a huge bluff like this.
Oh, Kunix shows that he's folded the best hand, and Coleman shows the bluff.
Yeah, very sheepish look on his face. Showed the 8-4.
Surprised he showed. Are you surprised?
No, not exactly.
You think there's more to be gained from tilting your opponent than keeping that one a secret?
I think he just wanted to get even with the
from the call.
Yeah, from the king 6.
Okay.
Let him know that, you know, might be able to own him here and there.
Oh, shame this question didn't come in earlier, because this could have been a competition contender. Anwan says, Jason, first word that came into your mind when you saw Daniel Negreanu's new hair?
Wow.
Jason finally nails the answer.
Sophie Thompson says, for the record, I have no weird obsession with Dan Coleman. I simply like watching him play and enjoy his style of play. Sophie, the more you protest, the more we will insist that you have a weird obsession.
It's okay
with
to
Dan
admit it.
Coleman.
Look, I have a weird obsession with Dan Coleman. James has a weird obsession with Daniel Coleman. Jason?
It's not.
Borderline? He's
Yeah,
new
I
to the
guess-
fan club.
I guess
But Sophie,
borderline.
what we're trying to say is, you don't have to be ashamed to admit it. It's fine. You're amongst friends.
Leah and Coleman with the highest VPIP at this table, 38%. 5 remaining, playing down to a champion today.
Why is, Jason, if you're just not that, why do you have Dan Coleman as the screensaver on your phone? That's weird.
You can't even see my phone right now.
What are you talking about? It's right here. It is a big heart drawn next to it, too.
I have nothing in my hands. Oh, Stapes, your jokes.
Really big call. I almost did it like close, like almost
Oh, Kuther's moving in here.
He's the shortest stack at the table, starts the hand with 3.6 million.
Maybe he's gonna 3-bet.
It is a 3-bet to 840,000.
Shortest stack in the tightest image, I'd say, at the table, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, his VPIP is 17%, which is the lowest at the table. And obviously, with no big hands to stand up to him, that does get through. How about Dracor's question? Jason, against which poker legend, dead or alive, would you like to have played or play heads up for $1 million?
So if you're playing for funsies, you're going to pick someone who is like a legend of the game. But if there's actually money on the line, you're just going to pick someone who is really, really bad.
Yeah, but you said legend. So, like, what legend is not good? You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's just assume that you're
That it's not for that it's $1 million
for pride.
well,
Let's just say it's
yeah.
not for $1 million. Let's say it's for pride.
For pride, it would be Stu Unger.
Old Stewie Younger.
Well, for the second hand in a row, Mike Lear gets 3-bet from the small blind.
He's not going to be happy with the fact that he has the 3 deuce. Just got 3-bet before, but he's obviously not going to peel a 3-bet with 3 deuces.
Just going back to that hand where Coleman bluffed the river, James has a question. He says, Jason, what do you think of Coleman's river bet? What does he rep on the river after he checked the turn? Considering it was such a big bet as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically repping a 6 or a 5, or, you know, a very, like, you know, an overpair like aces or kings. But yeah, I mean, he's basically repping a full house.
By the way, after that hand, Coleman has moved up to 12.3 million. He's now rivaling Mike Lear for the chip lead. Mike's still ahead right now with 12.9 million. Kunix has dropped down to around 8.8 million. Keith's chance to start the action, raising with 8-9 suited. Kunix in the small blind with 8-10 suited. Looks like a call. Mike Lear folds the big blind, so heads up to the flop. Jack 7-4 with 2 hearts.
Each one of these guys has got a blocker for the other straight.
Continuation bet of 325,000. Called by Kunix.
Keither's got all those heart outs too, though. It's red, but it ain't a heart.
Nope, 3 of diamonds. So Kunix still officially ahead.
Check, check.
Board pairs on the river.
So 10 high is the best hand right now?
It is indeed.
Kunix is probably going to bet here, and then Kuthor's going to be pretty frustrated. He missed the world. Fold. Phase 1.
825,000 and Keither lets it go.
Do you play it the exact same way if you're Keither, Jason? Do you check back the turn also?
You know, that's what I was thinking about as he was kind of mulling over the decision. I think so, just because, like, it's such a bad spot. If you bet and get jammed on, you have to muck. So, yeah, I'd probably rather take the free card and try to hit a heart or a 10 or possibly even an 8 or a 9. Or you could get a good bluff card, you know, like an ace on the river, and then Kunix check folds. So, I like the way that Kuthor played it.
Kazra, who won the hat and pin, keeps getting in touch, Jason. He doesn't want the prizes. He wants you to follow him back on Twitter.
I thought it was a girl.
Kazra is a guy.
Oh.
So the reason that you threw the competition is that because you thought you were giving a prize to a girl, but actually it's a guy.
I did not throw the competition.
He wants to follow back on Twitter, and I wasn't going to ask you because I'm pretty, you know me.
You can follow him back.
I'm not going to follow him back.
Twitter.
You know how many people I follow on Twitter? Very few.
Fewer than me?
How many you got?
199.
Way fewer than that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kazra. Do you still want your hat and
Do you
pin?
still follow me, bro?
Absolutely.
There we go. Now we're talking.
We had to make a deal for that, remember?
Yeah.
In Cannes.
Swapsies.
we had to take pieces of each other on Twitter.
Now, children, we've got a flop here. Leah raised small to big. Dolan called, and we've only seen one of his cards, which is an ace.
12 minutes.
So Dolan still ahead with at least ace high. Gut shot for Mike Leah.
That's a bad card for Dolan unless he's got ace jack.
If he did have ace jack, should he have 3-bet before the flop when he gets raised?
Not necessarily.
It's blind on blind battles. They're tricky.
For some.
$650,000 the bet from Leah on the river.
What do we think Dolan is thinking this long with? A 9?
He has ace 10.
Well, we're gonna see it, I think, unless he mucks. Ah, it's frustrating.
Dolan does muck. And Leah increases his chip lead back over 14 million once again. Just realized, Jason, we haven't really had a chance to talk to you about this venue. Obviously, it's the first time that Stapes and I have been here, the Seminole Hard Rock. First time we've been in Hollywood, Florida. It is your hometown. How much poker have you played in this place over the years?
A good amount. I used to play here a lot when I was under 21. It was 18, you know,
which is
to
legal
play here. So it was the first basically live experience that I was able to get. And you know, I would come here and play, you know, $100 tournament or $300 tournament, and even some cash games once they opened up here. So yeah, it was very good for me to have a casino this close that I could play at when I was underaged, and it's one of the reasons why I felt comfortable playing live when I was 21 on the circuit.
Keitha defends his big blind to an opening raise from Dan Coleman. Keitha has his 5. Coleman still ahead with 7s. Action goes check, check on the flop. 4 on the turn.
Ether checks again.
Delayed c-bet from Coleman. 450,000.
Can you call profitably with a 5 here, Jason? Is Dan gonna bet his entire range
he's
here?
gonna call, but I don't know if you use the word profitably. Well, you can't call profitably against 7s, that's for sure. You're only 11%.
Thank you.
10's a bad card for both of them. I'll probably go check, check.
It does go check, check. And Coleman's going to win this with 7s. And Keitha takes a hit. That's a significant percentage of his stack gone in that pot. He's down to 2.7 million now, and the blinds are going to be going up very soon. In around 10 minutes or so, we're going to take our second break of the day, and when we come back, we're going to be playing 100,000, 200,000.
Now that's a blind level I can get behind. Because you just have to take... I don't know how to do the big blinds for 100,000, 200. No, you take how many chips they have and then divide it by 2.
He's good, right?
Sort of. Here's our chip movement from the start of this level.
Horrible level for Keitha. Profitable for Dolan, Kunix, and Coleman. A slight loss for the chip leader. And obviously the biggest loser of them all, Martin Hanovsky, who exited in 6th place.
See ya.
I always feel bad calling someone a loser when they just cashed for $324,000 in a poker tournament, but
Yeah, but we don't know how many bullets he was in for. He may not have profited.
he may have been in for 65 bullets or so, you know. Break even.
And okay, so you cashed in this.
Yeah.
Did you, 1 bullet?
1 bullet.
All right. Something.
Yeah.
now this festival is drawing to a close, Jason. What's next for you? You on the road again soon?
I'm going to be here for a couple weeks and then probably go play WCOOP somewhere. Thinking about going to maybe to the Dominican Republic for the first time and playing like the last week at WCOOP and then gonna go play EPT London in October.
Jason mentioned a couple of things there, which will involve more live streaming on PokerStars.tv. We're going to be doing a very special show on Tuesday the 30th of September as we mark the end of the WCOOP Festival to accompany the final table of the main event. And of course there'll be live streaming from EPT London as we cover the main event from day 2 through to the final table.
James, I don't know if I can do that because isn't EastEnders on that day?
EastEnders is on every day, several times a day.
Yeah, no, I can't miss EastEnders.
EastEnders. Please put the emphasis on the correct syllable.
EastEnders.
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 Not EastEnders. EastEnders.
EastEnders.
If you really watched it, if you're really a fan, you just call it Enders.
Enders.
You say Enders is on the telly.
Savalas, is he on that show? Kojak?
No.
He's not.
He's been dead for several years.
I don't know. I like the reruns. Kunix is firing away here with a hand that is a mystery to us.
I think the mystery hand is a winner, but Knightley is going to call with 1 card to come.
Might not be. It might be 10-9, Jack 10. But it could be Queen 10, 10-8. That more likely, I think. The 10 of diamonds.
Kunix firing again. $725,000. Worth pointing out that Dan Coleman folded 8-10 pre-flop from the small blind.
Aha, well there's
Do you have
one
the
less
8 of diamonds?
He did have the 8 of diamonds. So Leah considering making a big call on the river with just ace high.
So what hands is he potentially value betting here? 10-8, obviously. Are there any others?
Wow.
White calls. 2 10s.
Yes. Rip down the value there. That's great.
You bet turn 2.
Yeah.
I was just about to say 2 10s. I swear.
Well, he gets 2 streets of value out of those 10s and is now up to 11.5 million.
Yes, sir.
Man, you don't expect to get called there when you're called there that your hand's very good and very often, huh?
When he tank calls, I mean, you don't really expect to get called by ace high there. I actually thought that he had the best hand when he called. It looked like Kunix was gonna sheepishly turn over like Jack 10 or 10-9.
Sheepishly turned over 10s, which was the best hand.
So right now, Dan Coleman has the chip lead, 13.27 million. He's got that chip lead by virtue of Mike Lear losing that last hand. Lear second in chips with 12.3 million. Kunix third on the leaderboard with 11.4 million. And Pocket Kings for Joe Keither in the cutoff. He's open to 320,000. Kunix in the small blind has Pocket Queens.
Oh boy, here we go. Hold on to your butts.
I like Kuether's hand better. You guys?
You like the 82% favorite?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Like I said, Keither has the tightest image at the table, but it don't matter when you got queens.
Are you sure it's Keither? I feel like all of his friends even say Kuether.
He actually provided a phonetic spelling on Twitter the other day, unless he's leveling us.
Guess everyone just says it wrong.
So Mike Leah just has to give this a think, but this is a pretty obvious fold, yeah? Even without whole cards?
I mean, it's not obvious, but I definitely would be inclined to fold. Kunix is not exactly like a light 3-better. And if you put in any more chips, if Kuether sticks it in, he's got you smashed. And then obviously, you know, you have to hope that Kuether is opening with a 15 blind stack and then gonna fold. And then Kunix is 3-betting with a hand that he's gonna get rid of. It's just be very optimistic.
All in and a call as Leah gets out of the way. Keither officially at risk, but an 82% favorite to get the double up.
All right, we have an all in and a call. Joe has turned up Pocket Kings. Sean has Pocket Queens.
There we
He's
go.
Going to the flop. Flop is the 8 of clubs, 5 of hearts, 9
Kings
of spades.
doing fine.
Jack or a 10 on the turn for a sweat. Just another 9. 2 outs, 1 card to come.
Okay, you might see the queen on the river. He's gonna
Otherwise,
double up.
Keither is going to double up.
Okay, the river's an ace of hearts.
Thank God it wasn't ace king.
Nice hand, Joe.
This was cheap, right?
Yeah.
Business value, but before.
So Joe Keither doubles up. Much healthier stack now. No longer the short stack. It's now John Dolan who's the shorty.
And John came into this final table as the short stack today. Playing 4.7 million though, so not doing too shabbily. With blinds going up in around 5 minutes time.
Still have 9 million.
And yes, Sean Kunix does indeed still have 9 million behind Mike Lear with 12.2 million and Dan Coleman with 13.25 million. Oh, Mike Lear saying why couldn't it have been suited, implying that had it been ace-jack suited, he would have got involved as well.
Yeah.
And of course he would have won with that ace on the river. It's always important in poker to play results, right, Jason?
Well, he might not have even gotten to see the board, you know, because if Leah cold 4-bets, Kuether sticks it in, and Kunix may just call or shove. So, and if he does call, there's a good chance he bets the turn. So, not exactly sure that Leah would have gotten to see the river.
I mean, the amount of berating he would have received, I think, for getting it all in with ace-jack and then rivering an ace probably wouldn't even been worth it.
It would have been.
Well, look at this. 2-pair for Coleman. To be fair, he had the best hand going to the flop, still has the best hand after the flop. Dolan chose to defend his big blind with Jack 7 suited. And Dolan folds to Coleman's continuation bet.
Let's ask Andra's question of Jason while we still got him. Time's running out on this level. Jason, what is the biggest percentage of your bankroll that you would be willing to invest in a single tournament or sit and go? Cash game or sit and go?
Depends on how good the cash game is. I mean, I've put a lot in play before. I'm not going to get into specific percentages. But yeah, I've definitely played cash games where I'm risking, let's just say between 20 and 40%
okay.
of my bankroll in a single cash game. I don't really do that too much anymore. But yeah, that was back in the day.
More of a do as I say and not as I do type situation too for bankroll management.
Oh yeah, you definitely should not do that. That's yeah, that's if you're trying to really run it up quickly.
I don't think I've ever played any tournament or cash game for less than 100% of my bankroll. Not recommended.
This looks like being the last hand of the level. Did hear the tournament clock beeping in the background. Leah has flopped top pair. He's bet 330,000 and
Kuthers
Called
floating
with
with
king six.
King high.
he did not fold the hand. He called with king six. 7 of hearts on the turn. Leah now with the nut flush draw to go with top pair.
Maybe he's working on a ill float aggro move to sort of cash in on his image. Mike Leah blasting away, as he probably should be.
Well, if Keitha was trying to set something up on the turn, now would be the time.
Now is the turn.
I think he's just gonna fold. He's probably like, why did I call the flop?
He has kind of got that look on his face.
He can't call the turn, so he's gonna either check raise here or check fold.
Does have a king draw. No good. Folds it. Folds the pair draw.
So Mike Leah wins the last hand of the level. Hasn't reclaimed the chip lead though. 13 million for Leah, 13.5 million for Dan Coleman. And our thanks to Jason Mercier. Thank you for stopping by. Great to have you in the booth.
Anytime.
Make sure you're back in 15 minutes time for the next level of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open main event. Blinds will be up to 100,000, 200,000. Coleman leads, Leah in second, Dolan the low man at the table. More action from this tournament coming up right here on PokerStars.tv.
I love traveling, I love exploring. I've been homeless for the last 2 years, and it's the second time I've been homeless, and By homeless, I mean all the other professionals go home after the tournament. I stopped going home and I just decided, why don't I go explore the world? So usually when I'm done playing an event, I'll go, visit a country nearby, or sometimes I meet someone at the tournament who lives in a country I've never been to, and they'll offer me their couch or their guest bedroom, and those are the opportunities that I live for. And I love those types of trips. Earlier this year, I went to Thailand and I went to a Buddhist monastery where I couldn't speak for 10 days, and it was probably 10 of the best days of my life. We meditated for about 10 hours a day. We slept on wooden bunk beds with just a straw mat. The shower was just a tub of water and a scooper. The point of all that was to get rid of your attachments. At first, on day one, people are kind of freaking out that they have to live like this, and by the end of the 10 days, you kind of realize it's not that big of a deal, and it just becomes normal. Then you get back to your real life and you realize, you're constantly desiring all these things and you want more and more, but it's all relative. When you live like that, it's okay. So now all this other stuff just seems like extra. I think after the retreat, it kind of made me realize that I'm trying to do too much at the same time, and that I actually just want to more like sit back and relax and just focus on one thing. And that's what I've been doing, and I'm a lot happier with that. And I've actually decided to focus more on poker for the time being. Better to do one thing really good than try to do 2 or 3 things half-assed. The way I choose to live my life is I like extremes. So I'll do 2 months of non-stop poker and nothing else, and then I'll do a month of fun, exploring, just completely ignore poker.
Just before the break, Ryan Reese exited the PokerStars.net PCA Super High Roller.
Good luck, guys.
But the World Series of Poker main event winner wasn't too disconsolate, despite the poker gods not favoring him today.
The day started very good, and then caught a couple brutal hands, went down to about 150, grinded that out for a couple hours, then ended up busting. But I wish I could have done better, but I'm okay with it.
I don't think he quite deserves all the hate he is definitely going to get.
Over to the secondary feature table.
All in.
Negreanu all in.
Huge draw.
And called.
I have a flush. Oh, you called? I have a flush.
JK.
Yeah, and a straight. Good game. It's, I'll tell you how much you owe me.
No, it's not going to be a good game. I'm going to sit here.
Oh, you still have chips left, that's right.
No, I'm running good. No worries.
Okay,
Good.
One down. Oh, you have a heart in your hand, too? Pair.
Not enough, Daniel.
Rebuy. Wait. What time is it?
Time to spend another 100 grand.
First time I win a hand against
That's
you.
just
A big
sick.
one.
I don't even know how you beat me. You never beat me. Okay, because it's rebuy, that's why. All right, well, what are you going to do?
It's re-entry. Walk down there, turn left.
Momentum shift.
Two stairs up.
Okay.
He knows the way.
Sign the paper.
Well, I was going to double up one way or the other.
I would
7, 8 of diamonds. Okay, where do I go get my where's Courtney?
Courtney hauls around Daniel's sacks of money.
Just come back tomorrow, Daniel.
Why?
52 minutes left.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You'll probably win it.
Yeah, just chill. Take 45 minutes off.
That's what I was gonna do if you knocked
you
me
busted.
out. So.
100 grand now, later. What's the diffs?
Well, Gruesome may have busted Negreanu, but he's no longer a top 10 stack. Businessman Larry Greenberg is now on top, ahead of 3 former Super High Roller champs, Altegott, Bonomo, and Finger. There's another former winner on the leaderboard. Scott Seaver is 6th right now.
And it looks like it's going to be 100 grand now. I mean, what was he going to do? Not play poker for a half hour?
For $100,000, Daniel gets a fresh stack of 250,000 chips. Blinds are up again, and Vladimir Troianovsky's taken a seat at the feature table. He final tabled this event last year and finished 2nd in the 25K High Roller. With King Jack of Diamonds, he raises small to big. 10-5 of clubs for Bryn Kenny.
You can defend this small to big if you're a competent post-flop player, which Bryn is.
He does defend. He has the advantage of position on all future betting streets. 6-6 deuce.
Big whiffs.
Troianovski set to continue. 10,000.
There's actually an argument for not continuing there. When you bet, it's hard to get a call from a worse hand that isn't going to bluff the borscht out of you in a later street, and better hands are never folding.
Kenny calls to jack on the turn. Troianovski now with top pair.
Oh, hi.
And he checks it.
Now this line I like, slowing down now that he wants to get to showdown. Now he wants Bryn to try to bluff the borscht out of him.
Bryn obliges, betting 22,000.
Should be a pretty easy just call. I don't know if he's stressed, faking, or just really, really rushing.
Troianovski calls. The river card is the ace of hearts.
This is actually a pretty safe river for Vlad because Bryn is rarely going to get here with an ace. But I didn't mean he should bet.
23,000.
I think Vlad has played this hand a little face up as something not so hot. And Bryn knows he's got less of a chance of winning this at showdown than he does of being mistaken for a country music fan.
That is a raise to 105,000.
Bryn's made an excellent read on this situation. Now we'll just have to see if Vlad can make a better one.
Troianovski possibly worried about a 6 or backdoor hearts. He folds!
Bryn Kenny, my boy, well played, son.
Bryn Kenny made the final table of the first ever PCA Super High Roller in 2011. The same year his girlfriend Anna Marquez came close to making the final table of the main event. Well, let's head over to Daniel Negreanu's new table. He's been raised on the flop.
Okay, I'm in. I pay. 61, right?
It is.
60, there's the one. Okay, good luck, bro. Daniel, what's your name?
Daniel.
Oh, seriously? What are the odds of that?
He's just a massive online. You know what? I'm not going to ruin the surprise for him.
3 of spades on the turn. Daniel Coleman bets 55K.
How much does he want? 55. That's less than he bet before.
That's how I know.
So,
hello back there.
Sucker for a price.
He's an MP.
And good luck. One more. What's that?
Is there unlimited rebuys? Or?
Yeah, it's unlimited for the first day, and then tomorrow you got to play for keeps.
Ace on the river.
Some would argue that today's 2 bullets are also for keeps, but again, I don't want to spoil it for him.
I'm all in.
Coleman shoves.
Okay, I need a minute or 2 maybe. I'm gonna clock myself. Really, huh?
I don't even want to know how light he's thinking about calling.
What the hell are you doing, bro? Oh, God. No idea who you are. I don't know if you're good. You're probably good, because you have 100,000 to play this thing. You probably sold pieces, because you got a nice watch, too. God, I don't know.
Player to a hand, Vanessa. Come on.
Seriously, though.
This might be one of those special rebuy moments.
Wow, Daniel's putting on the cape. It's got a giant C on it for call.
I don't know.
If in doubt,
yeah, I call.
Whip it out.
That's good. Yeah, that's it too. Good job.
What do you got there?
I think he's got me covered.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's got me crushed.
I'm not sure.
Really? Got 100.
Got 125.
110.
I mean 121.
You have 121.5? I think I have the same.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay.
Daniel's out again.
I'll come back tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Good luck tomorrow,
Yeah.
Daniel.
All right. Oops.
Daniel just spent $10,000 a minute on that second bullet. Oops is right.
His chips now belong to this online beast.
I bet he would have called faster if you just had your 4-sentence bio.
What do you mean?
If you knew you were a high stakes online heads-up sit-and-go player that doesn't play much live.
You would have called faster?
I think so.
It started off okay. You know, I actually got my chips up a little bit, and then lost a few all-in flips against Jason, and then one against Steve O'Dwyer, and then one against Phil Bort, and I lost the bullet, and then quickly went and got another one, and put it over there at that other table. So there's only 30 minutes left. I'm gonna take the rest of the night off, and then come back in the morning fresh with a third bullet.
What's this?
That was actually, you're not nearly as strong as I thought you'd be.
Weird.
That was nothing. Actually, I must be strong because I could barely feel it. Oh, next time.
In a word, awkward.
Day one now drawing to a close, but over at the secondary feature table, Guy Laliberté is all in, blind.
You fold the set?
Guy also on his second bullet.
No way Noah folds this for a fewer than 2 big blind shove, but he may 3-bet it.
You might get a fold. There's only like, I push blinds actually. Are you kidding me? 85.
Noah Schwartz decides to re-raise, 3-betting to 18,000.
And Antonio knows Guy's cards before Guy does.
Not supposed to talk.
I was only off by 1 when I said it.
Everyone else has folded. Noah tables the ace-jack.
Guy?
Oh my God.
King?
Ooh.
I was just worried.
7.
Live cards though.
Very alive.
Here's one.
And there's a 7.
Oh, I was wrong.
Oh, and an ace.
7-7.
Better than the ace without the 7. He's still live.
It's coming.
Guy needs a king or a 7. No help.
See you around. Still have 17 minutes.
Ooh, bullet 3 for Guy?
Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
All my paperwork done like that. I'll be done.
So it looks like Guy is going to buy back in tomorrow. These day ones really aren't about thinning the field at all. It's more like just juice in the prize pool. Guess we'll have to see how juicy on day 2.
Day 1 is done, but registration's still open. Paging messages Negreanu and Laliberté.
Well, for me, it's kind of a bad card, so pretty hard to get some good hand today.
Next time, Guy Laliberté takes another shot with a 3rd bullet as we play down to the final 2 tables.
All in.
Call.
All in. Call. I'm all in.
I call.
Bryn Kenny looks to the future.
I'm very confident with my game. I think I can stand with the best players in the world.
And Vanessa Selbst won't let her short stack stop her.
I feel like I've been pretty consistently playing my A game, and I'm just excited to keep up the momentum and come into PCA with a bang.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida and the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, the final day of the $10 million guaranteed main event where 5 players remain. This final table headlined by Dan Coleman, a player having a sensational run in 2014. He's currently the chip leader with a 68 big blind stack. Close behind him, Mike Lear from Canada. The shortest stacks of the table, Joe Keither with 23 big blinds, and John Dolan, a former November Niner, with 22 big blinds. I'm James Hartigan, accompanied by Joe Stapleton.
Welcome back from the break, my baby. Is still 5-handed. And the blinds are starting to get a little deeper, a little bigger. So the stacks are shallowing out a little bit. Still plenty of big blinds in play.
So nice. 8160 is such a bitch.
All in.
And on the first hand back from the break, we have an all-in at the final table as John Dolan shoves the button with pocket 4s. Gets a fold from Keither in the small blind. Dan Coleman in the big blind has ace-4 of clubs.
Oh, but he had 1 card bigger than the 2 for us. Bad fold. Just kidding, everyone. Just kidding.
Like, more excited, but then more disappointed.
We'll get to you guys' tweets in a second. For some reason, our feed stopped.
Yeah, unfortunately, for the last 33 minutes, anything tagged to SHRPO is not showing up on Twitter. Didn't you say there was a problem with Facebook being down?
Yeah, Facebook was down earlier. You know, there's tons of hacker things going on right now. The cloud was hacked the other day. Maybe it's some coordinated thing where they're going Facebook, then Twitter, and you know what? Basically, you know, we have that Howard Swains who's on the blog team, and Howard is like a legitimate journalist and covers a lot of news stories that are outside of poker. And Howard was working on a story about hackers about a year and a half ago, and he said he interviewed this hacker, wanted to be interviewed anonymously, and he said the only thing that stops the best hackers in the world from hacking everything all the time is a lack of desire to do it.
Well, that really makes me feel confident. So please, by all means, continue using that hashtag SHRPO.
I just got a new one.
Yeah, from 33 minutes ago. There is clearly.
But it hadn't refreshed till anyway.
I know there is clearly a problem with Twitter at the moment, but hopefully we can get some of your comments over the course of this final table. So far, we have lost Martin Hanovsky. We started today with 6 players, the final 6 coming down to a champion. So Hanovsky out in 6th place, which means that everyone has now locked up $424,000. That's what 5th place will pay. Remember, 7-figure scores for the runner-up and the winner. Just over $1 million for 2nd place, $1.4 million for the winner. The prize pool in this tournament guaranteed at $10 million. Just to remind everyone who has made this final table. I mentioned that John Dolan, here from Florida in the US, is a former November Niner. The final table of the World Series main event in 2010, where he finished 6th for $1.7 million. He's been 3-bet by Dan Coleman, the winner of the 1-drop this year. Dolan shoves on Coleman, and Coleman folds.
So if you want to get in touch with us, I believe our @replies are still showing up. If you want to tag me @Stapes or @J_Hardigan, that's probably the best way to get in touch, since the hashtag conversation is not refreshing at the moment.
Social media meltdown on SHRPO final table day.
Raise 400,000.
Race here from Sean Kunix, who is a previous WPT champ, won the event in Jacksonville in April 2012. He cashed in that tournament for $426,000. Total live tournament earnings, $1.3 million.
I think he also owns a chain of cell phone stores. Maybe I'll go down there and sign up for the Simply Everything plan.
Dolan with another big hand. Pocket queens in the big blind. And thank you to everyone who's telling us that Twitter is working fine with TweetDeck. Must be nice to have a computer where you're allowed to install your own programs.
I'm allowed to install my own programs. I don't care for TweetDeck. There we got the 3-bet amount up there, 1.125 million. It's a big chunk of Kunix's chips to call, even though he's in position. He's going to let it go.
Hey, I told you.
I had twins.
Should I download TweetDeck, James?
Close to moving into, so you gotta get it.
Rob King claims it's just a web page app these days. I'm assuming it's tweetdeck.com.
I'll let you handle it then, James. I really don't need to be in control of the Twitter.
I don't like being cut off from our audience. It just doesn't feel right.
Raise 425,000. Call.
Another big pocket pair dealt out, this time to Kunix. Pocket kings. And he's just called. Did not 3-bet kings. Under-repped. 9-8 deuce, 2 spades. Ace high, checks, not the best hand. And look at this, Dan Coleman just does not seem to mess up. Knew something was a little fishy about the flap before the flop. Immediately folds ace high on that flop. Sean Kunix. Does not get much value out of those kings. And number 79 of the final table. Another pocket pair for Kunix. 2 9s.
Okay, I'm starting to get tweets now. This is awesome. They're mainly from people telling me about how wonderful TweetDeck is, but that's not the point.
We should mention that one of the people singing the praises of TweetDeck, Graphical Nick. Thanks for the support, buddy.
Check.
Coleman defends his big blind with 3-6 offsuit.
Marshall Yu is convinced that Twitter was broken with all the questions for Jason Mercier.
Possible. Coleman picks up a gut shot on this 7 of spades turn.
Bet 600.
Bets it. I don't think that Sean Kunix is going to get bluffed off 9s again. Not on this board so far.
Raise 1.2 million.
Coleman's bet this turn and now gets raised by Kunix. And I'm not sure what this raise really accomplishes other than just sort of standing up to Dan Coleman. I'm trying to think of what worse hands we'll call. 6s? Losing to an 8. You lose into anything 10s and higher. 7? 7 call a raise here. Maybe some draws. There's no flush draw out there, so you can't get value from that. Maybe a weird gut shot like Coleman's, but you do open yourself up being 3-bet. And maybe that's what Dan Coleman's doing here. Ah, loaded up, but couldn't do it.
Yeah, it wasn't going anywhere. What would you have? I'll tell you if you tell me.
I had a gut shot, Shaw.
You had a gut shot? I had pocket 9s and I was ready.
TJ gets in touch, Joe. He says, Stapes, I saw your leaked Celebgate pictures. What you did to that goldfish was downright shameful.
That goldfish didn't do anything that it didn't want to do. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shown up to my apartment in that outfit at that time of night.
He's a lot younger than you, Elijah.
Hey.
Unbelievable.
There's no promise of tomorrow.
Raise 400,000.
Who's raising now?
Yep.
Something.
400,000.
Mike Leah raising onto the gun.
With Jack 10 off suit, John Dolan has ace 5.
Raise 1 million.
3 bets the ace 5, huh? Tricky 3-betting the under the gun raiser. Uh-oh, what's Dan Coleman got? What's he thinking about?
Coleman in the small blind with king queen. Yogo's just joined us. It says, go Dan Coleman. Coleman currently second in chips this 5-handed final table.
Coleman forced to fold the king queen just in case it gets back to Mike Leah and he decides that he wants to put another bet in there.
Kunix has folded the big blind. Action is back on Leah.
Leah folds, so a 3-bet with ace 5. It's a nice little pot for John Dolan without having to see a flop. What do you think? How's TweetDeck treating you?
Well, everyone's raving about
It takes a while to learn a new thing is the problem. And doing it on the air, probably not the best time.
No, I'm actually perfectly fine with the software that we normally use, the program that I've had installed. It's just bizarrely stopped working, as has the official Twitter.com webpage. So there clearly is a problem with some interfaces, but I have to concede this TweetDeck thingamajig is actually working at the moment. For example, Michael Hansel has just tweeted, "Hi," hashtag SHRPO, and I've just seen that tweet.
Thank God. Thank God we got that tweet.
Raise 400,000.
Keith are raising with 9-10 suited.
Suited.
Mike Lear with ace-8 in the big blind. Keith did indeed start the hand with around 4 million. Keith gets a fold. GA raises a good point. He says Lear does know that everybody has now seen the 100% cheese range of his under the gun open at this final table, right? I mean, all of these guys seem to have a lot of support on the rail. People who are probably watching the live stream, seeing the hands 40 minutes after they've been played, and are then able to feed back that information to these guys at the final table.
Well, I mean, we just saw John Dolan 3-bet pretty light with ace-5, 3-bet an under the gun raise, so maybe that information is getting through.
Raise.
I think that raising Jack-10 under the gun 5-handed isn't that cheesy.
There have been some other opens today which are questionable, shall we say, but you know, he's been the big chip leader for most of this final table, and he's been putting the pressure on the other stacks by wielding his big stack. So Michael Hansel, who chimed in to say hi, gets back in touch to say, very quiet final table. They all can speak the same language.
Yeah, you know what it usually takes, too, is just one guy to get things going. It's pretty rare that there's like one guy who's constantly trying to get conversation going and can't do it. It's just, it's tough because there's a lot of money on the line and everyone's trying their best and everyone's concentrating and everyone's probably a little nervous except for, you know, maybe Dan Coleman's even a little nervous. So all those factors sort of combine to make it tense. It's a tense situation out there.
The button raise from the chip leader this time around with Queen 9. Pocket jacks for John Dolan in the small blind.
Raise 1.2 million.
And Dolan 3-bets to 1.2 million with Keith folding. It's back on Lear. And the 3-bet gets through. So Dolan's chipped up nicely, by the way. Up to 7.65 million. Putting some distance between himself and Keitha, who's very much the low man at the table with around 20 big blinds.
Well, I even ran the TweetBot update. No dice.
Raise 400,000.
Folded around to Mike Lear.
He raises with Queen 3 suited. Dolan on the button has King Deuce suited, also diamonds.
All in.
And then a shove from Keitha in the small blind with King Jack. Gets folds from Coleman and Lear.
Keitha finds good spots for these shoves. Picks up 700K there without ever having to see a flop. And he's still the shortest stack, but he's right around 5 million now. 200,000, what is that, 25 big blinds?
Correct.
Yes!
Folded around to Keitha on the button.
Mike Leo over on the rail, maybe getting some info.
Keitha with Jack 9 suited, raises. Dan Coleman with aces in the small blind.
Raise 525,000.
There's the 3-bet from Coleman. Are we going to see one of those funky button small blind dynamics here? Is one guy not going to believe the other?
I don't know, with Keither's stack size. Maybe he doesn't want to mess around.
We can see that this would be an ill-advised time for a 4-bet shove.
Yep, but it's going to look like, I guess what James said there, that Dan Coleman maybe just getting a little aggro in the small blind. Keither calls in position.
Should point out, by the way, that Keitha did not raise pre-flop. He limped the button. It was an opening raise from Coleman, with Keitha calling and now hitting top pair on the flop. And with his stack, this is going to be really tough to get away from.
Yeah, and that certainly makes a lot more sense that he would limp call.
Coleman with the betting lead. Bets $500,000. Actually, 550,000.
And I don't see, I mean, maybe it doesn't have to go all in right here, but I don't see how you can fold. There goes all in and a snap call.
Keitha shoves, Coleman calls, and we have a player at risk. Joe Keitha all in for his tournament life with a pair of jacks. Dan Coleman way ahead with a pair of aces.
Well, Keither's got outs.
He has Jack of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, and Daniel.
18% chance he catches up.
5 outs for Joe Keitha, looking for a jack or a 9 on the turn or river.
And Dan Coleman just looks so comfortable. He's just been in this spot so many times recently.
With the aces. And let's go ahead and see the turn. And the turn card is a 5.
Well, that takes away 3 of Keitha's outs. He needs a jack, and only a jack will save him.
Need to catch a jack.
2 outs, or we're down to 4 players.
And the river
it's a 6. Aces hold. So we lose Joe Keitha in 5th place. He cashes in the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open main event for $424,000. Everyone now guaranteed more than $500,000. Everyone's locked up. 548 grand.
What an awesome spot to be in for these guys. That was a $120,000 pay jump from 5th to 4th place.
And Coleman retakes the chip lead. 16.3 million now. Mike Leah second on the leaderboard with 11.4 million. Then we've got Sean Kunix with 9.3 million, and John Dolan bringing up the rear with 7.6 million. Those are the stacks and how they translate into big blinds.
And there's no more waiting for Joe Keitha to go broke, because he already did it. So we should see play open up just a little bit. John Dolan is the shortest stack, but not a short stack.
And at the start of the day, with Coleman and Leah as the big stacks, a lot of people were predicting that we'd see a heads-up battle between those two. That looking still like the most likely result, but still a lot of poker to be played. Still a long way to go until we're down to 2 and we have that outcome.
Yeah, we're still pretty deep.
Brandon tweets, Coleman is the man. Talos says, why are the players allowed electronic devices at the table? They're there to play poker, not surf the net.
Look, it's the digital age. And I think that some of these people may literally die if they can't check their phones. I know I would.
Dolan's under the gun raise, flattered by Coleman on the button. Ace-8 against King-10, and it's top pair for Coleman.
Bet 450,000.
Johan's having issues. He says, none of my Twitter clients works with the SHRPO hashtag. I know, Johan, it's tough. And on this TweetDeck thingamajig, it is currently working. So, do you know what, Joe? After this hand, let's attempt to run a competition, and I will do my best to administer that competition as Dolan turns second pair.
Check.
Yeah, kind of floated the flop and caught okay on the turn. Maybe he was going to make some kind of move if he didn't catch some showdown value.
Dolan continued the flop. He was the
Continued
pre-flop
flop.
aggressor.
Well, that explains it also.
Check, check on the turn. And check, check on the river. Coleman wins another hand, extends his chip lead to 17.5 million.
What competition are we doing?
Well, one of our favorite contests when we're on the European Tour is the how much does it cost game.
Yeah, sure.
And generally, that's normally about coming up with ridiculously high numbers. It's like, how much does a haircut cost in a hotel in Barcelona? How much does lunch cost in a hotel in Monaco? But here we are in the United States, where I'd argue that prices are a little bit more reasonable.
So we're going to do how much does it cost Seminole Hard Rock Edition.
450,000.
And we'll get through this hand first.
You will need to be on Twitter, and apologies for those of you who are having issues right now, but you will need to use the hashtag SHRPO. And the curator immediately wants to know what the winner will get. Now, am I right in thinking that we had a competition winner earlier on who passed on their prize package?
Yeah, Kazra said that he didn't want the hat and the T-shirt, but I'll tell you what, Kazra, I'll give you a chance to change your mind, because I think we still have other prizes we can give away.
Well, we can give away another prize package for sure. We have another baseball cap and another pin, so we can give
Let's
away
just
another.
give away one.
Okay, well, how about the pin?
Pin sounds good.
Okay, I've got it in my hand right now. The Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, the 2014 commemorative pin, is up for grabs in this contest.
All right, so yesterday I ran a little hot playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em in the casino, and I decided I was going to take me and James out to breakfast. So we over-ordered a little bit because I was hot off my win. I'm going to read you guys what our breakfast order was. Whoever gets the closest to the penny will win the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open commemorative pin. We're going to handle this hand first, though.
Leo has flopped best. Second pair. Action goes check, check.
Check.
Ullman picks up a ton of outs on the turn.
14 of them? Wow.
But bricks the river.
Coleman first to act.
Bet. 350.
Coleman check. Leah bet. When considering the hero call with ace high, he does have that nut heart blocker. Does call. Pair of fours are good though. Nice thin value bet from Mike Leah. Gets paid. Okay.
Just very quickly, I want to address Juan's tweet. He says,
Sure.
enough with the games, contests, and prizes. Let's talk poker. Juan, we're here for the better part of 12 to 15 hours. And for most of that time, we are talking poker. And when there's significant action, we will call that action. But there's a lot of people watching who also want to be entertained. And they want to have the chance to win prizes as well. So we have to mix it up. And I appreciate that sometimes it's a tough balance to achieve, to mix that entertainment and that poker analysis. But we're doing our best here, pal. Anyway.
I agree. I was just giving you a standing ovation.
Thank you. For those of you who do want to play How Much Does It Cost? Seminole Hard Rock Edition, Stapes is about to outline
Raise 400,000.
the game.
What we had for breakfast. We need your tweets in US dollar amounts, dollars and cents. We ordered 1 fruit and yogurt, 1 eggs Benedict, 1 order of 2 scrambled eggs with mozzarella cheese, a side order of pancakes, and 2 juices.
Raise 950,000.
Don't forget to include tax. here in the United States of America.
Is the tip included?
The tip is not included. So
Okay,
just the
not-
grand total,
not
not
including
including
tip.
tip. Get your tweets in. Closest to the actual amount, first closest to the actual amount, wins this SHRPO pin.
How long are you giving people, by the way?
4.5 minutes. You have until 5:50 local time to get your answers in. James, there's the answer. I'm sorry, you gotta be in charge of this one. I'm gonna handle the P's and Q's here.
I'm going to screw this up for sure.
So my guess is there's a lot of people out there that like contests, eh, James? Now what you can do, James, is you can do a search for, you know, the amount.
Okay, but is that going to search every tweet on Twitter, or is it just going to search the hashtag?
If you like hit Apple F,
Yeah.
then you can do this.
Ooh. Piece of candy.
See if anyone. So that'll at least highlight all the ones that have the first couple digits right, and you can narrow it down from there. You might as well wait, I guess, until we call time on it. Man, the tweets are pouring in, by the way. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. We appreciate the support. Chad says that river bet by Leah was thinner than his hair.
Ha!
Not bad.
They've played 90 hands now at this final table. They've played down from 6 to 4, and they will keep playing until they are down to a winner. This is the final day of the championship event. $10 million guaranteed prize pool. And still huge sums up for grabs for the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place finishers. A lot of people in the right ballpark, by the way, just judging it. Some of the numbers I'm seeing on the screen.
Raise and take it for Dan Coleman. Is Tweetbot working again?
I don't know. I'm utterly confused.
So just 2 minutes left to get your guesses in. I'll repeat the order. 1 fruit and yogurt, 1 eggs Benedict, 2 eggs any style with cheese, 1 side of pancakes, 2 juices, plus tax. Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Pin on the line.
Action folded to John Dolan in the small blind. He calls. Dan Coleman checks his option. Second pair for Dolan. Gut shot straight draw for Coleman.
Bet 225.
Dolan bets 225,000 on the flop. Coleman calls. A deuce on the turn.
Gives Coleman a weird little gut shot. Double gutted now.
Coleman will bet for a second time. 700,000.
Coleman trying to apply pressure with his big chip stack. Little semi-bluff. Remember, Dolan is the shortest stack here. And remember, when you make this call on the turn, you're very often sort of committing yourself to calling the river too. Does make the call. 3 on the river. Coleman gets there.
Wow.
Check.
Dolan. Bet flop. Check call turn when he was ahead. Now behind. And can he find a fold when Coleman value bets the river? Wow, Coleman shoves on him. Gonna cost Dolan everything he's got to make this call with just a pair, not even top pair.
And if he does make this call, it will cost him everything he's got.
It'll cost him his tournament life, and Coleman would take a huge chip lead, three-handed.
This call would take some cojones, and it would be wrong.
While he's tanking, can we officially close this contest, please?
Contest closed. Do one last refresh. Really tough spot for Dolan. He knows Dan Coleman is capable of putting him to a decision for his tournament life with nothing. And this is a fairly disguised hand that just got there, but it's not like he needs a monster disguised hand to be, for Dolan to be losing here. He's only got second pair. I don't know if I could even think about making this call for that long. I would get blown off a winner more often than not, but I don't think I want to go out of this tournament making a hero call with second pair and be wrong.
Sly smile on John Dolan's face.
You gotta factor in the embarrassment, James.
And Coleman looking ridiculously relaxed.
Well, he's already won $20 million this year.
That would make me feel pretty relaxed. TJ's convinced that Dolan's folding. He says he's just in the tank about the cost of your breakfast. Kevin gives praise to Dan Coleman. He says, wow, what a polarizing bet. And that's what's got Dolan puzzled. That's why he's still thinking about this. Ryan Van Sanford says, really good shove by Coleman, but hope Dolan finds a fold. What do you reckon? The longer he thinks, the more inclined he is to fold?
I think that he is going to fold this eventually. I think that maybe he even decided a long time ago he's going to fold. He's just thinking it through, and it's really weird because, you know, when Coleman makes this polarizing bet, you know, it's usually a crazy strong hand or nothing, and he's wondering what crazy strong hand got there. 5-6 and running diamonds are the only two things that got there.
Marshall says, really feel like he's going to show the 8 as he folds, and Coleman will show the 6. Brock Wilson says having the 8 of diamonds makes it a tougher spot. How long's he been in the tank now for?
It's been at least 2.5, 3 minutes. I'm also convinced that when you're in the tank this long, eventually you start thinking about other things, right? Just like, ah, did I change my flight? Is my carry-on bag gonna be too heavy?
Did I remember to reserve an aisle seat?
Name writes in to say if John Dolan calls, then he's more like John Doe.
Nathan points out that there was that hand that Coleman showed earlier on. Remember the 8-4 bluff? That was the last time we saw him bomb the river. This is for Dolan's tournament life. This is for all of his chips.
Call.
He
makes
calls!
the call. Wow.
Both hands will be shown. Coleman's straight is good, and John Dolan is eliminated. We're down to 3 players. John Dolan finishes in 4th. He cashes for just over $500,000, $548,000. And Dan Coleman has a ridiculous chip lead with 3 players remaining. Coleman now sitting on $24 million. Mike Lear on $11.7 million. And Sean Kunix on $8.6 million.
How did I know you were going to say that at some point today? Dan Coleman has a ridiculous chip lead.
It was written in the stars. Kevin says, does Dan Coleman make mistakes? This guy's a beast. Hard to question anything he does. Can I hire him as a coach? I'm sure he's for hire. You may not be able to afford him, but I'm sure he's available.
Everybody's got a price. Matt Faulkner writes in to say, my sincerest John Dolences. John walks away with $548,763.
Like with 4 people left. How much longer?
Luke Leonard says, such a sick bet. Terrible call. Hope Coleman ships it. And Rob King points out with Coleman so far ahead, there is no way a deal gets done unless he loses some of that monster chip lead.
Yeah.
All right, well, let me quickly announce the winner of the Hard Rock Open pin.
Oh, yes.
Zinth. Zinth, who correctly got the closest. 47.12 was Zinth's guess. The actual price of the breakfast, 47.22. So only 10 cents off, and we'll make sure we ship you that pin.
That's at Zinth.
I guess you could add 1 pair, but I just...
We do have a little bit of a crowd here.
Everyone taking to social media, no doubt to discuss that big hero call by John Dolan. Hero call gone wrong, which cost him his tournament life. And look at Stacks McNasty over there.
That's a lot of dip.
Sophie Thompson, who has just been elected president of the Dan Coleman fan club, says, wow, just wow.
No, small big. That hand was small big.
I was the big last time, so how's that work?
I folded the button, so it's small big. It's dead button.
Wow. A dramatic moment as we go 3-handed in this $10 million guaranteed main event. Hand 93 getting underway, and we welcome another guest in the booth. We had Jason Mercier with us earlier on. Now, as promised earlier today, we are very pleased to be joined by Shannon Elizabeth. Shannon, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Shannon.
Hi, how are you?
It's been a really long time since I spent more than 30 seconds with you.
I know. I've noticed, has anyone ever told you that you have a different on-air voice than regular voice? Is that your other persona?
I guess so. It's me trying to act like I know what I'm doing.
I like it.
Thanks for calling me out.
Yeah, you know, it's why I was waiting for the tank to happen. You know, I noticed that.
I have to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. It doesn't fool most people.
No, it's you know what you're talking about. It's just the voice level. You know, it's a different voice you put on.
Shannon, you're making me blush.
Except it's actually a higher voice. It's your normal voice that's lower. When you talk like this, you're talking like this into the microphone. It's really funny. It's very cute.
Cute. That's the word I was waiting for.
Cute. There, it's cute.
Okay.
He's going to take that as a win.
I have
that's
to
for sure.
call you out. You're my friend.
And everyone out in Twitter land just pushed away from their keyboards that I haven't been lying about being Shannon's friend for the past 5 years.
But if you meet him in person, you won't recognize his voice because in person, you know, it's low and sexy. Or was that just for me when you talked to me?
It could have been. I kind of, if you notice, I like sucked in my gut the second I saw you. I looked at my notebook real quick. I was like, here are the 3 things
What's
I want
her
to talk
name
to Shannon
again?
about.
Shit. I gotta remember her name.
That's not a problem.
So Shannon, you back here for the 2nd year in a row. Happy to be associated with this event?
Yeah, you know, it was fun. Last year I got to cash in this event, and that
Cool,
was
wow.
like so much fun for me, and I loved being on property and working with everyone here. And this year they had me back, and I didn't have to work as hard at the tables, and it's like I still cashed. It's just in a different way. It's like I feel like I did better than most of the tournament entries, you know?
So you still
I
played
like
this
it.
year?
I didn't play this
Oh,
year.
you didn't play? Okay,
No.
good.
No, I hosted, I did interviews, I did a lot of the network, you know, social media network stuff. Just whatever they asked me to do.
It's pretty cool when you're working directly for the casino, right? They take care of you.
Yeah, they've been great. It's amazing here. And then yesterday, of course, we're in Florida, so I got some sun finally. So now I have a little nice tan going.
You're still in LA though, right?
Uh-huh, I am.
So it's pretty much paradise there all the time. I miss living in LA so much.
Yeah, it's got its moments.
We managed to get a whole 42 minutes and 30 seconds of sun this morning. That was our exposure. Obviously, being English, I can't take any more than that. But yeah, that's the nature of the beast. Most of our time spent indoors watching men at a poker table.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been doing too. That's why when I had some time off, I went straight to the beach here, because the East Coast beach is different than West Coast, and it's so much nicer and warm water. And
Nobody goes in the water on the West Coast.
No. But of course, when I finally go in the water here, something stung me yesterday.
Really?
I'm like really fast across my arm. I had this line here and down here that got all red and swollen. And
who got to pee on you?
I don't think I wasn't considering, am I going to have to find somewhere to pee on my arm?
There's been a line of people around the block.
Yeah.
Sure thing, no problem.
I didn't tell anyone. I waited to see if it got worse or better. And luckily it got better after a while, but it did sting for quite a while.
Button race here from Mike Lear with ace deuce. Dan Coleman in the small blind with pocket sixes. Just a call from Coleman. And Sean Kunix calls as well from the big blind with 5 deuce.
5 deuce, he was getting like some decent pot odds before the flop. Just 200,000 the call, 1.2 million in the middle.
8-7-7 on the flop. Coleman still ahead with more than half the chips in play, three-handed. Action check to Sean Kunis, who has less than 1% equity here.
It's never a horrible time to start betting then. You just know you're bluffing.
Oh, hold on a second. Coleman hadn't checked.
He bets, and I think he's going to get 1 fold, maybe 2 folds. Action on Leah now.
Check.
Oh, he called with ace high. Coleman improves to a full house.
Our apologies, guys. I think the graphics may have been a little bit behind there. Leah continued the flop, and Coleman called. Then Kunix folded.
Thanks for interpreting that for me. Well, we're pretty sure it went check that time. Jack on the river. Coleman still with the best hand. And it goes check on the river. This pot's going to get chipped to Coleman. Shannon, are you still poker crazy?
No.
You were real into poker.
No, I haven't been playing at all. I went back to my real job.
Excellent.
Yeah. I figure I'll play charity events. I'll play for fun, but, you know, the stress level is just more than I wanted to handle.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, it just wasn't fun for me anymore. But I like knowing the game and understanding it and knowing the players, and I still consider a lot of the players kind of like a second family. So
Sure.
I do love that part of it.
And if you do, I find it's easier. Like, I certainly don't try to make a living at poker, and I find that I enjoy the game more if when I play, I'm only playing for fun.
Yeah.
And that way you're not so invested in the results. Like, you know, of course you want to win, and losing still sucks, but it's different if you're, you know,
But yeah,
having
it's a different
good time
energy.
along with it. Exactly.
Well, and you're going to have better results if you're not so, like, the energy around you is different with it.
Yeah, speaking of energy, Shannon, when we would go play poker together, she used to burn sage and sort of wave it around my aura to give me positive juju.
Well, it cleans up the negative. I
Cleans
can't
up the
give you
negative, that's
positive,
it.
but I
Sorry.
can clean up the negative.
And how much did you lose?
Actually, the one time I went and played a cash game with Shannon, I told the story once before, but I don't even think she knows this, is that it was a game that's way bigger than I should have been playing in. It was a 5-10 game or something like that, and it was way out of my league, and I ended up, quote-unquote, borrowing a bunch of money from Petty Cash from the TV show that I worked for to go play in the game, and I ended up just like...
Sorry, are you confessing embezzlement live on air?
I mean, I would have paid it back, but yeah.
Yeah, they didn't see the air quotes on the borrowing over there.
I had actually such a cool job there. I was working for Mad TV at the time. They actually would have been fine with it if I just told them, but obviously I didn't want to say that. But I was like, oh my God, Shannon's inviting me to a poker game. I gotta find some money. So, and I ended up sort of just whittling away to about half my stack, not really doing anything over the course of this cash game, and then finally doubling up at the end. So I walked out exactly even, terrified. Thank God for that sage.
See, I thought you were going to say you actually ended up because every time I played in a cash game that was way over my head, I think I just played different and maybe people gave me different credit, and I always did, knock on wood, pretty well considering I was way over my head. Maybe I just played conservative. It's interesting because one comes to mind, I'd play really conservative, and then when I'd finally play a hand, they played against me as if I was playing the whole time. Like, they didn't even realize that I was, okay, I've only played a hand in an hour, and they still played against me and doubled me up. So I'm like, all right, if this is going to work with you guys, because they were just such, like, monsters. They just wanted to play every hand.
That's what happened in that particular game is I hadn't played a hand all night. 2 pair, by the way, for Coleman here. I hadn't played a hand all night, and then I'm all of a sudden all in on the turn for the first time ever, and the guy calls me.
Yeah.
So, okay, thanks. I'm sure people play
It's because we
differently.
weren't playing against pros like this.
Yeah, exactly. I never got paid.
That's
there
a good
against
thing
these
about
guys.
those cash games.
Big Hollywood egos.
That's 400,000.
or Vegas egos.
Coleman bets 400,000, gets a fold from Kunix. Ray gets in touch, say hi Shannon, got sick in Hollywood and did not get to say hi. Happy birthday, this is your grandpa friend and last year's table mate.
He sat next to me on my right last year. We had a lot of fun.
Sounds like a Ray.
Yeah, Ray was amazing. We had
Yeah.
a lot of fun. I was between him and Matt Stout for a while, and I didn't really know who Matt was until he started like raising everything I did on my left. And then I made friends with him, so he'd stop, and he actually did slow down.
Now Shannon, are you aware, I don't know whether Joe has warned you, that you are going to help us give away a guitar today?
Guitar?
We have got one of those lovely red guitars that you see
Uh-huh.
kind of like displayed around the final table.
Uh-huh.
Donated by the Seminole Hard Rock.
Do I qualify as a winner?
No, you're going to help us give it away though.
All right, what do I have to do?
I'm sure, not being funny, I'm sure if you ask them, they'll just give you as many guitars as you want.
I don't know. Maybe I'll put it in my next contract.
Well, how's it going to work? Joe, this is, as ever, Joe is head of live competitions. That is his official job title on PokerStars.tv. So what have you got planned, and how is this going to work?
Well, Shannon's going to play Race Situations, which is a game that we haven't exactly played ever on the air during any of our EBT Live, or especially here at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. But it's a game where basically you'll hear these little races I call out whenever we have a race situation. I'll bring up an example of, something like chocolate versus vanilla. And I have a bunch of music-related races for Shannon, since we are playing here at the Hard Rock, and the whole thing is musically themed. But what we need from the audience is I need 2 people who
To guess what I'm going to say?
Not to guess what you're going to say, but if you win race situations, one of them will win the guitar. If you lose race situations, the other will win the guitar. So it's a 50. Someone's gonna win a guitar no matter what.
But But when you say music related, is it like which one do I like more? Because most likely I probably won't know either one.
It's not which one you like more. It's which one you think has the slight mathematical advantage. So I'll give you an example, Shannon.
All right.
An example. This is the hardest one of all time. Don't answer now. This is. Like
I'm gonna lose this game, by the way. So bet against me if you guys want to win.
This is the ultimate race situation. Beatles versus the Rolling Stones.
Beatles.
Which one?
Well, what am I? I'm just guessing what I like more.
No, you're guessing which one. Like, so it's like a pair versus overcards, right? So which one would be the pair? Which one has the slight mathematical advantage? Beatles
But according to what? Like how many album sales they had, or how much people liked them, or who dressed better, or who went to the
all of
bathroom
it.
more? What am I betting on?
Answer is all of the above. All of it. Which one just overall?
I'm not clear on these rules. I don't like it. I don't like this.
One is 51%, one is 49%.
But who decides that?
He does.
Based on what?
He does. Apparently,
based on what the answer is.
But where'd you get the answer?
It just is.
See, this is crap. I don't like this game based on it just is because
I've been
I
doing
like
this
this
bit
person
for
better.
7 years, Shannon.
Well, this is a dumb bit because it can't just be based on, oh, this is just because.
It is just because. It's
So
the
it's
fact.
basically who you like more.
No, it's not who I like more. It's what's fact. Shannon, when
Fact on what? Based on what?
Ace King versus 2 5s. It's a fact that 2 5s is a slight mathematical favorite.
But those are cards. You're talking people.
I'm talking people. We're talking just pure math. Which of the two bands has a slight mathematical advantage?
But
You're
the
gonna be
bands
fine.
are not math related.
Just
They're not numbers.
Just follow what's right here. Follow what's in here.
All right, this
I
is
know you,
crap.
and I know
This
that
is
you-
crap. I don't like this game. I don't like games that I know I can win. I don't know what this is.
Well, good news for you. You can't win or lose the guitar, but other people's lives will be in your hands.
And that's exactly it. No matter what happens, somebody's going to
You're
win
gonna
the
say a
guitar.
bunch of stuff I bet I've never heard of, by the way, because I'm really musically challenged.
You've heard of the Beatles and Rolling Stones, right?
Clearly.
Well, just before we work out how we're going to select contestants for this game, let's pick up the action of this hand because it's unfolding in quite interesting fashion. Mike Leah opened on the button. Dan Coleman 3-bet from the small blind with Queen 3. And Coleman has continued this ace-high flop for 900,000. Leah just flats. Coleman picks up a flush draw on the turn now. So let's see if he keeps firing now that his equity's increased.
Are you sick? Because I really don't want to get sick.
I'm coughing away from
I'm
you.
going to stay away from you if this is a sick thing.
Well, there goes that romantic dinner I'd planned for later.
Not being funny, this is not the time that a girl has physically moved away from you.
Not the first time, nor the last.
Well, you know, when there's a sickness involved, I don't want to catch it.
I'm just glad she's blaming it
I'm
on
not
the
going
sickness
straight
this time.
home after this. I still have places to go.
All right. Stay away from you, I guess.
What did you catch?
So, we did 12 days in Barcelona right before this,
Mhm.
and 9 days of live commentary, and it just caught up with me the second I got back to London.
So you brought something back from overseas with you. That's terrific. I'm
We're-
going to move further away. It
I
just
think
got worse.
I think it's bird flu. I'm not really sure.
That's
Forget
not
what
what's
the-
been coming back lately.
The technical definition is.
Coleman does fire again, 1.6 million.
Looks like Lee's going to station him.
Well, and since he's on fire, he's probably going to get that heart.
Momentum does account for a lot. And Leah does station. So it's only a heart Coleman can catch on the river.
Close.
7 on the river. Leah's got the dummy end of a straight.
I'm all in.
And Coleman just shoves on him.
And Mike Leah calls.
Nice call, buddy.
Dan Coleman says you're good.
How can you not call that?
On the final table here. Mike
Nice
Coleman
call.
with ace 4 of
And that's a big double up for Mike Leah. I did not see that coming.
It was Daniel that pushed all in. And he had
Coleman
two
tries to
good
bully
runs.
with the big stack
And Mike made the call
and
with
gifts
ace
the chip
4
lead
of
back to
clubs.
Mike Leah. Leah finishes that hand with 22 million. Coleman down to 16 million.
Yeah, buddy, take a deep breath. I would have to, too, after a call like that. And he just knows Coleman's capable of jamming on the end. It was a really fast jam. Maybe if he had an actual value hand, he would have waited a little bit longer. Snap jam, snap call. Well done, Mike Leah.
I saw where someone online said Leah's avatar looks like Grinder. I'm like, yeah, it kind of does.
Especially with the like crooked
The
hat.
crooked
on it.
hat, yeah. But in person, looking at him, they're nothing like Grinder.
We get some funny avatar pictures sometimes.
Rob King says, misstep from Coleman there. Could be decisive. Deal talk incoming.
We have to figure out who Shannon's going to play for race situations. I think I want to use, James, if it's okay with you, the two guys who submitted race situations today that were good suggestions, Kevin Davidson and Rob the Hippie King.
I'm happy with that.
All right, those are going to be our two contestants.
Do you want to flip a coin to see who's for or against?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, hang on. I think I have a coin in my pocket.
They're American coins, so they're not worth as much.
No, I do have a Hard Rock.
Oh, there we go.
Seminole Hard Rock Casino commemorative $1 chip. So, what do we say? The guitar or logo? Okay.
Logo. If it's a logo, that means Shannon's playing for Rob the Hippie King.
Okay, it is value.
Okay, it's value, so that means Shannon. If Shannon wins race situations, Kevin Davidson wins the guitar. If Shannon loses, Rob the Hippie King gets the Hard Rock guitar.
And you're keeping score.
I'm keeping score. All right, we're going to start race situations right now. I'm going to get all Shannon's answers first, though, and then go over them later.
Let's just see if this hand unfolds into anything interesting. Nope. Button raised from Coleman, wins the blinds and antes. Go!
Okay, first race situation. Can we get the quiz music, please? Okay, no quiz music. Bohemian Rhapsody versus Time Warp. Which of those two songs?
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Okay,
I
Shannon.
don't even know what Time Warp is.
That's from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I could
Yeah,
sing it
I
to you,
don't do
but
that.
unfortunately we can't pay the music licensing
Yeah, I'm not
costs.
Time Warp type.
Okay, next question. As far as guitar chords go, which has the slight mathematical advantage?
I
The C
don't
chord
know
or the A
chords.
chord?
I don't know chords.
If in doubt, guess.
I knew this was an impossible
The
game.
Shannon, the only shots you miss are the ones you don't take. Wayne Gretzky said that, I think. Or
C
maybe
chord.
it was Jesus. C chord, she says. Okay. Beatles versus Rolling Stones.
Beatles.
He says Beatles. Jimi Hendrix's 1968 Stratocaster guitar or John Lennon's 1964 Gibson SG?
Lennon.
He goes for Lennon. Next up. How best to end a rock show? Smashing your guitar versus dropping the microphone?
Dropping the mic.
She said dropping the mic.
Okay, we've done the first half. Let's pick up the action here as we go three-way to the flop. Kunix raised the button with ace-queen. Got a call from Leah in the small blind with king-queen and a call from Coleman with 5-deuce.
And somehow it's 5-deuce that takes the lead on the turn?
With everyone checking the flop, Coleman does indeed pair his 5. And once again, action is checked around, and Coleman ends up with the best hand.
Check, 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 check. 5s are good.
Okay, next question.
Continuing on. Crowd surfing versus mosh pitting. Which has the slight mathematical advantage?
Isn't it the same thing?
Crowd surfing is when
You're up top.
you're up top, and probably if you've ever been crowd surfing, you probably got groped relentlessly.
Yeah, I don't do that.
So mosh pitting?
No, well, explain that one.
Mosh pitting is like when you're down by the stage and you're all punching and kicking each other and pushing
Ugh.
each other into the bushes.
They're both disgusting.
Mosh pitting is more likely to result in
Gross.
human suffering and
Yeah, I'll
or
do
death.
the crowd surfing.
Crowd surfing, okay. Guitar versus piano.
Guitar.
She goes guitar. Okay, here we go. Now this one goes to like rock star behavior. Having a very nitpicky / impossible rider, like 1,000 brown M&Ms kind of deal, or trashing a hotel room.
Rider.
She goes for the rider. And finally, last one. Choking to death on your own vomit or Nickelback? Which one has
The band?
Yeah, the band Nickelback or choking to death on your own vomit. Which one has the slight mathematical advantage?
God.
It's tough. It's a race. I mean, it's 51-49.
Nickelback.
She says Nickelback. Okay, are you guys ready for me to reveal the answers? We'll do it after this hand.
Who made up this game?
Who do you think?
Do you need some help making up games, sweetie?
Sure. When would you like to work on it? All right, here we go. First race, Bohemian Rhapsody. By the way, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you get 5 or more right, that goes
to 5
to.
to win. Got it.
You need 5 to win, and that means that it's Kevin Davidson.
Yes.
And 4 or
But
less
how do
correct.
I know? Here's my question.
Yes.
I'm looking at your screen, and I don't see that.
You don't see the answers.
Do you have answers written out, or are you making it up as you go?
I know the answers. No, I already
so you're
know the
making
answers.
it up
yes.
as you go.
I can do. You could just give me two. You could just give me 2 things, and I'll tell you what the answer
rigged.
is.
You didn't write them out ahead of time and say these are the answers. So rigged. He could change it as we go.
No. We actually, bizarrely, because we don't have a life, we discussed this at the swimming pool this morning, and I know the correct answers on all of these. I don't
For some reason, don't trust you guys.
I don't necessarily agree.
I don't trust you.
He knows that the answers are predetermined.
Yes, the answers are all predetermined. I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but they are predetermined. There's one we're going to have a big argument about.
Yeah, well, unless it's written out and I can see, I don't trust you.
All right, here we go. Bohemian Rhapsody versus Time Warp. You said Bohemian Rhapsody has a slight mathematical advantage. You are correct. 1 point for Kevin Davidson. In C chord versus A chord, you said C chord. You are correct. 2 for 2, Shannon Elizabeth. In Beatles versus Rolling Stones, you said the Beatles. The Beatles, in fact, do have a slight mathematical advantage against the Rolling Stones. You are 3 for 3, Shannon Elizabeth.
It's looking good for Kevin Davidson.
Jimi Hendrix's 1968 Stratocaster versus John Lennon's 1964 Gibson SG. You said John Lennon. First miss for Shannon Elizabeth. That one actually goes to Jimi Hendrix's 1968 Stratocaster. 3-1, not bad though.
Says you.
You really gonna complain after going 3-1? Because I really could change
Because
these
this
answers.
is
You
just,
could you could
I
brick
know.
out. You could
This
brick
is-
out. You should be nice to me.
I still go for Lennon.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
We'll get to the rest of these answers after this hand.
The tension's almost bearable. We're going 3 ways to the flop again.
I'd love to see a 3-way all in.
Do you know we covered a tournament in Canada that ended with a four-way all-in, and the guy with all the chips won it?
You know, I don't remember what final table it was. I remember being at a final table that was being covered, and we all played a joke on him, and all of us went all in first hand. And they stopped everything. They're like, you guys can't do that.
Yeah, that's all binding, guys.
It was pretty funny. No, then nothing was binding. They wanted a show.
I see.
They did not want that happening. They thought it was really great, the first 2 or 3 that did it, and then they were not happy.
And they're like, guys, this show needs to be an hour.
Yeah.
All right, continuing on with the answers. Remember, Shannon's 3-1 so far. Smashing your guitar versus dropping the mic. As far as music is concerned, we got to give this one to smashing your guitar.
Yeah, I just think it's douchey.
It is. They're both kind of douchey, though, right?
Well, I thought dropping the mic would be a tad
Slightly
less
less
douchey, but I would expect you to pick the douchey one. That's
All
okay.
right, that's great.
Right,
Let's
that's
attack.
cool.
Let's attack the games master. Awesome. Crowd surfing versus mosh pitting. You said crowd surfing. Crowd surfing is correct. So you're now 4-2, Shannon. So one more correct answer.
And Kevin
Well,
Davidson
based on what
guitar.
you've said already, the next one has to be right, or what you've already said has to be a lie.
Having an impossible rider versus trashing a
No,
hotel
you
room.
skipped one.
Oh, sorry. Guitar versus piano.
I think the 2 chip leaders and
This is a really tough one. And I think that a lot of people are going to disagree, but I'm going to go piano on this.
See, then you already said, but you said Jimi Hendrix, and you said smashing your guitar.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're talking about the kind of, we're giving away a guitar and the kind of game we're playing at the Hard Rock, you can't pick the piano for the Hard Rock. I'm sorry.
What do you find to be
Wrong.
a more moving instrument? A guitar solo by Eric Clapton or a piano solo by Elton John?
I chose my answers based on the fact we're at the Hard Rock, based on what I thought you would choose.
Well, you should have
None of
picked.
these are really my opinion, because I don't understand
course.
half of this.
Well, you should have picked what the right answer was. That
The right answer
unfortunately
was
was
guitar.
piano.
Rigged.
So you're 4-3 now, Shannon. Here we go.
I will disagree that till the day I die.
Having an impossible rider versus trashing a hotel room. Slightly more rock star, I'm going to say, is trashing a hotel room.
Well, I just think it's rude. That's why I didn't pick it. Because I don't believe in hurting other people that way.
Okay.
And I'm sure you're going to pick choking on your own vomit for the end.
Actually, Shannon, so the final answer here. Choking to death on your own vomit versus Nickelback. You chose Nickelback. Of course Nickelback is a slight mathematical advantage. We're talking about dying here. Of course they're slightly...
No, you could choke without dying.
Choking to death on your own
sorry.
vomit. Careful wording here.
Got it.
Of course, Nickelback is slightly more preferable to choking to death on your own vomit.
Can I pick choking to death on your own vomit versus playing the scam? Can that be one? Can that be the next question?
Well,
is that bad?
I think I know which one you're picking. Somebody get out the Ipecac.
Just kidding.
We'll announce the results of this game after this hand. It has gone to the river.
Coleman betting 2-pair on the river, gets a fold from Kunex.
Well, these guys have been real nice to each other, showing each other hands all day. Thanks for the free info. So Shannon did in fact win race situations with a score of 5-4, which means Kevin Davidson, who submitted his own race situation earlier today of wood blocks versus the triangle, wins the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open guitar. So congratulations, Kevin. Now I'm going to give Rob the Hippie King a chance to win a hat. Because hidden within these, now there's always a hidden domination in here, Shannon, which is like an ace-king versus ace-queen situation. One of these actually isn't a race at all, but it's a domination. If you can correctly identify the domination, I'm going to send a hat to Rob the Hippie King. So
I don't even understand half of these.
Bohemian Rhapsody,
Domination.
Bohemian Rhapsody versus Time Warp, C chord versus A chord, Beatles versus Rolling Stones, Hendrix versus Lennon's guitars, smashing your guitar versus dropping the mic, crowd surfing versus mosh pitting, guitar versus piano, having an impossible rider versus trashing a hotel room, or choking to death on your own vomit versus Nickelback. One of those is a domination, is not a race. Do you have a guess?
Well, considering there's one that I just don't know what the other part of it is, I'll go with the first one.
You're gonna guess Bohemian Rhapsody versus Time Warp is a domination.
Yes.
Because you don't know
what Time Warp is, so I'm gonna go with that one.
Well, your logic is a little backwards, but that in fact is correct. Bohemian Rhapsody versus Time Warp is a domination. Bohemian Rhapsody, one of the all-time great songs, right?
Amazing.
Okay.
What's Time Warp?
Time Warp is like
Can you sing it to me off air? Can you serenade me?
Absolutely.
Just so I know what it is.
Absolutely. James, I gotta leave early tonight.
Go for it.
No danger. So, Rob the Hippie King, you've won yourself a Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open hat.
But in answer to Kevin Davidson, who asked, did I just win? Yes, Kevin, you have won the Hard Rock Red guitar.
What do I get for taking part in that?
What do you want, Shannon?
A guitar.
You want a guitar? I'm sure they'd be more than happy to give you one of those guitars.
All right.
We've only seen one of Mike Lear's cards here. We know he's ahead.
Are they actually breaking tonight or no? Is there like a dinner break or no?
I think if this thing goes the distance, then yes, they will schedule in a dinner break.
And it's looking like it might. Okay. Pass the winner's information along. Whoops, I sent it to James instead of the person I was supposed to send it to.
That's really not going to work because I'm not the person to sort out competition prizes.
Done. Congratulations to everyone who played. You're all winners.
Woohoo.
So just to recap the stacks at the start of hand number 108, Mike Lear leads with 21 million. Dan Coleman second in chips with 17.6 million. Sean Kunex bringing up the rear with 5.9 million. It's a button raise and a big blind defend. Ace deuce against king 9. All clubs, 7-4-3.
Leah with a gut shot and the best hand with ace high. By the way, that game went exactly the way I predicted. I was like, Shannon's not going to want to play it. I'm going to force her to do it, and it's going to be a huge train wreck.
I have to say, though, the game very popular with all our viewers on Twitter. Harvey loved it. He said, absolutely play these games instead of talking about the poker. Josh thought it was wonderful.
Nice. Wait, what does that tell you, though, if they don't want to hear you talk about poker?
Juan says, I'm addicted to this. Please, can we have some more? Amber Lamp says this is the best coverage of a poker tournament ever.
And how far in the archives did you go to find these comments?
That's just a sample. Trust me.
Okay.
Juan says he'd rather choke in his own vomit than continue listening to this crap. I didn't have to go far for that one.
Well, I think you guys are rather good at the commentating.
Thank you, Shannon. So Mike Leah picks up top pair on the turn, calls the bet from Kunix. Absolute bluff, and just keeps getting better and better from Mike Leah.
Kunix rivers the wheel.
Kind of just like the other hand. Exactly. He had a pair of aces, and now he's got a straight.
That improves the straight.
Just against a different player, one he could take out now.
Kunix has checked. I think that he's probably given up here. Don't think he's going to call a bet. Mike's got a bet anyway.
Bet 675.
And Kunix absolutely folds. So Mike Leah adds to his chip lead by 1.1 million on that hand.
Kunix down to 25 big blinds with 3 players remaining. Remember, this tournament had 1,499 total entries. The prize pool guaranteed at $10 million. We came into the final day of play with 6 players. We're down to the final 3.
And first place gets 1.4 million.
They do indeed. And obviously big money jumps now. Every player guaranteed $748,000. That's what third place pays. And the top 2 get more than $1 million. As Shannon said, 1.4 million for the winner, but just over $1 million ball for the runner-up.
Do you guys wish you were playing this one?
Never.
No? Not with this kind of guarantee?
No, I mean, I just can't handle the stress.
Oh, come on. This is such a good one.
I mean, yes, at this point, like, sure, if I could automatically, like, transport
Yeah, jump
myself.
into the final table.
Yeah, fine.
If we could all just jump into final table, sure.
I don't have the desire to play, luckily.
Well, I was going to do a private game later and invite you, but I guess
I mean, I
won't
can't
invite
wait
you
to
later.
play
I won't invite you now.
Poker. I don't know
But
who I'd borrow money from
it's
this
a
time.
5-10 game in my room.
That was different, though, back then. It goes check, check on the end.
Everything was different back then.
I would like to say, Shannon, by the way, the New Year's Eve that you invited me to a couple years ago, Shannon was hosting a New Year's Eve party at Pure in Las Vegas. And
More than a couple years. It was a while ago now.
It was, yeah, 6 or 7 years ago, maybe. But and she invited me as her guest, and it's still one of the best nights of my life. It was awesome.
Is that the
Such a
year we
great
were
time.
next to Britney Spears?
Yes, and her bouncer
Yep.
knocked me over when he came back. That was the year that Britney Spears passed out in the club, and they carried her limp body out like under a trench coat, and they tried to act
Yep.
like she was tired.
That was it.
Britney's just a little tired right now. Meanwhile, they picked her hand up, and it dropped to the ground like a guy with a sleeper hold in WWE. And then about 30 minutes later, after they rushed her out of there, this bouncer, this bodyguard of hers, came tearing back into the club because she had lost a bracelet in one of the couches, and I was a little too close to the couch, and he just completely knocked me over. But yes, that was one of the best
Good
nights of my
time.
life. Thank you for that.
Oh,
Again,
I'm so glad I invited you to one of the best nights of your life.
it really was very
that's
surreal.
So sweet. We'll have to recreate some more best nights of our lives somehow.
Yes, please.
How do we top that? See, you should have gone out with us the other night.
That was here?
We were at a couple places here, and then we went up to a place off property.
All these unnamed places make it sound so much more mysterious and cool.
There were lots of females there.
Oh, I love females. Maybe my favorite thing.
It was a lot of fun.
We got a wiring problem here. Robo dealers had a meltdown.
Oh no.
Cannot shuffle.
Hate when that happens.
We got a question here from Panda. It says, could you ask Shannon how was it her experience to participate in the Worst Cooks in America show?
I didn't.
Okay, good question.
I think they're the wrong person. I don't know what they're talking about.
Fantastic.
Worst Cooks in America show. Even if they're making a joke, I don't think I've ever done a cooking segment. Except with my cousin on a morning news thing.
Well, how was that then? Let's talk about that.
Anything with my cousin's amazing. We have a lot of fun. We're like sisters. We just say sisters. It's just better.
Is your cousin also in the entertainment business?
Yes, she's a news anchor in New York. And she was doing the morning news then, and now she does the evening news. She just won a couple Emmys.
Wow, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, she's pretty amazing. She was out here for the best night the other night with a bunch of us and some players you would know. And, you know, I was excited to introduce her to some of my second family out here. And we had a really good time.
Well, when you get down to introducing her to your 7th and 8th families, give me a call.
Yeah, we had a really good time here. And I'm excited to come back to this next year because they're putting in this brand new Japanese restaurant. I'm super excited about because there's actually like really good vegan food I can eat at Japanese places.
Right, vegan.
Yeah, vegetarian, vegan, you know, all that good stuff. So I'm excited for next time.
Button raise from Kunix, called by Coleman in the big blind. Ace-9 against King-6. Ace-high still ahead.
And that bet's going to get a quick fold from Coleman. Do you still do home games in your house ever?
No, I don't even have my house. I sold it.
You got rid of it?
Yeah, I just sold it. I'm gone. I'm done. I'm looking for a new house.
Okay.
I don't even know where I'm going or what I'm doing yet. Because part of me just wants to move to New York. But I don't know if it's quite time for that yet. So I've been looking for another house in LA.
To be closer to your sister in New York?
Yeah. Yeah, you know. We have a jewelry line together and we like to work together. So I think we'd be more productive together.
Would you say that does she have BFF status?
Oh, she's my sister.
Okay, so that's
She's
even above
beyond,
BFF.
yeah.
BBFF.
She's like #1 in my life status.
Good spot to be in.
She's like even with my 3 kids, my doggies. Like they're all together as the most important things in my life.
So where are the dogs now?
They're at like my temporary home
Okay.
where I'm staying in LA. I've had dog sitters rotating. I'm on my 3rd dog sitter. But this one will be there for the duration till I get back.
Got a pop brewing here.
Leah opened on the button with 10-7. Coleman's 3-bet from the small blind with 6-7.
James, it might be a sore subject, but we should talk about Shark Cage at least a little bit while Shannon's here.
Let's wait till after the sound.
Okay.
How much time is left on the level, please? How much
And
time
Coleman's
is left on the
3-bet gets through.
Oh, there's some really nice comments online. It's really, really classy.
They're called trolls for a reason.
Now,
I'm
Shannon,
like reading over your shoulder.
I know if I
some of the
realized that's
rude
what
comments.
you've been doing, I would have leaned forward.
It wasn't. Yeah, I was reading his actually.
Okay.
Now, Shannon, you mentioned that you don't play poker that much. You only play occasionally, but
Yeah.
the last time we saw you was when you came over to Monaco and played in our TV show, The Shark Cage.
No, I'm not going to talk about that.
No, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's fine. We don't want to talk about results anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 125, 250.
There's a chance for everyone to see it when it airs in
Please
the autumn
no.
on PokerStars.tv.
All right. All right.
She means it, guys. So I think Coleman's already acted, right?
With King 9 on the button, may well have raised. No, just called on the button, and Mike Lear was deciding whether to check his option or raise with the King Jack.
And that wins in the pot. Wow.
Yeah, he gets 2 folds.
So Shannon, what do you got that's exciting that you want to talk about? What can you plug? Your jewelry line?
No, I mean, there's nothing really. I'm in transition right now. You know, everything's kind of. I'm ending one chapter. I'm starting a new. I've sold my house. You know, I'm about to. You know, there's a lot of things. Nothing that I really want to plug right this second.
What is it that is appealing to you about New York?
The energy. I feel like I'm more creative there. I love the hustle and bustle, and I don't know. In LA, it's too easy to like not leave your house, and you know, you get comfortable there, and you just don't want to go like do anything. In New York, you always want to go do something.
I can certainly see that. Yeah, New York is really weird because no one really has like a massive place in New York anyway, so everyone just hangs out outside. You know, not necessarily outdoors, but at a bar or a restaurant or whatever. And
Yeah.
I think it is a little more social. LA seems to be a race to see which friend can cancel first when you have plans with people.
Totally. And you know, the traffic's bad, and nobody wants to drive, and rush hour, and it's just everything's too spread out. It's too far. It's too difficult to get somewhere. And if you're on the east side and someone lives in Santa Monica, they might as well be in New York. You're
Absolutely.
not going to
That's
go
a,
that
that's
far.
a long distance relationship.
Yeah, nobody's going to drive that far. Like, forget it.
The weird thing is you'll still make the plans though with the person on the east
No, I
side,
won't.
and then just you're
No.
beyond that point.
I tell them you live too far away. Unless you were meeting in the middle, I'm not coming over there. Not a chance. Better to just be upfront about it rather than have to cancel later.
I don't know. That's way too simple. I didn't mind driving. I actually really liked driving in Los Angeles. The only issue is that, you know, once you have a couple drinks, then you got to ditch your car for the night. But
Yeah, it's definitely a problem.
so Mike Leas raised under the gun / on the button. We know he's at least got the 9 of hearts. Folds to a 3-bet. Hashtag inspire happiness.
Kunix up to 5.7 million, still the low man at the table. Coleman second in chips with 18 million. Mike Lear, the chip leader, just over 20 million.
Looking for scraps. You guys are like punching.
Scott says he laughed so much at the Nickelbat bit that he broke a string on his guitar. He wished he entered the game to win a new one. Panda apologizes. She was confusing you with Tiffany Michelle.
No problem.
Common mistake.
Coleman raises the button with 5-4. It's a call. Sean Kunix in the small blind with ace-10. Heads up to the flop. 2 clubs on that flop. Coleman with the flush draw. Kunix currently ahead with ace-high. Oh, there's almost a coin flip.
It's as coin flippy as it gets.
I find it weird to be displaying Kunix's outs when actually he's the player in front right now.
Computer doesn't know what to do when it's 50-50.
Computer says no.
Coleman semi-bluff gets a fold from Kunix. PK writes in to say, watching the live stream, and Shannon Elizabeth is the most entertaining out of everyone calling this game. Fantastic. Thank you, PK.
you.
Unbelievable.
And I got bumped because Jason Mercier was here. I was listening to you guys earlier. Thank you. It's because somebody's got to give you a hard time.
Oh, there's plenty of people.
Really?
Give me a hard time. John Eccles is a fan, too. He says, you can't please everyone, but I'm enjoying the banter with Shannon. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers. Now, are you guys staying in Florida tomorrow, or are you going somewhere else? Are we going to, let me guess, Borgata? Is that next?
Not
What's
us.
Next? What's next?
Next for us will be EPT London.
When is that?
That's in October. But we've got some TV shows to voice when we get back to London. So we're leaving tomorrow evening. So we got like hopefully a little bit of time.
To go straight back to
Yeah,
London
tomorrow, yeah.
tomorrow evening?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Do you even bother to have like a true home anymore, or is it always on the road?
My home is mostly in London at this point. I end up spending pretty close to half the year on the road, but
I love London.
all
I
my
think that's a
stuff's in
good home
London.
to have.
London's a pretty amazing city. I say that
Yeah.
London is so amazing that it makes you forget about all the stuff that sucks about it.
I love it there. And listening to the accent's not too bad either.
What's great is having an American accent there.
Well, I was gonna say you're gonna have like an amazing accent to them. It's
Yeah.
like you go to London or Australia.
I get away with murder
Yeah, for sure.
in London.
I had a friend who was like that. He went to Australia and he said girls loved his American accent. And we usually love the Australian accent, so I could see how it could go both ways.
It's not quite as strong like the way that American girls just fall all over themselves for English or Australian accents, but it's pretty good.
Well, could you go there and do a southern accent and see if that changes anything for you?
I could, but I'm...
Can I hear your, let's hear your southern accent.
Oh, God.
Come on.
What's my policy on accents, James?
Well, if you're not going to do the accent, Miss
Sean
means you
Kunix,
can't
all in,
do
ace,
it.
jack. I can't believe it, Vince.
There you go. I can't believe they're all in. And there's a fold.
Mike Lee ditches the King 10 suited.
See, that wasn't bad.
No, it's all right. It's
Go,
fine.
go
What
for a night out at the box in London, do a southern accent, and see how it goes.
no one can hear you at the box anyway.
You gotta scream a little bit.
What's your name, darling? Are you enjoying this erotic show?
That's one version of a southern. Yeah.
That would be me.
I've decided we should have a policy on accents, and that policy is you shouldn't do them.
Okay, that's it.
How are you gonna get rid of yours?
That's right, buddy. Who's got the accent?
Who's got the accent here? I love how his banter is ignoring me. Every time he just ignores me.
He basically is to...
I'm pretending she's not here.
He has to be the balancing act. And if I'm having too much fun with a guest,
Whoever
then
this girl is, she's not here.
I'm just keeping one eye on the screen to make sure nothing big happens here.
All I know is if they don't wrap this up soon, I'm gonna go to dinner, and you guys can call me if it wraps. Because I'm gonna come back for final interview. Winter interview.
I'm glad you're doing it, not me. That's my most hated part of the job, actually, is doing the
Why?
winter interview.
Why?
Because it's really hard to get something good out of them.
It's better than doing the interview of the person that just got knocked out.
That is true. I don't
Try
have to do
that
those
one.
at least.
I did that the other day. They made me talk to Matt Salzberg, right? I was like, "Are you sure you want to do this?"
He's a pretty funny loser, at least.
Well, it was his first buy-in. It was before he went deep in it. So he's like, "Yeah, I'll probably get back in." So he was cool. But I know I don't like to do it.
Matt's never firing one bullet.
Not in a 10 million guarantee.
All right, well, we do have action.
Three-way, your favorite.
Coleman open with a raise on the
They
button.
ignore me
Kunix
again.
just called in the small blind.
Assholes.
Then came the squeeze from Mike Lear in the big blind with threes. Coleman called, and then Kunix moves all in for nearly 6 million.
All right, we could be down to 2.
This is a fairly light shove. King 7 suited.
Is that a level? Level's going up. Is that what that beeping is?
I think it is.
Into the level.
Running things down there on an egg timer. Wow, I can't believe Mike Lee's thinking about this.
Like shoving with the worst hand.
Still got Coleman to act behind him.
Mike Lee's put in 1.4 million. Going to cost him another 4.5 million to call.
So he's getting a little worse than 2 to 1.
He's almost getting 2 to 1. In a situation where he's going to be racing a healthy percentage of the time.
Can I change my decision and just call the 450?
I think once he asked that, we're going to see a fold most of the time. There he goes.
Dang, I wanted him to call.
What about Dan Coleman now?
I want him to call too.
Shannon just wants carnage.
I wanted 2 calls and then check it down. Is that wrong?
Haven't seen that in a while. I mean, you'd certainly
Don't let him
expect
get away with this.
Sean to be stronger than he is right here.
Did Coleman announce call?
He sure did.
Coleman calls, putting Sean Kunix at risk. Ace 10 against King 7. Kunix does have live cards. He has roughly 40% equity here.
More like Sean Cajones with that jam, King 7 suited.
62% of the time, Kunix will go out and we will go heads up between Dan Coleman and Mike Lear.
Live cards, though, powerful.
Ace on the flop, though, and a 10.
10.
2 pair for Coleman. Kunix drawing super thin now. Running cards needed.
That's one of them.
Gotta have a jack.
4 outs for Sean Kunix.
Third place finisher.
Looking for a jack on the river, or we are heads up here at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. It's an 8, so we lose Sean Kunix in 3rd place. He cashes in this tournament for $748,000. And it's Dan Coleman heads up against Mike Lear for the title and that $1.4 million first prize. And Coleman will go into the heads-up battle with the chip lead. It's $25 million, plays $20 million.
How about that Sean Kunix? Hashtag inspire craziness.
And that brings us to the end of the level, so we are going to take a 15-minute break before the heads-up battle kicks off. At this point, we thank Shannon Elizabeth for joining us in the booth.
Thank you,
Shannon.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, and also my condolences for having to play race situations.
Thanks.
Yes,
So, we will be back in 15 minutes' time. They are deep. This could be an epic heads-up battle. Coleman versus Lear. Both guys have locked up $1 million, but there is about $500,000 still in play, and of course that all-important trophy and title. We have reached the closing stages of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open main event. Live coverage continues shortly on PokerStars.tv. If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, The Big Game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
If I'd be, oh boy.
That's a really tough question.
If I had to be a poker player for 24 hours?
Well, you know what? Just for 24 hours, I'd probably pick Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey.
I'm curious as to why he does the things he does, because he's so off the map sometimes.
He's respected all over the world. He's very well known.
He just sees poker and the world in a different way.
He has a very fun life. He can do a lot of cool things.
What do you think?
I just want to be able to get that steer that he has that make people just want to himself at the table sometime.
He's the best overall all-around poker player, so I'd love to be that.
I don't know.
He's a fun guy to party with. If you've ever been to Vegas.
It must be nice to be Phil Ivey.
Live Bowie, I guess. This will be like the most different life completely to be a girl, so I guess so, yeah.
From the day I was 4 years old, I wanted to be a professional actress. I banged around for a really long time. I made a lot of really brilliant movies. And then I got to the age where everything sort of slows down. That's about the time I started to get interested in poker. Poker, it's just this crazy vortex. It just sucks you in. Fold, 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 raise, call, raise, fold, fold, fold. When you're putting in thousands and thousands of hands, the acting kind of falls by the wayside. I'd always look at the movie and I'd say, well, would I rather do this movie or would I rather play poker? And the answer was always play poker. I had the noble ambition of wanting to become one of the greatest there ever was, and the not so noble ambition like, I'll show you all. It's really funny because normally I don't talk about money, but in poker, it's how you keep score. It's so important to get to the top of the worldwide money list. That's one of my goals, seeing myself move up the women's all-time money list. And you go, wow, if I could make 100,000 more, I'll jump over so-and-so, and then I'll be, you know, a few notches up above. I thought it's probably not a good thing for people to think that you're a degenerate. And I thought, you know what, I am a degenerate. Embrace it.
I guess it's a fairly little known fact that I grew up in this beautiful place with these wonderful animals. People always think, oh, she's from London, she's obviously a town girl, grew up all glammed up and so on, but it couldn't be further from the truth. I was such a disgusting child. I used to try and make pizzas by just gathering detritus from the floor of the woods. And then I'd bring it and be like, look, there's a pizza. And my mum was like, that's lovely, dear. I think you can catch diseases from this. My mum was a huge influence on me growing up in terms of, you know, riding.
As a very little girl, I think I was told before I could even walk, I had this passion for horses.
She used to ride a lot. She used to compete, and you know, my mum sat me on her horse when I was about 6 months old, apparently. He was a big old gentle giant, and it was mostly my mum that was my influence, my inspiration.
Obviously, when I had Olivia, she followed the same sort of passion, and so we got her a little pony.
He was just a pony on loan. And then I had another one when I was 8 called CJ, and he was this little grey devil.
She and I were able to ride together, which was really nice, especially in lovely countryside that we've got round here.
Sadly, my little pony wasn't big enough to keep up with her big horse, but we tried anyway. He was fantastic, so talented, and we won a lot of competitions together.
She actually was quite competitive. She competed locally quite successfully, and because she was quite brave, she did very well.
All the rosettes, you know, meant the world to me, and when I was about 12 or 13, sadly I grew too big for CJ, and so we got Bella.
When Liv went off to university, we reluctantly sold her because we decided it wasn't really going to be worth keeping her.
After I won San Remo, my mum called me and she was like, Bella's back up for sale, do you want to buy her? And I was like, yes I do, I can afford this. I guess it was nice for everything to kind of come full circle. You know, I was lucky enough to have a daddy that would buy me a pony when I was a little girl, and now, you know, I made my own way and was able to buy my own. So Bella, she's a woman. You know, she has mood swings. Some days she's an absolute angel, and other days she's an absolute cow.
Hey.
Bella. But she's a very good horse. I trust her hugely. She's got an incredibly gentle nature. She's very patient, and the other animals love her. Oh, it's so nice when I can get on my horse and go galloping across the fields. Definitely blows away the cobwebs, and poker is the last thing on my mind. It's gone. I'm just me and my horse trying to stop. You know, if you're in fear for your life, then it's hard to think about anything else. No, Bella's not that bad. She can just, she gets a little excited sometimes.
Her love of animals has definitely come from me. If I have an animal, I commit to it and look after it well, and I've tried to teach her to do the same thing.
There we go. Oh, God. Who's a good boy? I just love all creatures. I don't really care what they are. I used to have pet snails.
No, not my hat.
Stick insects for a while.
He's got his legs stuck in it.
I don't really care what they are. I'm not scared of any creature.
Ow! Come here.
One thing that's mildly frustrating about living here surrounded by animals is that when I was about 14 or 15, I started developing really bad allergies to animals and animal hair and just anything to do with them, basically.
So it does limit the amount of time she can spend with them.
Now, whenever I ride my horse, either my mum helps me tack her up or I just have to kind of do it from a distance.
I wish I could give her a kiss.
And then try not to cuddle her too much until I come back, because otherwise I just can't breathe, I can't see, I won't stop sneezing, it's awful. The thing with horses is that you have to work really hard to get them to a level that they're going to win when you enter competitions. My mum in particular was quite a driver, shall we say, when it came to getting me to practice, and it really paid off because, you know, I would be bringing home armfuls of rosettes and trophies. Having that drive and having someone sort of supporting and pushing you really instilled this work ethic and taught me that diligence and hard graft will pay off in whatever field you enter into.
Whatever she put her mind to, she really succeeded. She always put 100% into it. She was successful riding. She was realistic enough to know that she wasn't going to earn money from working with horses, but she always showed a great determination and committed to it.
I was probably one of those annoying kids at school that had to be the best in every subject and then the best at sports. I'm not saying I always was, but I wanted to be. My competitive nature, I guess, drives success in some extent.
I'm obviously very proud of her, and also her degree at Manchester University. I don't know where she gets her brains from.
After returning from university, I was living in London, didn't want to get a normal job, so I started applying for game shows randomly. And one of the first shows I got on, they took 5 complete beginners and taught us how to play poker. I was taught by Annie Duke and Phil Hellmuth and the Devilfish.
First of all, we thought, oh my goodness, you know, 21 years old, weren't really that keen on the idea.
I fell in love with the game of poker instantly. And one of the things that I learned, particularly from Annie, she was like, well, if you want to be good at this game, you just have to study it and study and study and study.
She very quickly reassured us that the sort of poker world that she was involved in is not the image that a lot of us had. And she clearly was going to make a success of it.
I just bought all the books I could and read as much information as I could. I had some pretty early on success in small tournaments in London, and then, yeah, it just sort of blossomed from there. My mum was obviously supportive of me growing up in all of my sporting and competitive endeavours, particularly with the horses, and nothing's changed.
I've been on a few tours with her, not as many as I'd like to. I really enjoy it. I would rail her for as long as I can. It's great to watch her.
So in 2010, I was down in the south of France playing a €500 event, and then the volcano went off and I couldn't get home. I was with Liz Liu, and she said, well, I'm going to San Remo. There's an EPT there, you should come. And I'm like, well, that's outside my bankroll. And she's like, well, there's satellites and some side events. Come along anyway. So we got on a train and a bus and a train and a bus, and we eventually got there. And there was a satellite that night, so I'm like, all right, I entered it, and I won my seat. I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to play this main event. It was an absolutely enormous tournament, 1,240 runners. It was extremely exciting, obviously, throughout the whole thing because I didn't get to play many main events. I was quite nervous because I'm like, oh, this is big.
It was the most frustrating time for me because it was when there was the volcanic ash cloud. I knew she was going to be doing the final table. I was all set to jump on a plane and come down there. I'd been following it on the live streaming, and of course I couldn't get a flight out.
I played the best that I could, and obviously the cards were on my side. And then I go and bink the whole tournament.
Please.
I was obviously having some crazy emotions and extremely happy.
I think one of the first things she said was, I must ring my mum.
I speak to her on the phone and she's just crying her eyes out.
Yeah, it was just floods of tears, very emotional. It was a shame I couldn't have been there to fling my arms around her, but I know she had lots of support out there.
Let's give it up for the winner from UK, Liv Boris.
The thing that I'm so happy about is just how proud she is of me.
It was probably my proudest moment because she worked hard at it, so to do that was brilliant.
I guess it has changed my life in some way. It's made me much more known on the poker circuit, and it led to me being invited to join Team Pro, which was a huge personal goal. I'm so lucky having an incredibly supportive family, and especially my mum. I definitely wouldn't be here without that. My family kind of described me as a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde in terms of what they see of me on the cameras, out on the poker circuit, to what they know of the Liv, or Olivia as I'm known back here. Coming back here definitely gives me a chance to decompress and really feel refreshed and invigorated. It's nice to be able to get away from all of it. I don't want to say I escaped to here because I love my time when I'm on tour, but I also love the polarity of being back here with its calm and its peace. So the two just complement each other so well. It definitely gives me a real boost and, you know, a new lease of life, ready for my next poker trip.
I'd say the closest thing for me to being starstruck was when I met Barack Obama. And, you know, he looked at me and he said, I know you. You're the poker guy. In fact, we played poker last night. And he showed me $60 and he's like, and these guys they're not very good. So that was just interesting because at the time I was really interested in the political debates and stuff like that. So to get a chance to meet him. And then he knew who I was. And I have a picture in my house of him going like this, you know?
I've been so fortunate that I've been able to meet a lot of my big celebrity crushes or whoever when I was growing up. James Hetfield from Metallica, I got to meet him. Slash from Guns N' Roses. I've been lucky to meet a lot of, you know, big movie stars, and I've also been a fan asking for the autograph, and you don't get that interaction, whereas if you get to sort of meet them on a more equal social setting, that's obviously really cool. It doesn't happen very often.
I remember walking in to the Bicycle Club, and Ben Affleck was, you know, kind of, he was, you know, going out with J-Lo. And so they were kind of the #1 couple in the world. And I was a little starstruck just to see the room. And I remember just like, oh, I'm gonna go welcome Ben Affleck to poker. And I went over there, and he'd already read my book, you know, and he's quoting me these characters. I'm like, this is too freaky. You know, I just remember I had to leave the room. I just walked around outside and I'm like, wow, what has happened to poker?
I went to a dinner a couple of weeks ago and Samuel Jackson was there. I was quite awestruck by him. Oh, I tell you who I did talk to once, a long time ago, Michael Jackson. I went to Uri Geller's wedding. Uri Geller, the spoon vendor, Michael Jackson was best man. It was quite odd. He'd recently broken his leg. The helicopter landed. He sort of hobbled out down the aisle, looking baffled. And he hobbled past and went up to the stage where they were getting married and sort of sat there and watched the thing. And then as he hobbled back, I thought, right, I'm not going to get a lot of chances to talk to Michael Jackson. So I said, how did you enjoy the wedding, Mr. Jackson? How did you enjoy the dancing? And he said, I didn't really know what I was supposed to do. And he got back in his helicopter and left.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Not since Torquemada and the Inquisition has this kind of cruelty been inflicted upon a small Jewish man.
I've done well in poker. I don't like to brag, but you could look it up.
But now all that kind of goes out the window. It's pretty crazy, actually, especially with the first prize like this.
It's all or nothing. $1 million. Who couldn't use $1 million?
Millie ball, ching.
Finally, we get to do something new and exciting. I'm looking forward to putting Scotty Nguyen and Jennifer Tilly in the cage, and I'll be mocking them while they're there.
The Prince Poker, baby. Scotty Nguyen.
Armageddon's coming.
It feels good to do the light stuff, you know?
Give me loads of time.
Oh, I don't want to go in the shark cage.
I can't fold this to the toilet.
God damn, don't do it!
Was that a bluff?
Oh, in the cage.
It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
You want to hear big... That's called a needle!
We have that cage. We should have like a dominatrix with a whip come out. Like all the in there.
I will fly across this table and beat you with my chip. It's not just a dislike, I hate you.
Such an idiot! I'm more concerned about how I get Mr. Grissom over in that cage.
I don't like to do that, Theodore.
All poker should be like this.
They don't even give you a chair in there.
Mike McDonald tries something very different, and it's the massive, over-exaggerated stare down. I just can't help but laugh when he does it. I don't think there's a lot of merit to it. It doesn't intimidate me.
When he looks at you like that, rah!
Doesn't make me uncomfortable. I just think it's a little odd.
He looks so evil when he does it. Pure evil.
It works for him because I think for a lot of players, when they look at him, they get really uncomfortable. And I think that's part of why he does it. I take a very different approach. I'm not the stare down guy. I like to make people comfortable because I find when people are comfortable, they're more relaxed and they put their guard down.
Are you aces or kings? Can I say that or is that illegal?
Aces or kings are good, right?
Of course. I'm just saying, that's what I thought he had, but not that I could beat it.
So I'd rather joke around with them. Okay, I'm thinking of a card. I think the stare down tenses people up, and that's not what I'm looking for when I'm trying to get a read.
Yeah, you know, just here to help out.
I've been playing a long time, and I feel like the best stare down in the game is one John Juanda. When he gives you the eye, there's one that raises up high. And it's just like, ah, he can see right through my soul. Don't look at me.
To become a super high roller champion, it takes ambition.
For me, the most important thing is the title. Like, I want to win. I'm hungry to win.
I try to stay on top of my game. I'm always thinking about hands. I think sometime you'll see me holding up the trophy.
I own Cirque du Soleil. Opportunity present to us, we seized them. We never thought about getting that big, but we got there.
When I started playing poker, I thought I was going to win everything. I've always had that confidence. If you think it, and then you believe it, it's much easier to create it.
Strong desire and dedication are needed to fulfill your dreams and become the greatest. Each January, the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas attracts players from around the world for a poker festival unlike any other. The PCA. One of the premium events is the 100K Super High Roller. The large buy-in and small field combine for an intense competition between the elite pros and recreational players with deep pockets. Day 2's about to begin. There's still time for last-minute entries. And with the prize pool already exceeding $5 million, the winner is guaranteed a 7-figure payday. Last time, PCA newcomer and Cirque du Soleil founder Guy Laliberté found the going tough at poker's top table.
Give me a rebuy.
The self-proclaimed best player in the world, Ryan Reese, was KO'd in a double elimination.
Good luck, guys.
Daniel Negreanu didn't fare much better and kept firing bullets.
Rebuy.
I'm set.
That's good. I'll come back tomorrow. There's only like 30 minutes left. I'm gonna take the rest of the night off and then come back in the morning fresh with the third bullet. You're not nearly as strong as I thought you'd be. That was nothing.
Well, Daniel Negreanu did indeed return today to fire a third bullet. He's joined by John Joanda, who also opted to re-enter before the registration deadline. Vladimir Shemelev is our lone new entry. So 40 players are taking their seats at the start of day 2. On only his first bullet is the big stack at our feature table, Bryn Kenny. In 2011, he played in our first ever Super High Roller.
I went deep in it too, and I came in third. I'll just have to keep staying in there and possibly win one.
To a fellow tourney boss who clinched the title on his Super High Roller debut.
My confidence is very high. I'm feeling great, I'm playing great, and there's nothing I would be feared of. Nobody and no spot, nothing.
Vanessa Selbst won the 25K High Roller at last year's PCA, and now she's looking for an upgrade.
To be able to take down the 100K and kind of representing all the women out there would be really awesome.
Entrepreneur, entertainer, philanthropist, and adventurer all describe high-stakes player Guy Laliberté.
I like challenge in my life. It's more difficult for a non-professional to swim in this shark tank, but, you know, there's little fish who could eat sharks also.
The Super High Roller is now a freeze-out, with 40 players remaining.
There's John Joanda, followed by Igor Kurganov and Antonio Esfandiari. If Antonio wins this, he'll go from #1 on the all-time list to #1 on the all-time list. He doesn't need to win this.
Hey, how you doing? Good. See ya.
Good work yesterday.
Yeah, you too.
Just getting through it.
Jonathan Duhamel and Guy Laliberté having a little chat, and since they're French-Canadian, I can only assume that gesture is referring to a hockey puck. Or Justin Bieber. I know what you're thinking. Bryn Kenny and Jason Mercier's luggage must have gotten lost, right? Nope.
I'm here, though. I would love to have those chips, though. Is that all right, thanks.
They dress that way voluntarily.
Soll Hallo sagen oder nicht? Ne? The new Toby, huh? One of the earliest.
Tobias must have thought the tournament started an hour ago. Oh, yes, I love this kid. Super High Roller and total goofball. Look at him. Phil Gruesome, everybody.
Every day, the same faces.
See, they have their fun. They have their fun.
Lots of familiar faces. All these guys have played on a Super High Roller feature table before. Phil Gruesome and Bryn Kenny are the big stacks. Note that Bryn has position on Phil. And Donnie Stern is the short stack with less than a third of the tournament average. Blinds right now 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante.
And remember, Dr. Jones, no more parachute. Rebuy period is over.
Bryn Kenny, who plays online as Bryn Kenny, raises with King Jack, makes it 13,000.
Good fact.
Pocket nines for Jonathan Duhamel.
Pretty good calling hand.
And the 2010 World Series of Poker main event champ calls in position on the button. Phil Gruesome with pocket fives calls as well from the big blind, so three-way to this flop.
Duhamel, more like Dunuffel, am I right?
It's a jack high flop, top pair for Bryn Kenny.
Any one of these hands is going to be the best hand a fair amount of the time. Gruesome's least often.
Action check to Bryn, who raised pre-flop from under the gun, and he continues for 19,000.
With only one overcard out there, I think most of the time Jonathan's going to make like a sunburn and peel.
He also has a couple of backdoor draws. He calls.
And just calling there can sometimes get your opponent to shut down on the turn, maybe even the river too.
Gruesome gives up the fives, heads up to the turn. The three of diamonds, Bryn Kenny now a 95% favorite.
And I don't see any reason why he would shut down in this case.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the 2014 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open main event, where we are heads up. It's Dan Coleman against Mike Lear.
And how bored does Dan Coleman look to be heads up yet again?
Welcome everyone to the 2014 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. We are currently heads up at the final table. We have Mike Lear with 19,550,000 in chips. We have Dan Coleman with 25,450,000 in chips. We're going to deal. Blinds are 150, 300,000, $50,000 ante.
So here we go, the heads-up battle underway. Remember, you can tweet along with us, use the hashtag SHRPO, as Dan Coleman with the chip lead goes heads up against Mike Lear. Many people, when this final table started six-handed, predicted it would end like this, with these two going mano a mano.
The two most experienced players at the table, makes sense. Mike Lear, lots of great results on the American and Canadian circuits. Dan Coleman, obviously on fire right now. Just like to thank tournament director Dave Grubb for introducing this heads-up match. Get your grub on.
Apple consumed, cards are dealt. Let's do this. Lear on the button in the small blind.
And as many people on Twitter have pointed out, this is Dan Coleman's fourth seven-figure score this year. Already guaranteed over $1 million. They're playing for about $400,000 in difference of prize money right now.
Yeah, $1 million to the runner-up, 1.4 million to the winner.
But congratulations to these guys, though, because they're both millionaires. I mean, probably already millionaires, but they're both walking out of here with at least $1 million. Pretty freaking cool.
So Lear makes it 600,000. Coleman calls in the big blind with his pocket threes. Still has the best hand on the flop. It goes check, check.
And it seems like the audience is pretty evenly divided on who's going to win this or who they would like to win this between Mike Lear and Dan Coleman.
900,000.
I mean, with the exception of Sean Kunis, who was our third place finisher, went out on the last hand before the break. Most of the messages of support, most of the good luck wishes have been for these two guys today.
Dan Coleman's bet the turn with the best hand. Mike's got a gut shot. His pair outs are live too.
Full.
Leah sticking around.
900,000 apiece. The board pairs on the river, a double paired board now, but Coleman's threes still playing, and he bets the river into a pot of 3.1 million. He's betting pretty big. 2.2 million, roughly 2/3 of the pot. Ollie says Coleman definitely has the unfair advantage. Now he has his soul read glasses on.
I don't think the kid needs any more advantages. So obviously I don't think Mike's thinking of calling here too often.
Thinking of bluff raising?
Those are his only options, are to fold or bluff raise. And I'm not really sure what to make of Dan's bet here. Maybe this is what the kids call a merge. Sometimes you get called by ace high. Sometimes you fold out slightly better.
There's the raise from Mike Lear. And gets Coleman to fold the better hand.
Nice play. Show the bluff. Good for the game.
And Lear takes the chip lead. Slight advantage over Coleman. 23 million plays 21.5 million. Let's just talk briefly about these two players, Joe. Who've made it to the final two of this tournament. Dan Coleman, you mentioned the big scores he's had this year. It started in the spring when he took down the super high roller event at the EPT Grand Final in Monaco for $2.1 million US. Then, of course, came his victory in the one drop at the World Series for $15.3 million. And then just a couple of weeks ago, second place in the super high roller at EPT Barcelona for $1.1 million. So as you say, this, his 4th million plus score in 2014.
I mean, he's pinged all of the tours too. You know, it's, you know, the EPT. This isn't necessarily a tour, but this huge event here, Alpha 8. I mean, he's been everywhere. World Series of Poker, obviously. I mean, he's done it on multiple continents with large fields, small fields, $1 million buy-ins, $100,000 buy-ins, $5,000 buy-ins. The kid's done it all.
Well, Coleman raised it up with Queen 4. Mike Lear chose just a call with Ace-Jack. No re-raise from the big blind, but Coleman has flopped trip 4s, and he continues for 700,000. And this is a board that Ace-High is going to be good on a decent percentage of the time.
Yeah, if Mike decides to get sticky here or make some sort of play at this pot, it's going to end a lot differently than the last one did.
Mike Lear, originally from Canada, now lives in Las Vegas. Live tournament earnings of $2.2 million. His biggest live cash to date was when he won the Borgata Deep Stack main event in 2009 for $319,000. Well, he's beaten that record today.
Sure has. Tripled it.
1.8 million.
Triplo Espresso says hard to see Dan Coleman not winning this. With the standard anything can happen disclaimer allowing. He says his sick heater is intoxicating. And Sophie Thompson says, after being elected president of the Dan Coleman fan club by James, all I can say is thumbs up and okay to the glasses.
Sophie Putin Thompson elected with 110% of the vote.
Paul says, yeah, good idea, Mike. Show Dan Coleman cards when you don't have to. That's going to work out well. Sarcasm. So Coleman fires the turn, having continued the flop. 1.8 million. And Lear folds his ace high.
Yeah, that king wasn't such a great card for Dan because it was another card that Dan could have potentially had in his hand, so it becomes less likely that Mike calls there with ace-jack high.
So Coleman retakes the chip lead, but it's pretty even right now. 23 million playing 22 million. Both these guys pretty deep. 150, 300,000 blinds with a 50,000 ante. And if there's one thing Joe and I are very used to, it's epic deep stack heads-up battles.
You know, I know we've already covered this, probably non-stop since we started Heads Up, but how? How? How, Dan Coleman? How? How is he doing this? How? Well, it just hit me all of a sudden. What? There were, what, 1,400, there were almost 1,500 entries in this event. How is he down to the last two? How? I will repeat, how?
Well, as Scott Walters says on Twitter, regardless of the result here, Dan Coleman is currently the sickest tournament player in the world. And he doesn't mean sick like you're sick with the cough.
I think I have the black lung.
So we have our first pre-flop 3-bet of this heads-up battle. Leah raises with ace-9 on the button. Coleman re-raises to 1.7 million from the big blind with king-jack of diamonds.
I think we might have Dan Coleman fan club vice president, Rosa Gonzalez. Dan Coleman is on fire and unstoppable. Like him or not, he's a great player. And obviously you need to run well to win poker tournaments, especially multiple poker tournaments. But this kid doesn't, he's not getting it in bad and like catching crazy 2-outers or things like that. You see people winning poker tournaments. He's not running poorly, but I wouldn't say he's getting crazy lucky either.
Well, the weird thing is, we mentioned those 4 1 million plus scores this year. You and I have been there for 3 of them, including this one. We've seen him play heads up twice before this. Very impressive player.
3.5 million.
A 4-bet from Mike Leah.
Call.
So we're playing a big pot.
And Coleman calls.
So we got 7 million in the middle right now. There's likely to be more. We want to color up some of these chips, huh? What's the thought?
Check.
Well, Coleman's going nowhere on this flop. Second nut flush draw. And even though ace high is the best hand right now, Coleman is a statistical favorite, but it's kind of misleading to say that Leah needs outs.
Leah's still winning.
Check.
Well, now Leah is a 2-to-1 favorite with 1 card to come.
Check.
The board bricks out for Coleman. Ace high is good.
Check.
And this gets checked to showdown.
4-bet before the flop. Check, 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 check.
Jeffrey Pinion points out that Dan Coleman is clearly Romania in human form.
Year of Romania. I wouldn't be surprised if Coleman had some Romanian heritage. It's really probably the only thing that can explain this.
Well, we had some race situations earlier on, Joe. Here's a dilemma posed to you by Ollie. Joe, you can only pick one. Huge, epic heads-up battles or making quass puns. Go.
Quass puns. Are you sure you're reading that right? I think he's pitting. He's taking 3 of my gags against each other. Is he saying I can only say huge? Do my? I don't know. So I pick quass puns no matter what. Long story short. Josh Morgan says Coleman showing poker is not luck. Certainly is a strong case of poker being a game of skill.
Tim Tone says Coleman, the Olashemian of 2014. Only more so.
John Dolan's just tweeted. He wants to thank Shannon Shore and David Peters for getting this tournament moved to a week earlier. Didn't know they were the forces behind that, but hell, we're grateful too, because we got to be here. Whoever you are, 1 week earlier, Angel. You scheduling saint, you.
A raise from Leah, called by Coleman. Queen high flop, which favors Dan. 95% favorite.
Check.
Now has a lock on the hand.
James Doug, who thinks my name is Jody, he's asking if I didn't see the hand before the break. Coleman equals luck sack.
Hold on a second. You mean when Coleman got it in with ace-10 against king-7?
Yeah, when he got it in with the best hand and then the best hand held. Ronnie Evers wants to know, what are the odds of Coleman giving an interview if he wins? Well, Ronnie, one thing you should take into account that it's Shannon doing the interview, so maybe he'll be more inclined to talk to Shannon Elizabeth.
Marshall says, when was the last time one of these didn't go to a marathon heads-up battle? Maybe EPT Kiev back in 2009? Lol.
600,000.
Lol. Mike Flanagan says, I'm naming my first child Dan effing Coleman, daughter or son.
And Tim is confused about the lack of pocket cams on this table. There are little computer chips in the cards, Tim, and scanners on the table. It's called RFID, and that's the technology we're using to bring you hole card information at this final table, this heads-up battle.
Tim, I've got a pocket cam you can look at, but I'm not sure you're going to like it.
Leah first to act, Jack 9 offsuit.
I always have the nuts.
Raise 600,000.
Standard raise, min raise to 600,000.
Raise 1.7.
Oh, I like this. Just one card, Blind Man's Bluff.
Max says, I'm hoping to see Coleman mouth off a bit like he does online. He's too quiet. And that's the difference between Dan Coleman playing online as Mr. Greeny or playing live as Dan Coleman. He has been known to troll his opponents when he plays online, but actually is quite pleasant and gentlemanly when he plays live.
Like a lot of people on the internet. Get them in person, they tend to quiet down a little bit. Although, his results kind of are all the trash talk that he needs.
Leah folds the 3-bet. Leah still with a slight advantage, 23 million against 21 million. Adolfo makes a prediction. He says, I still think Leah will win. He has had a great read on Coleman throughout this final table.
I think the read worth mentioning, actually, is Dan Coleman's read on Sean Kunix. It seemed like Coleman just really had a great sense of what he was doing the entire time. He made that one snap call where he doubled up Kunix, and I think that was just sort of a read gone wrong, because I don't think you make that snap call against someone unless you have what you believe is a really strong read on them. But everything after that moment, Dan just had the absolute, like, just made all the right decisions.
Check.
Both players catch a piece here.
Yeah, Coleman, the razor,
600,000.
catches top pair. Second pair for Mike Leah. Coleman continuing this flop for 600,000. Old Simmons obviously got his calculator out. Dan Coleman is averaging over $1 per second in live earnings since the month of April.
That must include, that includes seconds that he's not even at the poker table? Because I assume that just accounts for 24 hours in a day.
Jack on the turn,
Check.
Coleman still ahead.
Board gets a little worse for a pair of sixes.
Coleman fires again.
1.8.
1.8 million.
Got a hero getting in touch, Tudor Paricha. Thanks for making me smile at 2 a.m. You're welcome, Tudor.
Hashtag year of Romania.
You're Romania.
So Leah folds the turn. And Connor Shelley tweets, Stapes, Coleman once told me that one time he was going crazy jokingly at you in the Sunday Million chat box. Can you confirm or deny the story?
That is 100% true.
Mr. Greeny trolled you?
I got it all in, Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen versus Ace-Jack, and he was calling for a jack in the chat box over and over again, and he got it. He got it.
Of course he got it, because that's how well he runs.
He runs, he's a luck box,
Even
this guy.
Even in hands he's not playing, even when he's just randomly trolling you, he still runs good. Phil Morris tweets, Coleman looks like Clark Kent. Hey, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Pierre says, I hope a documentary on this guy will come out. I'm sure you're interested too. I mean, who doesn't want to be Dan Coleman lately? Me. I don't want to be Dan Coleman. I'm happy with me.
Jonathan has a quick question about the text alerts we keep hearing. Is that Mike's phone going? Is he getting texts about Dan's hands if there's no delay on the stream?
Do we account for that?
There is a delay on the stream. That's the crucial thing to say, Jonathan. Everything you're watching right now actually happened 40 minutes ago. You're enjoying an as-live experience. You're getting to watch this as if it was in real time. But obviously we do have that delay to preserve the integrity of the tournament. But we're seeing this delayed video the same time that you're seeing it, and that's how we're able to read your tweets in real time.
Tommy says, just look at Coleman at the table. Can his confidence be any higher right now? Must feel like he can't lose anything.
Raise 600,000.
Well, let's not forget, he didn't actually win that Super High Roller tournament in Barcelona. He came second.
That's right.
For more than $1 million.
He only got second.
To his mentor, Olivier Busquet.
His mentor, backer, and friend, Olivier Busquet.
Well, top two here rather. No, let's try that again.
One more time.
2 pair for Mike Lear.
Nailed it.
I wouldn't mind, but there's only like another 7 hours to go probably of this heads-up battle.
Call.
Bowman calls with the gut shot to the nuts. The nuts straight, at least.
Check.
Bowman, the only player with a heart. Mike's got to bet this again, right? There's too many draws he can get called by. Too much action to be had.
Matt D is nominating Dan Coleman for the president of Soterios Katupas.
It'll never happen.
They'll never get rid of that sheep.
The sheep, I mean, it's president for life.
So Mike wins that with a bet on the turn. We've seen 132 hands at this final table today. We started with 6 players. We're down to 2. Still pretty even in chips. Mike Lear with 23 million, Dan Coleman with 22 million. And Ollie says the heads-up play is outstanding, but the dealer's shirt cuffs take the show for me. Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Mike.
Well, we have got a fickle crowd here, huh? Upset by shirt sleeves?
Raise 600,000.
Coleman with Jack 10 now.
I don't believe anyone's folded pre-flop yet.
Well, that's heads-up poker for you.
You say that, but occasionally a player will just fold their small blind. Occasionally someone will fold to a single raise.
Very occasionally. And these guys haven't really had any hands yet that would be, you know, worthy of a pre-flop fold heads up. You know, you can fold your 8 trays and your 7 deuces, but most hands are playable.
Coleman continued the flop for 700,000. Mike Lear called with ace high, which is still the best hand.
Coleman finally turns a draw.
At 1.8 million.
He fires again at 1.8 million. Very consistent with his bet sizing.
And I will say that Coleman has at least been in the position to semi-bluff quite a bit in this tournament, and that's, you know, a little extra cushion. It's easier to be aggressive, to fire bets when you have a strong draw. And he's been able to pick up a lot of pots that way.
Now it's Coleman with 23 million versus Mike Lear's 22 million. And Cody says, did they look at chop numbers during the break? It did take quite a while for us to reset for the heads-up battle, a bit longer than we expected. To the best of our knowledge, no, they didn't. Should point out, by the way, the Seminole Hard Rock doesn't actually oversee or officiate deals in its championship events. So if these guys are looking at chopping it, they're going to have to discuss that privately. The casino will pay the agreed payouts for second and first.
So if there is a deal, there's a chance that we may not find out about it.
Correct.
Raise 600,000.
So Rose gets in touch to say it's not all about Coleman. How about some Mike stats? Okay, Rose. Well, Mike cashed for $517 recently at the CPT Summer Showdown in Calgary. He cashed for $1,500 back in July of this year at the Aria Classic.
No one's disputing the fact that Mike is not an accomplished player, and he's had
Whoa! Look,
he's had some very big results. Let's not troll the poor guy. However,
Mike is an excellent poker player.
Compared to Dan Coleman's results of late.
I mean, guys, take it easy. We like Mike Lee. I've known Mike for a long time. Like I said, when I was back doing the American Poker Tour back in the day, Mike was always a contender, always a guy that we were watching for on the live updates.
Look at this. Coleman has turned 2 pair. Still not much for Mike Leah, and now a full house for Coleman.
And Leah Rivers is a flush draw.
Yeah, unfortunately, this bet's not going to get paid. Although we did see Leah bluff raise the river in a previous hand. Timing would be off if he chose to do that here. Coleman has bet big, 2.3 million, but Mike Leah has folded. Jack says, lol, at Coleman considering a chop in a heads-up match. Hashtag get serious. Jax, it may surprise you to learn that of the tournaments that we've seen Coleman play this year, he's chopped in every single one of them.
Whoops.
He chopped with Jungleman in the Super High Roller in Monaco.
Whoops.
He chopped with Olivier Busquet in the Super High Roller in Barcelona. I think you'll find it's something that most poker players do because it makes a lot of sense.
Poker players in general are very smart. They're confident, and they have confidence in their own games, but they're also smart, and they know that you can never be that big of a favorite in a heads-up match. And sometimes you don't want to risk $400,000 on something that you can't be that huge of a favorite at.
One thing that might be a factor, by the way. Oh, and a little bit of update as well from one of our colleagues that he also chopped the Bellagio 100K 4 ways back in July. So he has got previous for doing deals. I think one of the things that may stop that happening from this event, if you do look at the payouts, the fact that both guys are guaranteed at least $1 million. That's the big hurdle, right? You want to lock up that 7-figure score. And okay, you're playing for an additional $400,000. It's a lot of money. But I guess you feel, well, worst case scenario, I walk away here with $1 million. There's less pressure to chop than if it was a difference of, say, between 748,000 and 1.2 million.
900,000.
Rob King points out that Coleman knowing when to chop the prize pool is part of his skill set and one of the reasons he's doing so well this year.
Mike Leah ahead again in this hand with ace-queen high. Dan Coleman with a piece of cheese. Still hammering. Still betting. Check, check on the river. Ace high is going to win it. So Leah's going to get a little bit back. Profits 1.5 million on the hand.
Coleman still with a slight advantage. So for those of you who enjoy watching our live streams from live events, Season 11 of the EPT rolls into London very soon, start of October. 5 days of live coverage of the main event. Same goes for EPT Prague in December, just before Christmas. And then in the new year, it's the 2015 PCA. We'll be covering the Super High Roller event and the main event. Live coverage available at PokerStars.tv.
Jack says he chopped versus his best friend and versus an elite online heads-up player. Tell us about the time he chopped heads-up versus a live player. Well, he hasn't really had the chance to. He didn't chop with Daniel in the one drop, but okay. We're still. What about the four-way chop he had at Bellagio? I don't know, guys. Why are we being so argumentative with each other? Let's just all be nice. Like Dave, who wants to know, did we forget about Mike's 4 titles this year? We didn't forget about them. We just didn't hear about them because they weren't necessarily as big as the titles that Dan Coleman was up for. And that's no knock to Mike at all.
Hey, 600,000.
But one of these players has won $20 million this year.
There's a raise and take it for Coleman.
Oh, and right, and Coleman, thank you, Marshall. Coleman didn't chop the 1 drop because the WSOP doesn't allow it.
Zachary.
Not to say he would have, but he couldn't have.
Zachary says, you probably said 100 times, but I've just woken up. What are the payouts? Well, welcome to the show, Zachary. Both players guaranteed more than $1 million. Second place worth just over $1 million. The winner, $1.4 million.
Raise 600,000. Call.
Raise and a call. 7-9 against Ace-9.
Check.
Mike pairs is 7. Coleman folds to the continuation bet of 700,000. Donnie Peters chimes in, says, what's the rail like there? Any live supporters? If so, who has the biggest group of railbirds? There's a small crowd watching Donnie from the rail. I'd say there are more Mike Lear fans in the crowd than there are Dan Coleman supporters.
Raise 600,000.
There's actually a pretty decent rail out there considering the quiet atmosphere of the room.
Yes.
It's not really that, I wouldn't say it's that friendly for live supporters, but there's a bunch of people that are just real quiet out there.
Dealer change at the final table, so let's check on the stacks. Coleman with 24 million, 80 big blinds. Mike Lear with 21 million, 69 big blinds. We are seeing some deep stack heads-up poker being played here. Still plenty of time left on this level. 150, 300,000 blinds with a 50K ante.
Alan Barry gets in touch to say, someone fill me in on why my height was being discussed on the live stream today. Stapes, WTF, are you running out of material? Alan, I don't think that I could ever run out of enough material to ever bring you up on my own. It was a listener who wrote in for a question for Jason Mercier. But thanks for getting in touch.
Raise 600,000.
Here we go again, raising a call. Ace-6 against King-6.
JK, Alan Barry, JK.
Check.
Ace-high still ahead. Ezra Stang, watching from the UK, points out, wow, 1.4 million US dollars for the winner. That's 700 pounds.
No, it's more than 700 pounds.
He's right, 702 pounds.
Check.
More whiffage on the turn.
Takes away one of Coleman's outs, of course. Mike picking up the nut flush draw.
It's a brick. It's a brick. Ace high wins again. Yvonne says, Stapes, help me out. My wife, Amy, just got mad at me because she heard you say Coleman won $20 million and I haven't. Bail me out here, bro. I got nothing. You could give her a gift certificate for a $20 million massage.
Stephen Nichols says, have you given away the guitar yet? Stephen, the guitar was given away, sadly. From your point of view, because you didn't win it. We've still got a couple of prizes up our sleeves. If this thing goes the distance, we may need a competition later on.
Raise 600,000.
So Mike Leah has closed the gap. Coleman still has the slight advantage.
Raise 600,000.
Armando says, give me a shout out. I will be at that final table next year. Hashtag believe that. Are you prepared to give Armando a shout out?
Armando?
Armando.
Check.
He wants me to give him a shout out, say like, what up, Armando? Like that?
He would like you to announce his name on the live stream.
No, I'm not saying his name. Sorry, Armando.
Check.
Check on the flop. Check on the turn.
Check.
The 5th on the river.
King High is winning. Stephen Nichols says, I can accept not winning the guitar. I missed it because I was watching the PCA. Totally worth it. Couldn't you have waited till this had finished? Or maybe wait till tomorrow when there is no live stream?
The PCA shows are really good.
And I urge everyone to watch them at PokerStars.tv. However,
my mother described them as the Breaking Bad of poker shows.
I would say that considering this is only a 2-day webcast from the final 2 days of this festival, that really you should put all other televised poker to one side and focus on this.
It's like if you got food in your fridge, right, James? And some of the food is due to go off before the other food. You eat the perishable food first and save the one that's, you know, that's going to keep longer, which is the PCA show. Be this. You follow? You guys follow? Are they following?
What are the rest of them? Just curious.
1650.
Button raise from Coleman. Re-raised by Leah. And Coleman folds. Rob King says, Joe, I hope you've got James enough Evian. This might take a while if they keep going like this. Don't have Evian on this trip, Rob. I do, however, have Seminole Pride Spring Water.
It's the pridiest.
Produced by the Seminole Tribe of Florida Incorporated. Sourced at Silver Springs, Florida. Well, now it's Dan Coleman's turn to 3-bet light from the big blind.
1.8.
And Leah folds.
Himesh gets in touch to say they should just both go all in, lol. Himesh, believe that. Believe that. Mathieu says, random question, but why has there never been a third season of the big game or new cash game format? Well, Mathieu, the big game was sort of dependent on the American market, which we were forced to leave a few years ago.
However, Mathieu does ask the question, why has there not been a new cash game format? And I'm glad you asked that, Mathieu, because we are working on something right now, which we're hoping might just premiere on PokerStars.tv in 2015.
It's pretty funny. My roommate busts you on a 1C, you re-enter and get heads up.
I need to get revenge.
Dan Coleman wins that one.
I think it's fair to say, though, that if you were a fan of the big game, you probably will enjoy Shark Cage.
It's got a similar fun vibe. There's a lot more table talk than we'll typically see on the European Poker Tour that we certainly saw here today at this event.
After the dinner break, too, I was down to 5,000 chips for like a whole level.
Really?
Yeah, just staying afloat.
Yeah, so Shark Cage is going to premiere on PokerStars.tv towards the end of October. So you might want to check out those shows as they go live. Shannon may not want to talk about Shark Cage, but I do.
Dan Coleman just talking there about how on one of the days he was down to less than 5K on the dinner break. Every tournament's got a story. We only started covering this one today for the final table, and I'm sure there were plenty of great stories leading into today. Another raise and take it for Dan Coleman. Now, Andreas, I don't know how we're supposed to take anything tweet from you seriously when you say Evian is the worst water ever. Is it worse than water that's been contaminated by nuclear waste? Is it worse than water from the Hudson River? I would say probably not.
600.
Mr. John Doe is as shocked at Steve Nichols' actions as we are. Did he just pick watching an event that happened in January that can be seen on YouTube over a live stream? No sense!
700,000.
They're really good shows, though, guy. Brock's got a good point. This is pretty sick for Coleman because it's the only tournament that he has all of himself in, minus maybe some small swaps. I don't know. Maybe Brock knows that for sure. You would assume that for a small buy-in like a 5K, Dan's got all of himself.
Raise 600,000.
Oh, sorry.
Coleman starts the hand with 23 million. Mike Lear with 21 million. Mike's raised. We've only seen one of his cards, the 3 of hearts. Coleman defends with 9-5. And flops trips. And I really hope, for Mike's sake, the other card isn't the queen. Of course, if it's a heart,
then we got a draw.
600,000.
and Anthony Gordon says Coleman's ability and poker intuition is definitely an inspiration to new players, including myself.
1.6 million. Yes.
So Dan has check raised. Mike continued the flop. The 600,000. Coleman's made it 1.6 million. I love this tweet from Mike Flanagan. I've been saying for the last 3 days, Coleman is due.
Hey, Mikey. Gonna take a peel. He is. He is gonna peel.
Does he have 2 hearts? Does he have a queen? Oh. We now know he has a pair of 3s to go with the 5s on board at the very least. Having check raised the flop, Coleman now fires the turn, 2.8 million. This is the biggest pot of heads-up plays so far, 7.3 million in the middle now.
I mean, I guess it's always possible that Mike's got 5 tray as well. This pot is getting huge.
And dramatic, considering we only know one of Mike Leah's hole cards. 10 million in the middle now. A 9 on the river.
Full house.
Full house for Coleman. And he's betting big on the river. 6 million. More than half the pot. Peter King says, I love a semi-sweat. Sazanorin records it's ace-3 of hearts.
Mike calls. We're going to get to see it. Oh,
Not
we
necessarily.
are not.
He chooses to muck after Coleman verbally declares full house, shows the 9-5. And that really changes things.
He called so quickly, maybe it was queen 3.
And Dan Coleman now has a huge chip lead over Mike Leah. 35 million plays 10 million. Better than a 3-1 chip lead for the heads-up specialist who has been on fire for the last 6 months.
And like I said, why would he ever make a deal?
AJ says, I have to wake up in 5 hours and I'm watching heads-up poker. What am I doing with and how can I rectify my life? You're doing nothing wrong as far as I'm concerned. It's how we spend most of our waking hours.
Raise 600,000.
Raise and take it, Dan Coleman.
So they played the early part of this heads-up battle pretty even in chips, and we saw that chip lead swing between the two of them, but now momentum is with Coleman. The chip advantage is with Coleman. And obviously, he did well there with a full house when obviously Leah had another big hand that wasn't quite as good. But when a player like this, who is so accomplished at heads-up hold'em, has that monster lead over you, it's going to be a really tough fight back.
Absolutely. I mean, because not only do you need to, you know, win a bunch of hands, you need to get Coleman to play a huge pot with you when he doesn't, you know, when he doesn't have the best hand, which is going to be tough for him to do.
And I think that's the other thing we need to talk about with Dan Coleman, because we have mentioned his live results this year, but let's talk about his online play. He is a heads-up specialist. This guy crushes heads-up hyper-turbo sit-and-goes online. And not to take anything away from Mike Lear, but I guarantee you Dan Coleman has played more hands of heads-up hold'em than Mike Lear.
Certainly for high stakes. This is checked all the way down, and checks to showdown.
King 10 is good. Coleman wins another one. Takes another chunk of Lear's stack.
A lot of people are speculating that maybe Mike Lear had a full house on that hand, but to me it seemed like once Coleman said full house, that's when Mike knew he was already beat. He didn't even really look to see what full house it was, which makes me think that Mike didn't have something like pocket threes or 5-3, but maybe he just knew that any other full house was beating his.
Brock Wilson says it's always a good feeling when you're still stacking chips while playing more hands.
There's 600,000.
Coleman with another big hand. King, queen suited. Mike Lear with a baby ace. And Mike Lear shoves.
I wish I had Jack 10 suited.
Guess he thinks he's less likely to be dominated with Jack 10.
This is a huge shove, by the way. This is 30 big blinds. But I'm not sure I necessarily dislike the strategy. If you're playing against someone who you know is a better heads-up player who is going to grind you down, why not just play big? Increase variance. Go for it. Gamble. Take a shot.
I think that combined maybe with a little frustration explains that move perfectly. And you shove with a hand like ace deuce, you're the slight favorite. You want to get called by king queen suited.
Very good hand. Jack 10 suited I call.
Dan Coleman claiming he calls with Jack 10 suited, but not with King Queen suited.
Raise 600,000.
So sad. Check.
Lear's paired his queen.
Bet. 600,000. Raise.
And Dan Coleman check raises this flop.
1.4 million.
I don't think Mike's folding with what we just saw with the ace deuce.
Several people on Twitter saying it's obvious that Lear had 5-3 in that big hand where Coleman won all the chips. But as Sander points out, if Lear has a full house, he would defo have jammed the river.
I'm not so sure about that. Because if he jams river, what can call him?
Coleman does have a draw here. Brock Wilson says, when Lear shoved there with the ace deuce, it's the first time I've seen Coleman uncomfortable in a hand in months. The irony is, I don't think he looked particularly uncomfortable. thought about it for a few moments, let it go. So Coleman, not following up on his check raise, decides to check the turn, unless he's going for the double check raise, one of the sexiest moves in poker.
I don't think so. He's going for the check raise, fold to bet. Mike shows some real strength there when he calls the flop raise, so then when Mike comes out firing, I think Dan's going to give it up most of the time, which he did here. I want to give a quick shout out to Alad, who came by today down here to the Seminole Hard Rock, specifically to have a minute with me and James. It was a pleasure meeting you, my friend. I hope you're listening. He tweets in to say, thanks again. You've made my century. Wish you and James the crew safe travels and the best of luck. You are supermen in my book. Alad, the pleasure was all ours. Couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you very much for all the love and support you give.
Craig Ripley tweets, he says, if I know Mike Lear, and I think I do, he isn't intimidated here at all. Not to say he's intimidated, but I think you have to realize where you stand. And the point is that Dan Coleman can crush most other poker players heads up. And if you know you're at a significant disadvantage, and that's just reality, that's just embracing a truth, then changing your strategy makes sense. And I think that's what we sort of saw him do there with the ace deuce, and I admire him for it.
There's so many people who are so sure about what Mike Leah had in that hand. Kevin says it was definitely queen 3. Sanders says any 5 will call the river if Leah shoves.
Well, this is queen deuce for Coleman against Mike Lear's 6-7.
Pairing a flush draw.
He's loving it.
Both Jeff and Vadernator think Mike Leah had 3s on that hand. Vadernator says 3s are possible. No point in shoving river. It's the nut low full house. When he hears full house, he knows he's beat. It's certainly a possibility.
Marshall says it's so sick that Dan Coleman is so good and he isn't even sponsored. I don't know, considering comments he's made in the last few months, I'm not sure he's interested in being sponsored.
Also, still pretty tough these days to be a sponsored American pro. Hopefully that's all changing.
Wow. Now a few people are getting shouty on Twitter. Patrick, no need to use caps. River is a jam with a boat. You are leaking money if you do not jam.
Lots of people not at this final table who think they are experts on what should be happening at this final table.
We love a bit of armchair analysis. Hello to Keith, who says, jumping on here late, is there a replay for this planned? Absolutely, Keith. You'll be able to replay, assuming you're watching on the desktop player on PokerStars.tv or on the PokerStars YouTube channel and not on the PokerStars TV app.
This hand checks down all the way. King 10 announces Dan Coleman. That's going to be good.
So where are we at right now? 32 million for Dan Coleman, 12 million for Mike Lear.
Good skill to have. The good games.
Well, it does seem that Lear's starting to grind his way back into the game. He's won a few significant pots, but Coleman still has that significant chip advantage right now.
There is 600,000.
A double up will lose the chip lead, though.
Joel says, never watched heads up before. This is intense. And I have to say, Joel, and we were saying earlier on that we've done a lot of epic heads up battles recently, but this one has something special to it. These guys are really trading blows, and they're playing some decent-sized pots.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's heads-up match was a little brutal because there wasn't, you know, a ton of action happening, and we've seen that a lot when guys are stacked this deep. They don't necessarily play big pots, but these two have been. Now, granted, there's been a lot of checking it down all the way to the river, but they're bigger pots pre-flop when that's been happening. Coleman 3-betting, 10-4. I don't expect Mike's going to fold a pair very often. There's the all-in from Mike.
And there's the fold from Coleman. Yeah, Joseph Green points out one double up, and it is a different kettle of fish. 14 million now for Mike Lear. The chip lead, 30 million for Dan Coleman.
Good point, Mean Joe Green.
Robert Ross says, not that it's needed by those who appreciate the game, but Dan Coleman is another fine example that this game requires considerable skill.
That gets the Robert Ross stamp of approval.
Now it's Juan's turn to get shouty. Juan's been a big fan of everything we've done on the live stream today. But he says, Lear did not have a boat. He would have showed his hand.
Okay, Juan.
A reminder of our coverage of the EPT London main event, scrolling along your screen right now. There are a couple of smaller scale productions before that. Going to be hosting a special live show from the final table of the W Coupe main event. That's on Tuesday the 30th of September. There'll also be a couple of days of live coverage from the Isle of Man leg of the UK and Ireland Poker Tour. But EPT London is the next big event. And coverage starts on the 14th of October.
The W Coupe's on Tuesday the 30th of September?
It is indeed.
Uh-oh.
You've double booked yourself, haven't you?
I had it happening on the Sunday, the 28th.
That's day one of the tournament. Day two of the tournament is the Monday, but they're not going to hit the final table to the early hours of Tuesday
Somebody
morning.
gave me the wrong dates.
Yeah, that happened ages ago. We corrected this like 3 months ago.
Not with me, I don't think you did.
Proof, if proof be need be, that he doesn't listen to anything I say.
I listen to everything you say. That's why I'm pretty surprised. I don't think that message ever got to me. That's it. Mike Leah's out of here. See how you play against an empty chair, Dan Coleman. Get a read off of that.
Obviously a brief pause in the action while we change the dealer. Mike Leah, no doubt, talking to his rail, maybe getting some information about hands that have been played. Although, actually, I don't think the delay will have caught up with him yet. I don't think any of these heads-up hands will have appeared on the stream at the time that they're playing. But Coleman, yeah, with a better than 2-to-1 chip lead, but not quite the 3-to-1 lead he had a short while ago.
I like Matthew's question here. Is this the first hole card coverage without a delay? At least this looks pretty live.
There is a delay. What you're seeing happened 40 minutes ago.
Shit, I guess trips. Trips was the bad one.
Trips.
What's that?
What? Oh, yeah. Full house. We'll call it trips.
Couldn't be trips.
Pierre says, can someone please call Jason Mercier to teach Dan Coleman how to pile chips when on a huge heater? Lazy Gamer says, I've really enjoyed this final table more than yesterday's. Definitely seems like there's been a lot more action overall.
queen suited that hand.
James, why are you getting yelled at by the show producer? It's Cap City over there.
It's standard.
8.5.
Yeah.
I'm being shouted at for not telling you about the change in date of the W Coupe final table.
King queen suited. Wow.
I know.
That had to hurt.
I know it did. Trust me. I haven't recovered yet.
I don't think poker guys are going to forgive me.
I'm not sure I'll ever recover yet.
I can probably still make it back for the thing I'm double booked on anyway, though. The final table's going to be over by 11 in the morning, isn't it?
We'll just be very sleepy.
The clubs, but
Diamonds would have been there.
yeah. Diamonds, spades, and hearts, clubs.
Call.
Diamonds and hearts, call. Just gamble.
Apparently fake logic has been paying closer attention than us. As Leah just said he couldn't beat trips on that hand. Yep, so did Patrick notice that also. So I think for once my original guess of him maybe having a queen tray
That board's lying.
might be accurate.
I had 2 in the hand.
Quickly reset the stakes here. Dan Coleman playing a stack of 32 million. Mike Leah, a stack of 12.3 million. Mike Leah, by the way, made sure as he wins this pot with a raise pre-flop, made sure to let us know. We were saying his name is Mike Lee before, and he made sure to let us know that it's Mike Leah because his grandmother's watching today, and that's her name, Leah. So we wanted to make sure we're saying it right. And Mike, we just want to let you know your grandma's very proud of you, and she also would like you to come over and open a jar of pickles. Scott Adamson wants to know, these people that are ripping Mike in the heads up, are they as accomplished player as him? Scott, I'm going to go ahead and say mostly no. And I can guarantee you one thing, none of them is playing heads up right now for this title at $1.4 million. Unless Dan Coleman is ripping him in the Twitter, which I haven't seen.
Dan Coleman doesn't tweet much. So Coleman's raised here with 7-4. Ace-8 for Mike Leah. You heard the man. A 3-bet to 1.65 million. And a quick fold from Dan Coleman, which will take us to hand 168 of this final table.
And this is why clawing back is just going to be such a long road for Mike Leah, because Dan Coleman, you know, has the benefit of being able to fold his bad hands. Like, he doesn't have to play huge pots.
So one of these guys is going to win that trophy. And that first prize of 1.4 million, just over $1 million to the runner-up. At the conclusion of this great festival here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino and Hotel in Hollywood, Florida.
Anton writes in to say, I was falling asleep there and heard the legend that is Robert Ross mentioned. Did he okay Coleman crushing souls?
I'm sure that Coleman crushing souls has the Robert Ross stamp of approval.
Robert Ross approved.
Dana says the delay has to be less than 40 minutes since they've already talked about that ace-deuce-king-queen hand. I think they were just reliving it. They weren't talking about the fact that it had been seen. They were just remembering it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that says they have to wait 40 minutes to reveal the information to them to each other.
Exactly. It was just a coincidence. I can assure you there is a 40-minute delay on the stream. And 40 minutes is the minimum delay we would have. Our delays are always between 40 and 60 minutes. Well, Coleman's flop best, a pair of sixes. A couple of overs and a backdoor flush draw for Mike Leah.
It's going to be tempting to take one off.
Daryl Fish says now that the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open is winding down, I want to give a big shout out to the amazing crew for another well-run series. These guys do it right.
I love Daryl Fish, by the way. He's a great kid. Raise and take it.
Pull our blinds in, it just gets farther away from us and makes it harder. We'll push stuff.
Coleman with 9 deuce. Raises.
I don't know why these two insisted on sitting as far away from each other as possible at this table.
Because it looks dramatic. Either edge of the table, facing off. The purest form of No Limit Hold'em.
It's like that weird dinner scene in the Michael Keaton Batman.
9 deuce for Leah as well. And he folds to the opening raise. Lazy Gamer says both players seem really relaxed in this heads up. Do you think it's because they know they've locked up at least 1 million? I do firmly believe that, and I said that at the start of this heads up battle, and that's why I think it's less likely that there will be any kind of talk of chopping the prize money. It's a psychological thing, right? When you know you're walking home with a 7-figure score, you kind of feel like you've already won, and anything else is just a bonus.
Yeah, you're gonna go, I won $1 million. I mean, I'm sure that once it's over, you go, 400,000, gotta have 400,000 more. But yes, I do think that once you've locked up such a huge score, that you could be a little more gambly. What the Hard Rock is really hoping is that these two guys happen to pass by the Pai Gow pits with their $1 million each.
And as long as they play the fortune bonus, the house will be happy.
Yeah. Dan Coleman coming in for a raise. Coming in hot. 5 deuce. Suited. Mike Leah maybe contemplating 3-bet.
Andrew Dean says if anyone can come back, it's Mike Leah. There is the 3-bet from Mike. And a quick fold from Dan.
So Mike back up over 13 million, just under 32 million for Coleman.
Azim says, I'm a huge fan of Dan Coleman and I hope he wins. However, I think Mike's playing great and Dan is out flopping him a lot. But go Dan.
I'm no heads-up expert, but I think that Mike is playing a solid heads-up game. Triple Espresso says, credit where it is due and due to the SHRPO streaming team. Poker is fun. You guys help make it so. A drink on me at London.
Accepted.
Most definitely.
Coleman getting closer to that 3-1 chip lead. 32 million plays 12 million. Still playing 150, 300,000 blinds with a 50,000 ante. Coleman raises the button with King Jack. 6-7 in the big blind for Mike Lear. He lets it go.
Interesting fold. I don't think you're going to see many folks fold 6-7 playing heads up.
I love how some of our viewers worry about the most insignificant thing. Kevin says, remember how Mike Lear put that half-eaten apple in his shopping bag at the start of Heads Up? Is anybody going to finish that?
Let me go and ask. That was funny.
Brock Wilson says, with the chip stacks, the skill advantage, the blind levels, and momentum, I give Coleman an 80% chance of winning this. Once again, we remind you that we will be bringing the EPT Live team to London in October. That's our next live stream here on PokerStars.tv. Our next big live event is the main event of the London leg of the European Poker Tour, so make sure you're watching on PokerStars.tv from the 14th of October. Coleman's raised the button. Mike Lear with King 8 in the big blind. Calls.
Whiffy, whiffy. Lear's got the best hand with King High. Coleman continues. And folds. Mike Lear folds.
And we move on to hand 178 of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open main event final table. The closing stages of this $10 million guaranteed event.
Chris wrote in asking, what is the relationship between PokerStars.net and SHRPO? And I like Nolan's answer, who answered, friends with benefits. I don't think I could describe it any better than that. Well done, Nolan.
Queen Jack for Lear. He's raised.
Suited.
Dan Coleman has Ace King.
Here we go. I assume that was a 3-bet.
Yeah, I think the dealer is just verifying the size of Dan Coleman's re-raise. Probably in the region of 1.8 million. No, it's a small 3-bet. 1.3 million.
Well, Leah's in position. A little bigger than we thought, 1.5 million.
Still smaller than his usual 3-bet. It looks enticing. I guess that's the idea. Mike Lear shoves and Dan Coleman calls, and this could be it.
That escalated quickly.
Lear does have 2 live cards. He has roughly 40% equity, but as things stand, this could be the final hand of the tournament. There is a 60% chance that Dan Coleman's Ace King holds, and he wins this $10 million guaranteed main event.
Dan Coleman has been smashing live cards. Ace High has been plenty good for him.
9.95 if you want to get ready.
Mike confident he's going to get the double up.
Here's the flop. 4 hearts.
No ace or king on the flop, but that's a wheel draw for Dan Coleman, and Ace High is still ahead.
Yeah, 5 has Leah drawing dead.
Leah down to
at least
22% outright equity.
Turn is the 10 of diamonds.
Now down to 14%. Needs a jack or a queen on the river, or we have a champion. It's a king, and Dan Coleman does it again. Another win. A $1.4 million score. And Mike Lear is the runner-up. He gets just over $1 million. But what about this Coleman kid?
You know, James, since we're here at the Hard Rock, I think AC/DC said it best. Dan Coleman is on fire!
He is the winner of the $10 million guaranteed championship event at the 2014 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. 1,499 total entries. He outlasted every other player in the tournament, including a very accomplished player in Mike Leah, who walks away with that second place prize money of just over $1 million. Coleman gets just over 1.4 million, and he will lift the Champions Trophy, his third major title of the year.
Big time congratulations to Mike Leah, who obviously is looking for that elusive, huge win. But hopefully a huge second place will be consolation enough. $1 million for Mike Leah, 3 times his last biggest score.
So we're about to wrap things up here from the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Dan Coleman is a champion. Mike Leah is the runner-up. Congratulations to the other guys who made it into the final 6 and cashed. Sean Kunix, John Dolan, Joe Keither, and Martin Hanofsky. A great final table, plenty of action, and another big result of Dan Coleman. Triple O Espresso says,
Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Congratulations to Dan Coleman, main event champion, winning over $1.4 million. Congrats, man.
and Dan Coleman lifts the winner's trophy. So thank you for watching our 2 days of coverage from here in Florida. Remember, more live streaming coming up on PokerStars.tv.
Bye.